Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I am your host today. It is Tuesday, February the 13th, and this is day 5 of the Adam Montgomery trial that he hasn't shown up to. Good morning, everyone. Hope you have your coffee ready. They're going to start soon. And Lizzie Bones says she watched the replay, and she is in agreement that Crystal's mother may have actually known what happened. So where that comes from is Crystal's mother. There was testimony yesterday about the saw that she bought. Remember, Kayla said, "Oh, my mom bought it because she's a woodworker." Does that lady look like a woodworker to you? Just saying. We watched her. She don't look like a woodworker. But there was a brand new in the box saw that was testified about. That was Caitlin's mother. Is Mega here? I have to know if Mega's here. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop mid-sentence, but it just popped in my head. It's bananas, Lizzie. It's bananas. Quinny, Kayla made a hell of a deal. I don't agree with it either. Angie says they have no snow. Did I call it or did I not call it? I was like, they say you're going to get a foot, you get nothing. Kayla's mother, not Crystal's mother. Kayla's mother, my bad. I'm getting them confused. It's too early. Kayla's mom. The girl that testified, Kayla's mom. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Lori. I'm still waking up. Maybe I shouldn't even talk. No talkie before coffee. I don't think he cares what it makes him look like. I don't think he cares. Jay, are you going to cover Brian Kohberger? What? Wait. I've been covering Brian Koberger for a year and a half. You have 3 inches, says Queen Virgo. That's what she said. Or that's what he said. It's a joke. No school for me, and it just started snowing. Oh my God. So they called off school. Y'all, look what I picked this morning. I have to show you. I know. You got to love my Wawa vase, right? Real classy. But look at that beautiful hibiscus. Do you guys love it? Come on down to Florida. These are what you have growing in your yard, y'all. In February. Isn't that beautiful? I had to snag it. No, you're not missing anything, Andrew. You got it. You got it. I'm on it. I'm on Kober. I've been on Koberger's ass since December of 2022. They called it yesterday at 4. Well, lucky for you, we get to see you today, Lizzie. You get to chill and nap and watch the trial and just enjoy your day. Andrew says it's 90 degrees where I am. I'm waiting for winter. I bought a new velour tracksuit and I want to wear it. Isn't that pretty? Am I close to Delray Beach? No. I don't know where that is. That might be on the other side, on the east side of the state. Potato likes my Wawa. It's a Wawa coffee cup. Good morning, Miss Robin. I'm going to send you some love from Florida with a beautiful hibiscus. Meg, good morning. I was waiting for you. So guys, Mega is a special mommy. And I say she's a special mommy because she's a mommy of twins. And we all know having twins can't be easy. But today is her twins' birthday. And I just couldn't let this morning pass without wishing them a very happy birthday. Mega, I hope that your boys have a blessed birthday. The best birthday ever. And I know you do, Robin. And you're a good mama, and you're a twin mama, and all that. We love you. So this is for her boys, even though it's not age appropriate. I'm sure they're at school. Happy birthday to Mega's boys.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday times 2. How fun. The Mega Twins. I love it. The Mega Twins. It's the Mega Twins' birthdays. You should show them all these messages in the chat later. Oh, Melissa B's a twin mama too. I didn't know that. Speak up if you have twins. That's pretty cool. I was best friends with 2 twins. From like first grade until now, we are still friends. Twins are so amazingly cool. You're a mom of 6. Your 3rd oldest son. It's his birthday. His name is David. Well, happy birthday to David. Do we have any other? Oh, they are there. They're dancing. How do you know this famous lady? Oh my God, Meg, that's really cute. Happy birthday, boys. Yeah, twins are very special. That's pretty cool. And happy birthdays to David. You have Irish twins. Ireland, I have twin babies in heaven. I have 21-year-old twins, boy and a girl. How cool is that? Queen Virgo's a twin. Not a twin mama, but a twin. That is so cool. So this is for David. Happy birthday, David.
Go shorty, it's your birthday.
Can you tell I love celebrating birthdays? Birthdays are so important to celebrate. Your baby's 25. Well, happy birthday to your baby. And all of you who have lost babies, my thoughts are with you. Yeah, absolutely. Happy birthday, David Garcia. If that's his name. I know it's David. My daughter's birthday today. Yehuda Roth. Happy birthday to your daughter. Very nice. Very nice. I love celebrating another year. It's always a good thing to celebrate. I hate when people say, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just my birthday. Like, it is a big deal. Every year that you are still here is a huge, humongous deal. And it must be celebrated. It must be celebrated. Good morning, Uncivil Law. Back in the house. Uncivil, did you catch yesterday's testimony? Birthdays are a huge deal. I agree. So good times, good times. I have got some things that I have to take care of this morning. I got to make some phone calls. So I'm going to be in and out of the stream. Maybe Uncivil. I don't know what you've got planned today. Maybe we can link up. Why, thank ya. He likes the red tipped. He's got the orange. I got the red. We're like twinning. We're twinning. I really appreciate you being here, Uncivil. And thank you so much, Sarah Smith, for your super sticker. Absolutely. Everybody enjoy your special days. Looks like we got some movement on the flag, though. On the day I was born, nurse gathered around. They gazed in wide wonder at the joy they had found. Head nurse spoke up, said, leave this alone. She could tell right away. Oh, you know what? You want to come up this morning? Let's do it. You want to come up while I'm getting shiz done? Drea Leah. Your birthday's the 27th? It's 21 again. I say 39 again because I'm older than you. But I got to get your birthday on the calendar. So let's see. What is it? The 27th. And I won't forget. I love people's birthdays. You guys get a special treat today. You guys get Uncivil Law on panel. How do you feel about that? Can I get some applause up in the chat? I'll get all set up. Uncivil. Sure, why not? He says. Woo! Appreciate that. We love having you on, Uncivil. Let me get this shiz rearing to go here. Oh, that's what I had. I had the witness list that I wanted to put on the screen as well. Let me get this out of here because I'm going to move my screen around. We're going to move our screen around and welcome Uncivil Law up. So we're going to be making a little switcheroo. Yay! I think it's hilarious. They called off school and then you didn't even get any damn snow. Like, what are the odds? I'm telling you, though, that shit used to happen in Michigan. They would say we're getting this big, huge snowstorm or whatever. And then we'd wake up and there'd literally be frost. And you're like, what the fuck? Where's this big storm? You're like hoping for a day off. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. I'm not sure if Jess is there. I haven't seen her. So I do want to remove that until we know that Jess is in the courtroom. So Uncivil, our girl Jess has been live in the courtroom this week and last week. So she's in the chat, Jessica Nasuti. She's giving like live updates of like what the jury is looking like, and she's a couple minutes ahead, so when she's there we get like a heads up of what's going on here. Oh my god. The wind just blew my lamp and my whole base just spilled on me. I'll be right back. Damn it. Oh yes, Lizzie, that's my luck. Soaking ass wet. All I can say is at least it was just water. All for one pretty little flower, guys. One pretty little flower. Okay, let's get this. Let's get this going, guys. Sorry about that. I spilled a whole vase. I filled it to the frickin' brim with water. The wind gusted in. The blinds blew off the window, hit the vase, and voila. Welcome to my clumsy life. Because that's where we're at right now. My clumsy ass life. All right. We'll get this going. We'll get this right. One way or another. I had to change my clothes, y'all. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. I had to change my entire outfit. Look how pretty it is, Uncivil. Isn't it? Well, this whole thing was full of water. My lovely Wawa coffee cup. But this whole thing spilled on me. I had to change my entire outfit. Oh, shit. Is it Monday or is it Tuesday? Wardrobe malfunction. I feel so clumsy lately. I don't know what it is. Clumsy ass Jay. Yeah, it'll get better. I mean, at least it was just water, right? I mean, okay, I think we're going to be able to do things this way. Uncivil, what do you think of this? Drea, you've been a lawful listener for 2 months. Thank you so much. I thank you so much. Ish. Okay, now this stuff. We're going to have to move this stuff around. So we have our super chat goal and our weekly member goal, guys, for the Wheel of Friday spinning. We have these down here. Let's see if we can't make those and spin that wheel this week. Let me get rid of this. All right. I think I'm ready. Let's get Uncivil Law up here. We are going to unleash the lawyer. That didn't work. Unleash the lawyers. I can't use chat from here, but I can pin it here. So here is the there's the link. Enjoy your breakfast, Lizzie. Enjoy your morning. Have a nice time. Just relax. Enjoy the stream. You got a day off work. That's awesome. Oh, Drea. Holy shit, coming in hot. Thank you so much. Just like a fajita. Dre is like a freaking fajita. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm not sure I've gotten one of those in quite some time, if at all. Wow. Thank you so much. That is so nice. Damn. Uncivil, what's up? Good morning. Dude, Dre just came in hot with a super chat. I was like, damn. I'm a little taken back. People are so generous. That's nice. Thank you. She deserves a turkey for that. Let's give her a turkey. What is going on? Do you mind if I call you Kurt instead of Uncivil? Okay. All right. Well, I didn't know what you preferred. We can be on a first name basis now, Kurt. Look at that. We got matching mics, and now we're twinning with that. I have no idea. What a trend starter you are. So, did you watch anything from yesterday at all? Or are you busy? Tell me about it. Oh, wait, hold on. Stop, Kurt. Stop. They can't hear you. I got to fix that. That's a problem. Maybe because guest audio was muted. Sorry, go ahead. So what were you covering yesterday?
As I was saying recently, yesterday I was covering the Gina Carano lawsuit against Disney.
Ooh.
And then Friday I covered the Supreme Court case revolving around Trump and his access to the ballot in Colorado and other states implicitly. And 5 days ago I covered a deposition from like a year or two ago involving the Satanic Temple, in which the lawyer for the Satanic Temple was an absolute prick. And that was interesting to listen to. So that's some of the stuff I've been doing recently.
Very good, very good. Looks like we're in court.
I keep busy.
Is that working? Yes.
I hear it.
Oh, let's use our little window full screen.
See, I taught you that. Where'd you learn that trick?
Dude,
from,
I don't
right?
know.
You know? Yeah.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state calls Officer Neil Benson.
How come it's not working for me?
It is now. There we go. Looks great.
Is it fine?
No, you didn't hit the little arrow thing.
Just watch your stuff there.
The arrow thing next to the CC. The arrow's next to the CC.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. That's the trick.
There you go. There you
I
go.
swear that the testimony that you are about to provide will be the truth and nothing but
I taught you and then you forgot. This is how well my lessons are going.
What would I do without you?
Make yourself comfortable. There's some water on it. Officer Penton, can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Officer Neil Pentinen, Neilpenttinen.
And Officer Penton, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Manchester Police Department?
Since January of 2012.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Community Policing Unit.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
The Community Policing Unit, we deal with mostly neighborhood issues, homeless issues, anything outside of the scope of patrol. We'll negotiate things, do community meetings, things of that nature.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities on that community policing unit?
I am in what's referred to as an area officer, so I cover a section of the city when people call in neighborhood complaints or general issues that patrol doesn't have time to deal with. We go deal with those things.
You mentioned starting with the Manchester Police Department in 2012.
Yes.
What did you do for work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Scottsdale, Arizona Police Department. I was hired there in April of 2005.
Those are very different states.
And when you came from Scottsdale to New Hampshire, did you go through the police academy?
I originally with Scottsdale, I attended the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy when I was hired in 2005. And when I was hired by the Manchester Police Department, I attended the New Hampshire State Academy, only the law package, because I was already a certified officer.
Do you remember what year did you graduate?
New Hampshire, it was 2012.
And sorry, I asked two questions there. Did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training Academy?
In New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, it was just the law package.
Right. And in Arizona, did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training?
I did. I graduated the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy in 2005.
So in total, you have 19 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Officer Pentinen. In your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department, do you have occasion to conduct traffic accident investigations?
Occasionally, I do.
And can you walk the jurors through what your standard protocol is when you're responding to such an accident?
Standard protocol when I respond to an accident, when I arrive on scene, I'll do an immediate assessment of the vehicles if we need to get them off the road. I will immediately ask if anyone needs medical attention. If they respond they do, I'll get the fire department there or whatever medical needs. If not, then I will immediately ask the drivers for their information, their driver's license, insurance information, their phone number, and as well as the registration of the vehicle. After that, I will ask who the occupants are of the vehicle and get their names, dates of birth, phone numbers, addresses, all for the accident report.
So you mentioned speaking to the drivers of the vehicles, and then you mentioned getting the vehicle occupant information. Where do you usually get that information from?
I will ask whoever's there. I will speak to each person individually and get their information. Unless it's a child, then I will ask the adult who's on scene with them.
Do you typically speak to every individual other than children? Do you typically speak to every individual in each car?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of that?
To get a brief synopsis of what occurred in the accident from different perspectives.
And do you document these investigations?
I do.
How do you document them?
I will immediately take notes on a notepad, and then I will fill out an accident exchange form for the individuals involved in the accident, which will include insurance information, phone numbers, addresses, and which is required by the police department. And then when that is all done, I will make a traffic accident report documenting everything from the scene.
And again, is it necessary during, and we're still talking your standard protocol, is it necessary during these investigations for you to see every individual involved?
Yes, I will need to see who's there.
And can you walk us through how that occurs? How do you see those individuals? Do you order them all out of the vehicle or something else?
If it's a minor accident, most of them will just stay in the vehicle. If they are on scene, I will ask who was in the vehicle and take a look at each person. You do have occasions where people will show up who weren't involved in the accident, might be related. But I will make sure that I look at each person.
Officer Pentinen, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2019. So with that in mind, were you working in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on November 29th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jurors your familiarity with him?
On that day, I was dispatched to a traffic accident at South Wilson Street in Vinton involving two vehicles. And Mr. Montgomery identified himself as the driver of one of the vehicles.
Now, you mentioned these reports that you write following your investigation. Did you write a report following your interactions on that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance to review that before you came here to testify?
Yes, I have.
The accident that we're talking about from November 29th of 2019, does that accident stand out to you in your memory?
It does.
Why is that?
Because Mr. Montgomery was involved in another accident a few days later. And in my police career, that's the only time I've had one individual in two accidents within the same week.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those accidents, but I want to focus on November 29th. And I think you said that stands out to you.
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jurors through the initial dispatch that you received and your response to the scene?
It was a two-vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in the patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene, multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, and there was just one driver in the other vehicle. I went through the standard protocol when I arrived at the location.
And when you say multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, whose vehicle was that?
That was Mr. Montgomery's vehicle.
And were you able to identify the individuals that were in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
I did.
And who was in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
In Mr. Montgomery's vehicle, I believe Kayla Montgomery identified herself as one of the rear passengers. There was an individual in the front seat. I would need as an adult female in the front seat, I would need to look at my report to refresh my memory of her name.
Do you believe that looking at your report, reviewing your report, would refresh your recollection of
Yes, it
that
would.
individual's name? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Take your time, review, and just look up when refreshed, if it's been refreshed.
The front passenger identified herself as Tabitha Scott.
It's Tabitha, guys, the one we
And
talked about
Officer
yesterday.
Pensonen, who else, if anyone, did you observe in the vehicle?
There were two children in the vehicle.
Did you obtain their names?
I did obtain their names.
And what were those two children's names?
Again, I'd have to look at my report to refresh my memory of those.
Please do so. You can't read from it. You can't read it out loud, but feel free to refresh your recollection and just look up when you're done.
Yeah, the distinctions we make sometimes.
Isn't that funny? I just
It is
watched him
funny.
last night interviewing a victim of Gacy,
Yeah.
actually.
They were identified as Seamus Montgomery and Declan Montgomery.
Poor babies.
Did you note their relative seating locations?
I did.
And what were they?
I believe it was the center passenger and rear right passenger.
Do you know which one was in the center and which one was rear
I
right?
don't recall which one was where.
Is that noted in your
It should be
report?
noted in my report, yes.
Please, if you believe that looking at your report would refresh your recollection, please do so.
There is a lot of lady judges, isn't there?
Seamus was in the rear middle and Declan was in the rear right.
Did you see any other
What would be the
children
rear
in the
right?
defendant's vehicle?
I did not.
What do you mean?
And did you-
Behind the passenger?
During your response,
Passenger's
did you
right.
actually look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked in the vehicle or not.
What do you
It was so
mean?
long
What's
ago.
the rear right?
Well, he didn't say passenger or driver. Rear right.
Well, the,
Who's
the
right?
right-hand side of the car,
You describe the
the right-hand side of the car on the rear.
My right or your right?
The defendant's vehicle, aside from having
Are you sitting
five
in the
people
car?
there was clutter in the vehicle.
Is that something that you saw?
Oh, Kurt.
I did.
So, officer, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about that second accident just several days later. So I want to turn your attention to December 2nd of 2019. Were you working in your official capacity with the Manchester Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you respond to another accident involving the defendant?
I did.
And can you walk the jurors through your response, how you initially became aware and what you did after getting that information?
I was dispatched, I believe it was on Franklin Street, or in that general area, to a two-vehicle accident. And again, same thing. There were only two drivers in this accident. I immediately recognized Mr. Montgomery in the vehicle, having dealt with him a few days prior.
And again, did you follow your standard protocol after your response?
I did.
After you arrived at the location?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you document in the defendant's vehicle on that occasion?
I believe Mr. Montgomery was the only person in the vehicle.
Do you believe that looking at your report might refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, it would.
I can have just a minute. Can I approach your honor?
Yes?
Thank you, Mary Mac. Good morning to you.
According to my report, Kayla Montgomery was a passenger in the vehicle.
And during that response, did you note her relative seating location?
She was in the front passenger seat.
On that occasion, did you look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked inside or not.
Did you note anything about the defendant's vehicle?
On this occasion, it was the same vehicle I had dealt with the week before. The only thing that I noted about it was the new damage on the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that November 29th response that you had. Around what time that day did you respond to the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory of the exact time.
It's so funny. He can't read from the report because it's hearsay, but he can use the report to refresh his recollections. So as long as he reads it and then he remembers it,
It's okay.
then he can say it. But he can't read it because it's hearsay.
He can just reference it.
That was approximately 3:53 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how about on December 2nd? What time did you arrive on the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report
Oh,
to get
Lord.
the time that I was.
Let's see if me reading the report refreshes my recollection or not. What do you know? My memory suddenly refreshed. It was exactly this time. What are the odds?
That was approximately
Yeah.
10:43 a.m.
Uh-huh.
So do you think he should have memorized this, Kurt?
No, there's nothing illegal about it. I just find it hilarious.
I mean, it has been 5 years.
It's
No further
approximately
questions. Thank you, Officer
10:43 a.m.
Benson.
Really,
The
you
defense may have
remember
some
that
questions,
now,
please.
do you? It was approximately 10:43.
Morning.
Morning.
You remember that?
My name's Caroline
Sure you do.
Smith, and I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one involves the December 2nd accident that you were just talking about in 2019. And where was that accident?
I would need to look at my report to get the exact address.
Do you still have it up there?
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
I need more coffee.
Maybe you just need more water. You're a wilting
That was at
plant.
Franklin
you
and Market Street.
require more
And
water.
that's right around the clinic at Franklin?
It is in that general area, yes.
Okay. And the one at, on 1129, where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far, I believe approximately a half mile if I were to guess.
Okay. And on the, I don't mean to skip back and forth, so I'll stick with the November
Yes, you do.
29. You don't have a specific recollection of how you talk to people, right?
Not specifically, no.
Whether, who was inside the car, who was outside the car when you talked to them, right?
No.
But if people were inside the car, you probably would have walked up to the car and talked to them through the window, right?
Yes, that's generally what I do.
Okay. And you saw the two boys in the back?
I saw two boys there. I don't remember if they were inside the vehicle or outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when adults are driving around with, when anybody is driving around with children in the car, you recall that you were given the ages of the children, right?
Yes.
And one was over a year?
Again, I would have to look at the My report for the,
Please do. And I meant to say under a year.
and to note what the dates are, what their birth dates are in as of the date. Yes, one would be under a year or approximately that age.
And when adults are driving around with a child under 1, that child is to be in a baby seat, right?
Yes.
And if the child is not in a baby seat, what happens?
Generally, it's against the law and would be up to the officer's discretion to issue a summons for that or not.
Okay. And the second child was under 3?
Approximately.
And what are the restraints to be on a child under 3?
Also in a car seat.
Okay. And how about a child of 5?
Again, I'm 5 years old. I'm not sure. I would need to look at the exacts, but I believe it's any child under a certain size also would need a car seat.
Shouldn't he know this?
And at the very
Yikes.
least, I think it's under 12, have to be buckled in the seatbelt?
Yes.
And so you were aware of 2 children, right?
Yes.
And you had no concerns about their restraints, the child seat?
From what I remember, I do not. I did not.
You didn't look.
By the way, I did say that the 1129 was outside, we said, I believe, outside Vinton and Wilson. The 12-2 was outside the clinic.
Correct.
And the 12-2 outside the clinic was 10:43?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, still morning hours.
Yes.
And the 11:29 was in the afternoon, 3:53, 4-ish,
Correct.
still light out, right?
For that time of year, yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that you gathered pertinent information about the driver in the car, like the license, registration, insurance.
Correct.
And Mr. Montgomery had a license, right?
He did. He provided me a New Hampshire license.
Okay. And as far as you could tell, it was valid, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise, there would have been a problem there too, right?
Yes. Another thing I do is I will have dispatch do a driver's license status of any individuals who are operating the motor vehicles.
Okay. And so then on the accident on the 2nd, there were only people in the front seats of the car, no one in the back seat, right?
That's what I documented. I don't recall the specifics of the vehicle, but that's what I documented.
Okay. And again, whether you talked to the driver inside the car or outside the car, you would have talked to the driver, right?
Yes.
And if the passenger was inside the car, you would have walked up to the passenger side to talk to her, right?
I would speak to him either through the driver's side or depending on the situation, sometimes through the driver's side, sometimes through the passenger side, but I will speak to them directly.
Okay. And you did not see any children on that day, right?
No.
You didn't see any boys in the car?
No. If I did, I would have documented it.
Okay. Let's see, what might they- Oh, yeah. Seating on the, I'm sorry, I'm going back again when I said I wouldn't. On 1129, you specifically documented the seating,
Correct.
and Seamus was in the middle.
I believe so.
So there would have been you can check your report. I think you documented it, right?
Yes.
And so Declan was on one side, Seamus on the other, and then you would have noticed Kayla or been told that Kayla was on the other side, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
That's all she got.
The witness isn't here for very much in the first place, so sure, why not?
Any objection to that?
No.
Yeah, one time I
down
came to
your
an
excuse.
accident, we came to a scene, it's like, whatever.
Someone in the chat said cops here installed car seats for us. I'm like, I hope it's not him.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Mr. Matthew Gendron to the stand.
Matthew Gendron. Let's see on the witness list. Look at, I'm all prepared, Uncivil.
You have a witness list?
I
That's
put
way
it.
too that's way too prepared.
I put it in the little private chat, so you can pull it up as well. What did they say his name is? Oh, this is definitely one of their friends.
Mr. Gendron, please follow the bailiff and just watch your foot on the...
There's 79 civilian witnesses on this list.
Oh, it's got like some sort of bob ponytail thing
Remain
going
standing
on.
for just a brief moment, please.
I might be misjudging.
Would you please raise your right
Oh,
hand?
this guy's a tool.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Give us your name.
Mr. Gendron, thank you for coming today. I wondered if you would please go ahead and state your
You could have
full
also
name and then
ironed your
spell
shirt,
both
by
your
the way.
first and your last name for the record.
It's Matthew Gendron, Matthew.
He's number 54 on the witness
Gendron.
list.
And Mr. Gendron, what town are you currently living in?
Manchester.
Oh,
How long have you lived here in Manchester?
About 12 years or so.
Okay. And right now, are you working?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do in general?
I work in a restaurant.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Most of my life, but I've been at my current job for close to 5 years now.
Okay. Let me ask, at one point in 2019, did you ever work at a Dunkin Donuts?
Yes, sir.
And where was that Dunkin Donuts?
It's located at Beach Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
While you were there, did you ever work with somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know who his wife is? Or was?
Kayla Montgomery.
Did you meet her there as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work there with Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery?
Probably around a year or so.
How long overall did you work at that Dunkin Donuts?
I think I worked there 2 years.
Did you get the job, or were you working there when Adam Montgomery started working there, or was he working there when you got there?
He was already employed when I got there.
Okay. And what about Kayla Montgomery?
Same.
Same thing? All right. Did you ever hang out with Adam Montgomery?
A few times.
Okay. And did you ever friend him on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you send messages back and forth to each other?
Yep.
All right. And back in 2019, about how often would you guys talk with each other?
I try to initiate a conversation every week or so.
Were you still working at Dunkin Donuts when Adam Montgomery stopped working at Dunkin Donuts?
Yes.
All right. If I could approach the witness, please.
I wonder if he was the manager or something. Because Kayla stole money from the till.
Of course she did.
Andrew.
Ask you show you what's been marked States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
And who is this?
That is Adam Montgomery.
That's the person that you worked with?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to also show you what's been marked
What is it? It's Fat Tuesday.
for identification purposes. Jim, I'm going to hand you one more exhibit. This one's marked States Exhibit 11 for identification purposes only.
Okay.
And I'm going to, first of all, I'm just going to remove these old police reports here. I want to ask you just about that particular exhibit. I wonder if you could go ahead and flip through all 3 pages just for a moment for yourself, just to orient yourself with it.
Jesus.
Having all kinds of drama over there today, aren't we? All right, we could not have that directly into the mic. That'd be great.
That's what they do. Wait till they start coughing. It blows your eardrums. Had a-
In general, these particular images, what are these images of?
Of a Facebook chat with myself and Adam and Kayla.
And was that on your Facebook page?
Correct.
With regards to the conversation that you have there, do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And do you remember having looked at those images at the time that you received them?
Yes.
Other than the fact that they're on paper and there's a little red sticker down on the bottom of the first page, any sort of
On paper?
alterations or
Unprinted.
changes to those images compared to when you saw them and you first got those messages?
Not to my knowledge.
And are they accurate in terms of the time and date that you remember getting this message from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 11 and to publish, please.
Any objection? I'm sorry, you said no objection. Without objection, thank you. The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Mr. Jenner, I'm going to go ahead and leave this copy here if for some reason you need to refer to it.
I have a feeling you will.
Attention up to the screen and have you, excuse me, walk us through this exhibit together so we can understand this message that you got as you testified from the defendant and his Facebook page. So back in, let's go ahead to December 8th of 2019. Were you still working at Dunkin Donuts on December 8th?
I don't recall. Maybe.
And, well, with regards to, at that point in time, do you know if, well, excuse me, you said you're not too sure if you were
At
working.
the time of these messages, I was at a different restaurant.
You were at a different restaurant, okay. So you were no longer working with the defendant at Dunkin
Correct.
Donuts. All right. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention. You can either look down or look at the screen behind you. And I want to go ahead and draw your attention to page 1 of Exhibit 11. And with regards to that, is this, what you're seeing on the screen behind you, can you just confirm for us that is page 1 of Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the conversation itself. First of all, what time did you get these messages on, specifically on the 8th? When did they start appearing?
After midnight.
After midnight on the 8th? Okay. And specifically, what time did you first get the very first message here from?
12:13 a.m. It says.
12:13 a.m.?
Yep.
Okay. With regards to that particular time, could you go ahead and please read that message for us, the message that you received at 12:13 a.m.?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
Okay. And separate from that, did you get another message right afterwards, or excuse me, shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what time did you get that second message?
12:58.
Okay. And what was the message that you got then?
Says I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car, and our battery just died.
Now, separate from that, did you then start responding back to this Facebook message from Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. And what did you write?
I said I don't have any cables.
Okay. And then, what's the next message that you received in this conversation?
This is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight.
And with regards to that message, at that point, when it says this is Kayla, who do you believe now has the phone?
I believe it was Kayla. That was a joint account they had together.
Okay. In general, when you received messages from this account, were you able to tell who it was from, whether it was from Adam Montgomery or whether it was from Kayla?
Not until they identified themselves.
Okay. And what about with regards to how they wrote, the type of words that they used? Did you notice a difference?
Not really.
Okay. What's the response that you wrote back after that? You received that message about we will literally die tonight.
I just got home from work and have to get up early for work tomorrow. What's even open and where are you guys?
Okay. So to clarify, at this point when you're writing, you said I don't have cables. Was that true?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't.
I didn't have jumper cables.
Okay. And when you say when you move on about having to get up early for work tomorrow, you asked where they were. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why did you ask that question?
I was just curious as to where they wanted me to drive all around to at that hour.
Pardon me. continuing on with the bottom part of page 1 here of the exhibit, I wondered if you could go ahead and, what's the response you got to that?
It's okay, Matt. I don't know what it is open. I'm sorry.
That IDK, does that mean I don't know? Or I don't know?
I don't know, yeah.
Okay. And what did you say back?
It's not your fault. I just don't have cables. It's not so I know what's open.
Okay. And so at that time of night, did you know what was open or not? All right, it has to be a verbal answer of a yes
no,
or no.
sir.
I'm sorry, because the microphone's picking
Yeah.
up and recording. I wondered if you could go ahead and turn to page 2 now and walk us through the next part of this conversation that you're having. After that you said you didn't know what was open, what message did you start getting on the account?
I think either if mobile don't have them, the only place is Amherst Walmart. So I know you need to get out early. Have a good night. Sorry.
You said get out early. Is that what was written?
That's what it looks like it was written. There's a lot of typos.
Okay. Certainly, would you say that the typos that you're seeing here is different from what you saw before when you got the message saying that it was from Kayla?
I would assume it's from the same person still.
Okay. Even though the
They
typos.
didn't identify they changed people, so I'm assuming it's still Kayla.
Okay. And so, what do you respond back when they say, I'm sorry?
I said, it's okay. Try to have a good night.
So sad, too bad.
Well, let me just, excuse me, that's right. Let me just try to get to it. You say, it's okay, try to have a good night?
Yep.
And what's the response that you got back after that?
I'm going to try. We can die in this weather. We can't, right? We can just really, can't even read that.
Is it CILD? Are we reading that right?
CILD.
Okay.
And it said, hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Looking at that first line, I'm going to try, can we, I'm going to try, can we die in this weather?
Kimmy
And then
testified
is it
yesterday.
We, how does they
about
spell the next word after we?
Looks like
cable pack or whatever she
CSNT.
said.
Is it fair to assume that might be camp?
If I were reading this, I might be sorely tempted to be a dick
we
and read it
can
literally
just-
as it
is
was
that
written.
VE?
That's what I got.
I would.
Okay.
Does it say
Just
jumper
V,
cables? No, it doesn't.
Really,
it says
and
Doomer
the
canals.
CILD. What do you think that word is?
Probably
meant to be?
cold.
Really cold. Okay. And then the line afterwards.
Hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Who's Kimmy? Do you know who Kimmy is?
Kimberly Frayne?
That was our
And,
girl
were you
yesterday,
Facebook
guys.
friends with her?
Yep. I also worked with her as well
Right.
at the same location.
And with regards to that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and flip over to page 3 now. And, or excuse me, if you could stay at the bottom of page 2. I apologize, we didn't finish here. You said, can Kimmy jump you? Is that correct?
That's what I said, yep.
What did they respond?
She don't have a car. That's why I've been messaging everyone.
You mean she don't?
And just for clarity's sake, when you said
her
she don't
car.
have her car, what was
That's
actually
why
spelled?
I'd be messaging
Was that actually
everyone.
spelled?
Yep.
She don't have GER car. She don't have her car.
Fair to say, though, you interpreted that as her car?
Correct.
All right. And that's why I've been messaging everyone. If you could go to page 3 of that exhibit and kind of take us through how this conversation ended that day. After they said she don't have her car, that's why I've been messaging everyone. What was the next thing that you received, the next message?
So do YIH not want to do that?
What did you interpret that to mean?
Probably being, do you not want to do that?
And what did you write back?
I don't really feel like running all over the place at this hour of the night. Did you try a 24-hour road assistance thing?
What were you suggesting to them when you said 24-hour road
Like
assistance?
AAA or just one of those type of services, I guess?
Have you ever used that service in the past?
I didn't have it at the time, but I have used it since.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Have you used it since? And did you find that they do have that ability to be able to jump a car?
Yeah.
And if you could go ahead and take us through the next part of your conversation here.
Okay.
What did they respond after you suggested that they try to find somebody who could do the jump service?
It's not our car, Matt. Our car died today. I'm assuming the word his friend is letting us stay in his. It's all good, Matt. Don't worry about it. I just don't want to freeze tonight. I've messaged everyone else.
Every else.
So again, some of those
Right.
words misspelled.
Correct.
And when you were just reading for us, is that your interpretation of those misspellings?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did they say after saying we've messaged everyone else? What did they write?
NOOBE, I'm assuming means nobody has cables or
It's
nobody has their cars.
Noob has cabs,
Newbie.
or noob has their
Interpreted
cats.
as cars.
Correct.
Okay.
She's
With regards
high
to
as
that,
fuck.
what did you say back to when they were said nobody has cables and nobody has cats? What did you write back?
I get all that, but roadside assistants can jump a car. They have helped me before. They don't ask for proof of ownership.
Sure.
So, when you write that back to them, what's the response that you got?
Yeah, no one of us has insurance. Don't worry about it, man.
And what time was that final message that day?
I can tell that's Adam.
1:53 a.m.
WORRIE. Don't worry about it, man. Yes, he is, Samantha. Oh, yes, he is.
Mr. Gendron, after that conversation on December,
That's okay. The towing companies don't need insurance either. They'll take credit for it.
let me ask, did you, let's say, I don't know, maybe a month later in January of 2020, did you have any other Facebook messages from Adam Montgomery or any other discussions with Adam Montgomery about what happened that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever, was there ever a conversation with Adam Montgomery with regards to you not responding that night?
Also not to my memory.
Not to your memory?
It's been a while.
Okay. If I could just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
I'm pretty sure the drug dealer is the one that said, "Here, you can sleep in my car," right? Or in his parking lot. He didn't want them in the house. He gave him pizza and said,
A drug
"Stay
dealer
outside."
gives you pizza. That's a good drug deal. That's a nice drug
At
deal.
least he got him something, right? He got him food. That
My drug dealer never gave me pizza.
dude, that Dunkin Donuts must have been a trip to go to. Can you imagine the line there in the mornings? These people running it. We got Kayla
Mr.
and
Gendron, I have one final
Kimberly?
question for you. With regards to the time that you were asked to go ahead and provide a jump, and you had this conversation with the defendant, with regards to that, at that time, did you know where he was living?
I did not.
And were you ever made aware that he was homeless at that time?
That was the first time I found out.
Okay. When did you find out?
Well, during that message that they're living in their car, I had no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gendron. I don't have any
they
further
always looked
questions for you. I
so
believe
well put
defense counsel
together,
will
he
have a
couldn't
few.
tell.
I do not. No questions, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your
They
Honor.
were always so clean and well
Maybe
put together.
excuse-
I had no idea they were living in their car. No, this is not Anthony. This was Michael. What was his name? Matthew Gendron. Let's see who the next one is. I've got my list ready, guys. Usually have a list. Anthony Bordoro, I think he got a deal. I think they're doing some drug bust. I pulled up maybe Tabitha's next. I pulled up an article yesterday where they busted a bunch of drug dealers. 2023, and Tabitha was one of them, the one that's going to testify here.
At this point, the state would call Mr. Aaron Sweeney
No.
to the stand.
Not yet. Aaron Sweeney. Who is Aaron Sweeney? There's a Aaron Montgomery. It's the only Aaron I see. And an Aaron Rue. Anthony Badero is number 7. And then there's 2 Small from Kelsey Small, the one that died, the girlfriend. There's 2 people from her family on here as well. Here we go.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through. Thank you.
I do appreciate the last guy put on a shirt and tie. That was nice.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing.
I honestly think that guy was a little slow.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to
I
have a seat.
don't know if he was necessarily a drug addict.
And Mr. Sweeney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Aaron Sweeney, Aaron Sweeny.
And Mr. Sweeney, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire,
Okay, how long have you been living here?
since second grade, so a long time.
Long time, okay. And are you currently working?
Yes.
And where do you work?
BJ's, right here in Manchester,
Holy lips.
And what shift do you work for BJ's?
third shift.
Okay, so let me ask you, it's about 9:55. How long have you been up?
I actually called out last night, so
Okay.
to make sure I got sleep.
Give me a kiss.
So I just want to make sure that
Mwah.
you did get a good night's sleep.
Christ
Okay.
almighty.
If for any reason you need me to restate your question, or any lawyer to restate a question, just let us know and we'll be glad to do it, okay?
Okay.
All right. With regards to your work for BJ's, how long have you been working for them?
Almost a year.
Year. And prior to that, back in 2019, what sort of job did you have back then?
I believe that's when I was towing.
Okay. And were you towing for a company called Auto City Towing?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a particular tow back on December 7th of 2019 at the intersection of Webster and Elm Street around 12:52 in the afternoon. Do you remember that tow?
A little bit, not fully.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you go ahead and you tow a car, can you kind of explain to the jury what sort of procedures that you go through when you're making a tow?
Our office just calls one of the drivers, and we're handed a piece of paper saying where we're going and what it's for, and then we just proceed to the location.
What about when it's a vehicle that has broken down? Is there a way that Manchester Police Department might dispatch you out for a tow?
Well, yeah, they call our tow company, and then our guy at the front desk dispatches us out, unless the individual themselves call for a tow.
Do you end up making contact with the police department before you go to do a tow?
No.
Just go straight from them?
It goes straight to our front desk, and then we're handed a piece of paper, and then we go right to the scene.
When you get to a scene for a tow, what are some of the very first things that you do, just generally?
Just contact whatever vehicle's involved and find out what's going on and where it's going.
And from there, when you do have to use a tow, what kind of tow truck are we talking about?
Flatbed. So the big
Flatbed?
ones, yeah.
And could you go ahead and please explain to the jury what's the process you have to go through to put a car onto a flatbed as compared to, say, putting on a car where you're just kind of putting two wheels up and the back two wheels are rolling?
We just get in a good spot, we hook it up, and then we pull it up. That's it, really.
And what about when you have to do documentation of this tow? How do you document the tow that you're doing?
We have a separate tow slip, like the drivers use, and we just write, like, general information on it.
Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 3B and 3C, if I may. Just a moment, please.
Carly? Uncivil your face.
Yeah.
Your expression's correct. Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes only. And I'd also like to show you as page 6 of what's been marked State's Exhibit 3C for identification purposes only. And just have you take a look at those two documents for a moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go ahead and start with State's Exhibit, page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. How do you recognize that?
This is the tow slip that the drivers fill out.
Okay. So if you did a tow, is that
How
the
much
slip
do
that
I
you
owe
fill
you
out?
for the
Yep.
tow?
And
I don't
what
take
about
money.
State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes? What's that?
This is what is typed out by the gentleman at the front desk
Front desk what?
of Auto City.
Of Auto City?
Yep.
Okay. So that's not something that you yourself fill out?
No.
Okay. With regards to page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C, on that particular one, who fills out that information?
I do.
Okay. And when do you fill that out?
We fill out just very little bit before the tow. Once we get to the tow, we can fill out more, or if we have to, we fill it out once we get back to the lot.
And by the time that you are done with that tow, when you drop the car back off at the lot, at that point, you have to have the rest of that filled out?
Yep, so the rest of this is filled out, and then we give it back to the gentleman who types out the other one.
And with regards to, other than the fact that, if you look at State's Exhibit 3C, page 6, other than the fact that it's obviously not on the original paper, it's been photocopied, do you notice any other sort of changes or alterations from when you would have filled that out?
No.
Do you recognize your initials down there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you fill this form out?
Yes.
At this point in time, Your Honor, if I'm going to take these back from you for just a moment, sir. The state is going to move page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. We move for the identification be stricken from page 6 and to make it a child exhibit of 3C, make it 3C1.
Any objection?
To page 6, so should it, if the exhibit is more than one page, should it be a separate exhibit? Like 3D? May we approach?
All right. I think Adam is going to show up too. What are your thoughts, Mr. Kurt?
With the way this trial's going, sure, why not?
I mean, anything can happen, but I did hear, or I read an article or something where a lawyer said that the opening statements sounded like the information could only come from Adam himself. So I don't really remember the openings. I didn't re-listen to them, but that might be something to listen to
maybe.
again. But I mean, if he's going to blame Kayla, doesn't he kind of have to? Because yesterday they didn't blame her for killing Harmony when she was on the stand. So that's got to come out somehow, right?
Presumably, because who else would be there to be able to testify as to what she did or did not do?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who else could be a witness?
Right.
So I would think he would have to testify.
Yeah, and I think he's only going to show up for that. I don't think he's going to show up for anything other than that.
Which is very strange, but okay.
It is. But he might play it like he couldn't handle listening to it or some shit. I mean, this guy's a manipulator, right? Gaslighter. He could say,
I don't know.
I couldn't handle the testimony because he said at his prelim,
Correct.
I can't wait to
And
face these
I
charges. I
apologize,
did not kill my
Mr.
daughter.
Sweeney, I just want to show you that page 6 from State's Exhibit 3.
I think he's going to speak.
And then I'm going to show you.
Maybe he
3C,
didn't. I mean, I'm not
3C,
exactly
Right. I mean, maybe he
bowled
didn't.
over by Kayla.
Are those the same tow slips?
Yes.
And again,
Right,
other
I
than
agree.
the fact that this one's a little bit easier to read and on it with a red sticker, any other sort of changes or alterations between those two?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this point, Your Honor, State moves for strike ID from State's Exhibit 3A.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken on 3A. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Sweeney, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and give this to you to have right there, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Sweeney, I'm going to go ahead and have you be able to look at that photocopy.
Mr.
close.
Sweeney.
I'm also going to have a projector on the screen behind you. I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about the different sections of this form.
Okay.
And the information you filled out. There we go. So, Mr. Sweeney, if you would just turn around just for the briefest of moments, and Is that a copy of State's Exhibit 3A that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Fair to say it's kind of hard to read at that size, isn't it? Is it easier on the paper?
Yeah, I can read it.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and kind of go through a little bit of the information that you filled out on this form, and you could tell us a little bit more about the tow. First of all, where did you go to make this tow?
Corner of Webster and Elm.
On corner of Webster and Elm?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you ended up towing the car initially, did you bring it straight back to the lot, or did you bring it somewhere else first?
I brought it over to the gas station that was on that same corner.
Would that be Budget Gas right on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bring it there before bringing it back to the lot?
So they can get some things out of their car.
Do you always do that?
Only if it's safe enough, or if there is a safe enough area to do it, I will. If not, I just direct them to come back to the shop.
When you were there, where did you park in the gas station parking lot?
Just close to Elm Street, like out of the way of the pumps.
All right. And at that point, did you allow some people to get some stuff out?
Yes.
Okay. Who got material out of the car?
I just only remember two gentlemen.
Two gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me.
Jesus.
And once you've towed a car for somebody to get things
really
out
hurt
of
me
it,
in my earbuds,
what do you
by
have
the
to
way.
do? Do they just
Put
kind
it
of climb
right
up the
into
side
my
of the truck,
eardrums.
or?
No, so what I did was I extended the bed back out and I tilted it down so they can go up the ramp.
Okay. And then did you see the two people do that? Get
Yes.
things out of the car? Where did they put those things?
In another car.
Do you remember what that other car looked like?
No.
And the two men that you saw do this, do you remember what they look like?
No.
What kinds of things did you see get taken out of the car? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Typically, when people clean out their car, like especially on the side of the road, I just stay by my truck, give them space.
Okay.
I periodically look over to see if they're done.
And once they were finished, where did you bring this car?
Back to our lot
Right.
at Auto City.
So let me ask you, with regards to the car itself, what kind of car was it that you towed?
A Sebring, as the slip says.
Okay. And let me ask, again, you
Sebring?
filled out the slip on the day of, is that
Yep.
correct? So fair to say that the information was fresh in your mind while you were there doing this?
Yes.
All right. And for the different areas that you might not know right off the top of your head, somebody's phone number or somebody's home address, how do you get that information?
If the person who's driving the vehicle is there, I just ask them.
Okay. When you fill the slip out, where does it go once you get done with it?
It goes to the gentleman at the front desk, and then he does whatever he has to do with it.
And let me ask, is that, you earlier looked at State's Exhibit 3B, is that you said that was a type-up version?
Yep.
Is that where this information will go?
Yes.
What is some of the information in general? I'll ask you about specifics in a minute, but in general, what are some of the information that you record?
Just the VIN number, the make, the model.
Okay. VIN number, so is that a vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also record things like mileage?
Nope.
Okay. Do you record a reason to make this tow?
Yes.
And what about your own mileage and going to make a tow? Is that important to record?
Yeah, we've always been told like the mileage from the start of the tow until we get back to our lot.
So what I'd like to do now is go through the different sections of the tow slip with you on State's Exhibit 3A and have you explain what we're looking at and the information that you filled in that day, all right?
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and start focusing on the very top section there. Could you go ahead and just tell us what's the time that you made this tow?
12:52.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay. And who was it that had requested the tow?
Manchester PD.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it's normal.
All right. What was the reason that you were towing the car?
Disabled vehicle.
And the intersection itself, could you say where that was?
Webster and Elm Street.
Pardon me. Where did you bring the car to?
Auto City.
Where's their tow lot?
It's on Commercial Street. It's right in the same building
Okay.
as our office.
Same building as your office?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go through as well, the information of the owner of the car, the driver, who do you get that from?
The driver, if they're there.
And what information did you write down in this report?
Adam Montgomery.
What address did he give you?
77 Guilford Street.
And this information would have come from him?
Yes.
All right. Next area I'd like to ask you about is a phone number. Did you get any phone number to contact him on?
No.
Did you ask for one, or would you have asked for one?
We usually ask for one, and if they don't give us it, then we don't expect them to come back
Don't expect them to come back. What does that mean?
for their car.
Okay. At that point, it's believed that the car is going to be abandoned? Is that the...
That's what we assume.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about some of the other information. How do you, the information that you write down about the car itself, I know you said the VIN number. Can we see that on the tow form?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the year of the car or the make of the car?
That is on there as well.
Okay. And could you again just give us the year, the make, and the model of car?
2010 Chrysler Sebring, silver.
Okay. Was there a license plate on this car?
Yes.
And what license plate was there?
4368206.
Was that a New Hampshire plate?
Yes.
All right. And the color of the car? What was the color?
Silver.
All right. I see that there was something else that was initially written and then crossed out.
Yep, blue.
Okay. Who would have done that cross out?
Me.
All right. Looking at some of the other information on this, I believe you just read the license plate for us. Is the VIN number on there as well?
Yes.
All right. And could you go ahead and read the VIN number for us, please?
1C, 3C, C, 5F, B1, AN, 137502.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the mileage that you write down. Is that your mileage?
It says service, right where it says mileage and service time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not the car's mileage?
No.
All right. And the service times, what are the two times that you put down?
12:52 is when I left, and 1:39 is when I got back.
Okay. And when you say left, left where?
Left a lot.
Left the lot. Oh, left the lot to go make the tow.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then separate from that section, I'd like to ask about the reasons. What were the reasons that you checked off for why you were towing the car?
It was disabled and the type of truck that we have.
One of the last sections I'd like to ask about this particular slip is in your remarks section. You wrote two things. Could you please read those for us?
No registration and no phone.
Okay. And when you say no registration, would you have asked for a registration?
Yep.
Okay. And is that a normal part of your practice when you make a tow?
Yes, it's just to get the most accurate information on the vehicle itself.
Okay. And about the phone number, same thing?
Same thing.
Finally, you're the tow driver on this car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you go ahead and write down your initials on that?
Yep.
Okay. And what were your initials?
AS.
All right. If you could just go ahead and look at the screen behind you for a moment, can you just show us, just point generally where your initials are?
You're right there. It says tow driver.
Okay. Thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I know that you stated that when you made this tow, there were two male individuals that helped get things out of the car. Let me ask you, when you were making this tow, did you see any children at all?
No.
None whatsoever?
Nope.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do, Mr. Sweeney. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
That was the, yeah.
So the car was about 20 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you respond to that location, is Manchester PD still there?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Because once a car is disabled, especially in a busy intersection, they want to make sure people are moving around pretty safe, right?
Yep.
And
Welcome back.
your flatbed actually has to go a little bit into the intersection to put the car on the flatbed, right?
Yeah, depending on the angle of the car.
Okay, and if a car is parked straight as if going straight through a traffic light, that's the kind of thing that you would get straight in front of it to put it on the flatbed?
Yep,
Okay. And was the car unlocked?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you go in to like make sure the brakes aren't on or anything like that before you tow?
Nope.
Okay, with a flatbed, you can just lift it up?
We pull it up with a tow cable.
Okay. And you don't check to make sure the parking brake's off?
Nope.
Okay. Fair to say that you probably were there within 20 minutes of when that car broke down?
Yeah.
Okay. And you drove over to, so the two guys that came up to get stuff out of the car, was the car already on the flatbed at that point?
Yeah.
And they came over and asked you if they could get some stuff out?
Yeah.
And you said, well, I got to get out of here. I'll pull over to the budget.
Yeah.
And then you stand aside and they go through the car and get stuff?
Yep.
Might be going through the front of the car?
They go wherever they can get access to.
Okay. And it was not locked, right?
No.
Did anybody give you the keys to the car?
Either they were in the ignition or they were handed to me, but I honestly don't remember.
You did have the keys, though?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you give them back for when they were going through the car, or did they give you the keys after they went through the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, with Mr. Sweeney, you were asked a moment ago in regards to how long the car had been there, for maybe about 20 minutes. Do you know how long the car had been there in terms, when you say that 20 minutes, where does that number come from?
Yeah, just by the time we get the call and I get to the scene.
Do you know what time Manchester would have found that car, or then turned around in the time between that and sending the note over to you guys to do the tow?
I have no idea. It's basically, once the police get to that particular scene, they just call us, or they call somebody.
So you know the time when you got dispatched?
Yeah.
out, but not necessarily what happened?
Nope.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
When a car is broken down at a busy intersection, you try and get out there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah.
And so, for a dangerous situation, things happen pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'd ask the witness to be excused, please.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused?
May I have him on call?
Yes.
We need the tow truck driver
We
on
advise the
call.
witness. Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, someone asked
Mhm.
if he can be recalled. Yeah, unless the subpoena is withdrawn, then he can be recalled in the defense.
Look at him. He's
case.
like,
So
really?
that's why they ask.
Just let me go.
That's why they ask, because like if they don't agree, then the defense can call him in their case.
Like they did with Kayla yesterday when she left. They can recall her, they said. My cat's getting pissed at
Yeah.
me. She never cooperates. Well, okay, I think I'm all squared away. I think I've got all the water cleaned up. I think I'm good to go.
Well,
I wonder who's next. They're probably going to take a break.
we could use a break.
Keep going.
Contemplating breakfast.
We got to get through this. Ooh, what's for breakfast?
I don't know. Maybe some scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs, sausage, like together in a tortilla. What do you call that? A breakfast burrito? That sounds good.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Scrambled egg and sausage breakfast burrito sounds good. Baby Harley.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call specifically Mr. Joseph Tucker to the stand.
Joseph Tucker. Let's see who he is. Mr. Tucker.
Sometimes I make this breakfast casserole. I'll break like a dozen eggs with
careful
like
of the
2
wires
pounds
as you're
of
walking
beef,
through.
cheese,
He's
Make that in
Manchester
a
Police.
pen.
Go ahead and take the witness
That
stand
sounds
and remain
amazing.
standing when you get there, sir.
This is Manchester Police.
There we go. And Mr. Tucker, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Tucker, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Joseph Tucker, Joseph, and Tucker.
Okay. And Mr. Tucker, are you currently employed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, and where do you work?
The Catholic Medical Center.
How long have you been working for them?
I just started back up in January.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm the cybersecurity manager.
And prior to working for a Catholic Medical Center as the cybersecurity manager, where did you work?
Solution Health.
Solution Help?
Health.
Health,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And what was the time that you were working for them?
April 2022 until January of 2023.
And prior to that, and I will ask you to just, if you can even move a little bit closer
Yes,
to the
sir.
microphone, I'll have you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you. Thank you. With regards to working for Secure Health, before that, where did you work?
Manchester Police Department, sir.
And again, I'm going to have you just kind of keep your voice up a little bit if you can.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. How long did you work for the Manchester Police Department?
Since 2015, so 8 years-ish.
Roughly that long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working there in January of 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about when you were a Manchester police officer. First of all, were you a full-time certified officer?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did, yes, sir.
When was that?
2012?
Around 2012?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class number?
163.
163. All right. And let me ask you, with regards to your work with the Manchester Police Department, were there any other sort of law enforcement jobs that you had prior to that?
I worked for the Laconia Police Department before I went to Manchester.
How long in Laconia?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015, and then Manchester from 2015 to 2022?
Yes, sir. I did. I retired full time from Manchester PD, and then I did about a year as a reserve officer working in like cybercrime.
Okay.
So I don't know if you include that.
Okay. Yep, that's what I'm asking about, is all your experience there. With regards to your different duties in the Manchester Police Department, could you explain to us some of the different units that you worked at, different assignments that you had prior to you working in areas of being a detective?
Yes, sir. I worked in patrol. I worked midnights for all 3 shifts, midnights, 4 to 12 day shift. I had a canine saber. We were primarily on 4 to 12. I helped create the drone unit, so I was part of the drone unit, and then went up to detectives at that point, sir.
And then went to detectives after that?
Yes, sir.
As a detective, what were some of your responsibilities and duties?
I was fortunate enough, I was a cross between general detectives and then also the cybercrime unit. So I assisted in both like digital cases, ICAC tips, cybercrime tips, and then I also did general caseload for detectives.
General caseload, what does that mean?
Anything from, financial crimes, fraud, homicides, violent crimes. Sure.
And how long did you do that?
I believe I went up in detectives in 2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Separate from that in detectives, did you have any work in doing processing, specifically looking at physical items to see if there's any evidence on them?
Yes, sir.
And in January of 2022, were you asked to assist other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search done?
At the Manchester Police Department, and we have a vehicle processing bay, which is right outside of where the Sally Port is.
I imagine we might hear some testimony later on about this bay, so could you go ahead and describe it for the jury, please?
Sure. The bay itself, You can only access it from the secured back lot where we park most of the police vehicles. There is a 2 garage sally port. The left side used to have like tactical vehicles, and then the right side is where we would drop prisoners off or transport prisoners. Just to the right of that is a single bay garage door that opens up, and then there's also a side door to access it. Both are secure. You need your ID has to get in, and then inside of that bay, it could probably fit a full-size pickup if you took the pickup and went sideways. But
So it's a good sized garage.
yeah, and then we had tools in there for disassembling vehicles, and then we had evidence supplies down there. So if it was inclement weather or it was a long search, you could utilize the bay.
Okay. Let me ask you, what was your role during this search of this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206?
I was Detective O'Leary. He's now Sergeant O'Leary. He was, we joked around and called him the incident commander, but he was the guy that was in charge of all the crime scene processing. So I was more or less there to assist him.
And what were some of the things that you did to assist him, just generally?
Generally, collecting of evidence items, the log, if there was any pictures. We were blue starring, which is a process to try to obtain any blood samples from the vehicle. So sounds silly, but you have to turn the lights off for that. So I was the light guy, things like that.
The light guy, so literally turn the lights off,
Yes.
turn the lights on?
Yeah, and then you'd have to set the camera for 30 seconds, 60 seconds exposure to take the photo. So I would have a flashlight just so we could still navigate a little bit without the direct light.
So were you the one administering the Blue Star, or that was somebody else?
That was Detective O'Leary.
All right. Let me ask you, what roles do initials play at the Manchester Police Department when you're labeling evidence?
Generally speaking, when I initialed something, it was an item that I collected.
Okay. And what were your initials?
JMT.
So if you collected an item today, if you were going to collect this tissue box, and this was going to be an item of evidence that you went ahead and entered in at the Manchester Police Department, how would you have labeled this? If this is your first item of the day.
Sure. The box itself would have been JMT1, and then any items inside the box, like tissues, would be JMT1-A-B, and subsequently.
Okay. Oh, I could see that. So something like, let's say,
in a backpack.
Like a backpack.
JMT1, and then if you have an item in the backpack, you want a 1A, signifying that item A came from 1.
When you were assisting in doing the search of this car, were there other officers there to help you as well? Besides
Yes,
just
but
yourself and Sergeant O'Leary?
Initially, there was a lot of in and out, a lot of people checking in.
All right. And with regards to the items of physical items, of potential evidence that you collected, do you remember how many that you directly took and initialed in the way that you just described for us?
8.
8.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would have been, what, JMT 1 through JMT 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was one of those JMT 7 a pink toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please, Will. Just a moment, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tucker, I'd like to go ahead and hand you a couple of photographs, have you look through all of them, and then afterwards, I'm probably gonna have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
First, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibits 4, through 10. And then separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibits 104 through 106. At this point, all of these are for identification only. And take your time. I know there's a lot. What's that, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Generally, with regards to the photographs, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they photographs of?
This, if I may, this photograph.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Let me go ahead and, if I can assist, Your Honor. With regards to, let's go ahead and start with States Exhibit 10. What's that a photo of?
This is the photo.
We're just going to keep it down low. We haven't published it
Okay,
yet, so I
sorry.
can't show the jury. Let me ask you this. I'll just go one at
Sure.
a time. For States Exhibit 10, do you recognize this? I'm sorry. Apologize. Reading the ID upside down. States Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that a photograph of?
It's the evidence processing bay that I was describing earlier with the silver Chrysler Sebring in there.
The one that you searched?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the fact that it has a red sticker on it, does that picture show the car as it appeared to you at different times during your search of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to put that one to the side for right now. Separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and ask you about States Exhibit 4 on this particular one. Do you recognize that photograph?
No.
Okay. With regards to that particular vehicle, do you recognize the vehicle at all?
It looks like the same vehicle, but without seeing the back, it's hard to say.
Okay.
But it,
Well, let me ask you, I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand side of the windshield in that particular vehicle, and then have you make a comparison with
I'm
regards to...
sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear Attorney Agati.
Okay.
Sure, I apologize. Officer Tucker, what I'd like to do is have you go ahead and look, if you would please, at the top left-hand side of the windshield on States Exhibit 4 in comparison to 10, and look at the two windshields as a comparison between the two.
yes, sir. It's got the same numbers
Okay.
written on it.
And with regards to, also, I'm going to have you look at the lower left part of that windshield underneath the hood on States Exhibit 4 and compare it to the lower left part of the windshield on States Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than do those particular numbers match?
Yes, sir.
If you could please ask you about the next exhibit. See, yep. Going to this exhibit, States Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
It's the same vehicle, but it's the driver's side, front and rear of the vehicle, but the doors have been removed.
Okay. The doors have been removed?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, when you were searching this car initially, was there anything that was inside the car?
Yeah, like all the car parts and stuff, sir.
All the car parts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me have you, and are those reflected in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could go to the next photo then. I'm referring to States Exhibit, excuse me, is it, I read upside down, I
7.
apologize. States Exhibit 7? For States Exhibit 7, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is it a photo of?
The front of the vehicle, the driver's seat, passenger seat, but looking in on the driver's seat.
So looking in the driver's seat, so where the steering wheel is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photo show the car as you saw it when you were searching the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next exhibit, please. It should be States Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
Same context, except from the passenger or from the driver's front, it's the driver's rear.
All right, so move from so right behind the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photograph also accurately reflect the vehicle as you saw it the day that you helped out with the search?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next photograph. And that particular one, States Exhibit 9, I believe?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's that a photograph of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, sir.
The trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
If you could please, I'd like to direct your attention from 9 and also directed to State's Exhibit 103, 4. Have you look at those two. Do you recognize, let's start with State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What's that a photo of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, but with more items in it.
Okay. Is that how the vehicle initially appeared, or
Yeah.
did you fill it with items, or did you empty it from items?
No, we emptied it, sir.
Okay. And does it also show the registration for the car there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit, the next one there, should be 104?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that a photo of?
Just another close-up of the trunk area with all the items in it.
Okay. What kind of items are they?
It's like steering components. Looks like the front CV shaft and maybe a cross member.
Okay. A cross member?
Yeah, like the front frame, like the cross member.
Oh, okay, okay. Working our way around the car, I'd ask you to look at State's Exhibit 105 and see if you can tell us a little bit about that particular photo. What's that a photo of?
The right rear, the passenger side rear, with the door open, looking in.
Did it also have car parts in it, that side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that accurate from when you saw it, when you helped with the search?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go to the next smaller exhibit there, yes. That's
106.
106. What's that a photograph of?
The passenger front seat.
So now we've worked our way around the car to the passenger front seat?
Yes, sir. Right front.
And does that appear as you saw it when you helped do the search?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the items that were in that seat?
More car parts, broken glass, snow, just trash.
And does that accurately reflect how it appeared when you did the search?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. One last question for you, separate from these. The last one I believe that we haven't talked about with regards is State's Exhibit 10. Could you tell us what that's a photograph of?
Pink toothbrush?
Okay, and do you recognize that toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It was in the back of the Sebring, sir.
Okay, in the back of this car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a toothbrush that you seized and put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and you remember what was the initials that you gave for that one?
JMT7.
JMT7.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the photograph, does it look, other than the fact that it has a red label on it and somebody on that photograph has put their initials, other than that, any sort of changes or alterations to it from how you remember it looking when you collected it?
No, sir.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state, if I could take these back, please, Mr. Tucker. The state would move to go ahead and strike the identification, specifically from the state's exhibits 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as well as from state's exhibits 104, 105, 106, and to 103, 104, 105, 106.
Any objection?
No objection to the 100s, and no objection to 4 through 9. I thought I heard something about 11.
Specifically 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I think 10 may already be, but we would have no objection to it being entered.
So no objection.
No objection.
Other than 11, which wasn't shown. So those can all be marked as full exhibits. The ID can be stricken.
Mr. Tucker, what I'm going to do in a moment is I'd like to give these photographs back to you to be able to have up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen on you, so you can feel free to look either at what is in front of you or what is behind you. It does not matter, okay?
Yes, sir.
Maybe approach?
Yes.
All right, so Jess says we're going on a break. I don't know how long yet.
Looks like this is a natural breaking time, so I'm gonna, we'll take our 15-minute mid-morning break now. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. It's my hope that this will actually be 15 minutes. You can
All right,
take a break.
What is the judge's name that gave him custody? Do we know? I can't remember. Somebody said it the other day.
All right, take your break now. I would like to start on time if we can. All right, you may step down, but don't discuss the case with anyone, please.
Yes, ma'am.
He was a Manchester police officer, Lucia. You should introduce yourself, Jess. You're going to get to know all these people being there every day. But that is a question when Kurt gets back from making his eggs. That's a question that we can ask him, Stacy. Yes, just Samantha, me too. I'm always appreciative of that. What's his name? Do we know the judge's name? Mark Newman. Thank you, Kendi. How you doing, Kendi? We've missed you as well. I don't think that judges are ever held accountable. Are they? I don't think he can get in trouble for his decision that day, but I might be wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, for sure. Gene P. I did see the suspect sketch in the Rachel Morin case, but I did not know he left a hat with DNA. What I want to know is why that guy went from LA to where was she murdered? Pennsylvania or something? Massachusetts? And what was the connection there? How did he know her? It's just really weird. I don't think there's ever a dumb question, Stacy, because I don't know either. The judge, he also previously served as an assistant district attorney in Suffolk County, New York. Oh, yeah, that judge. Remember the judge that was making comments about the trial and she stepped down. Ryan Applesnapple, who has custody of the other kids? Kayla's mother. Maryland. Uncivil Law is making eggs right now. He'll be back shortly. Maryland. CN Red Flags, thank you for joining. Welcome to Lawful Listener. Thank you for joining. It was in Maryland. Why would he go from LA to Maryland? That's what I couldn't understand. Like, did he know her from online? Did she have like this online presence that he was aware of? So I wonder if the DNA is going to be a match to anybody in the system. Just because they have DNA doesn't mean it's going to be a match unless he's already in the system, right? Suffolk County, Massachusetts. Okay. Makita says, I want some eggs. I know, me too. Jess, you're outside. So what's the feel, Jess? What's the jury looking like today? Let us know how are they engaged? Are they paying attention? How are they looking today? And thank you for being there, Jess. Appreciate you. I'm talking about the Rachel Morin case. The guy that is the suspect in her murder in Maryland also unalived someone or did something in LA. It shouldn't be hard to find him. Law enforcement believes he had a connection with someone in Maryland, like a family or friend, and was living with them. So do they know who these people are? They believe he had family or friend? Like, none of these people are going to take your time eating. None of these people Wait, what? How did you get that, Diabolic? Diabolic acquired Chris Watts' Bible from his first jail cell this week. Also, a religious pamphlet Dahmer had in his first prison cell. How did you get that? That's what it was. I just wondered how I mean, that's straight across the country. The jury is very engaged with the detective's testimony. They also seem to be into the tow truck driver. I feel like witnesses coming up are going to be more credible. He didn't rape the fuck? Did y'all hear that? I'll be right back. That was weird. Did you guys hear that? It was an ambulance. Dude, why an ambulance in a whole, like, okay, so I live in Largo, right? So, like, a whole trail of Largo, like, Largo Public Library, an ambulance. It was weird. There was, like, 5 city cars. What happened to Jessica? She's fine. Why are you asking if she's okay? I'm behind or something. Do you hear it? They're like doing a parade or something. They're coming back. Whatever happened to Doggy and Kitty Cam? Well, I'm redoing the studio and I don't have that set up yet. I'm going to get it back. Mel Girl, that's terrifying. Jess, did you get a Cash App? Oh, she typed WTF, probably because she heard my siren. Okay, Diabolic, I missed because that ambulance went by. Where did you score that stuff? You didn't say. Where did you get it? Autographed copy of Batman Dark Knight Rises from a young survivor that was inside the theater James Holmes attacked. Whoa. You were born in St. Pete? That's so cool, Robin. Oh, I thought it sounded scary at first. It was like right in front of my house. I'm like, what is going on?
Eggs have occurred. What's up?
Hey, are you feeling better? You rejuvenated? Got some energy?
I'm rejuvenated. 4 eggs scrambled with a little bit of bacon fat, cheddar cheese, a little hot sauce with ketchup. Fantastic.
Sounds good. What is your Cash App, Jess? So if anybody wants to send you anything for going to court, I told you we wanted to send you some gas money. Or get you lunch, get you a coffee in the morning. And your shirt should be coming any day. It should be there this week. Okay, so we've got a couple questions.
Okay.
Where did that one go? A parade. I don't know if it was a parade. That was really weird. Oh, shit. Where did it go? Why was the jury not shown pictures of the car is one of them. Why did they not admit that and show the jury like he held it up and then they didn't show it to the jury?
Couldn't say. I mean, that's up to the lawyers in choosing what they want to show the jury. Can't really speak to why they made that decision.
I just pinned another one for you. Can you say what sticking the ID and making an exhibit?
Striking the ID.
What is striking the ID and making an exhibit a full exhibit?
Yeah, so striking the ID is referring to other numbers that are on the exhibit that aren't part of the original thing. So, for example, identifying information from other stages of the case. So the police will give its own number, the lab tech will give it its own number. At basically every stage of the case, it's possible for someone to give it its own number. So basically, at that point, they're just asking to strike all those other identifying information because we're going to give it its own exhibit number as part of this sequence. And what it means to make it a full exhibit is just we want the entire thing as opposed to portions of it. So it's, I don't usually hear that phraseology, but that's what they're talking about.
Well, if you're on a jury, though, and like they're showing these pictures to this witness and he's talking about, how can you really fully take in what he's talking about if you can't see the photos they're referencing?
That's a good question, but technically it is a separate thing, right? Because to say I want this item admitted as evidence, if I want to actually show it to the jury, you have to ask for permission to publish. That's what it's called when you show it to the jury. Permission to publish, and then you show it to the jury. So why? I mean, I know lawyers who will publish everything because they're like, well, this is the jury. They're entitled to see everything, so I'm going to publish literally everything. That would be more my MO. But why they're making decisions other than that, I don't know. Maybe they just simply forgot. If they forgot, that's on them, though.
I mean, if I was the jury, I'd want to see what they're talking about. If I
I would
everything.
too. It would piss me off a little bit, especially because it's evidence. It's going to be part of the evidence that I'm going to be able to take into the back with me. I'm going to be able to look at it later. So why not see it now when
Right.
it's most relevant, right? So
Yeah. So they're going to get handed these exhibits when they go back to deliberate, but it may not have been shown to them in the actual trial, right?
right, exactly. So
We're back. Perfect
You can be
timing,
seated.
Eggman.
And the witness can come on
I
back.
also
up
threw
to
in
the
a little
witness.
bacon bits. I didn't have any fresh bacon, but I had some bacon bits. I threw that in, so that was nice.
That's a nice keto breakfast you had there.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was blood in the car, but I believe they recovered the car like 2 years later from the junkyard and they were able to test it. I don't know what was left in it at that time. They haven't really said much about the car as far as I've seen. I haven't seen many details about what was in the car when they found it. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. These two prosecutors are like polar
Attorney
opposite.
Brooks.
One's really tall and one's
Attorney
really
Brooks.
short. Oh, I wanted to ask about the judge getting in trouble. So the judge that gave Adam Montgomery custody, is there a chance that he could ever get in trouble for that decision?
Not unless he was being bribed or somehow externally influenced. No, if he just made the decision based
Everybody
on
ready?
the information
He
available.
can't get in
then
trouble
yes.
making
No.
a bad decision, right?
We'll rise for the jurors,
No.
please.
No. That's absolute immunity. And we were talking about that a little bit as it relates to Trump and the Supreme Court. Well, not the Supreme Court, actually, at the D.C. Court of Appeals recently, because absolute immunity means you can't be tried in either a civil or criminal context. And so basically you have total and absolute immunity from any sort of legal consequence. Now, you can be disciplined as a lawyer because that's not strictly speaking a legal consequence, that's the bar. Or you can be thrown off as a judge by for example, the Supreme Court kicking you off as a judge. That's also not a strictly speaking legal consequence, but you can't be sued and you can't be tried. So that's the rules. It's not bad it's good to be the king, as they say.
Does DNA evidence degrade over time?
It can, yeah, certainly, it can. If it's exposed to certain substances, it certainly can. And also somewhat naturally, although less so.
Please be seated.
If it were exposed to UV light, that would do a lot,
Thank you, Your Honor.
for example.
Mr. Tucker, I had gone through a series of
But
photographs
remember,
with
the
you
best
just
way to
before we
get rid
took
of
our
blood
mid-morning break.
is not
Do you see that same
bleach.
stack of photographs in front of
It's
you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, what I'm going to do is I'd like to be able to ask you
It's,
questions about these photos, and I'll go
the chlorine
in roughly that
chlorine
order.
free
and be able
bleach,
to-
which
you
is
can either
also
look at the
known
photographs in
as-
front of you, or feel free to look at the screen behind you, whichever one's going to be easier.
the stuff that Billy
I've
Mays
got a
used to
series
sell.
of questions for you
OxyClean?
about how you conducted the search and
OxyClean,
the
there you
appearance
go.
of the
Yeah,
car.
chlorine,
All right?
chlorine flea bleach.
I'd like to
OxyClean
go
is the
ahead
best
and
way to get
start
rid of DNA.
with State's Exhibit 103.
Now you know.
And I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir.
We're not giving you pointers. Oh, here's the car. Oh, shit.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is all part of the car parts.
Okay. And do you know where those car parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
I believe that's like a CV shaft. Has to do with power to the wheels on the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
4368206.
Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
And is this also, again, how the car looked that day when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can't help but notice it doesn't have a wheel. Did it have any wheels?
No, I don't think it did, sir.
Okay.
But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Right, sir, I'm gonna need you to speak, maybe slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
because
sorry.
This is recorded and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Before, I also had you to look on the windshield specifically of the car, and we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is this the car the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's Exhibit 5 and 4 together, 4 being on the bottom and 5 being on the top, do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So, with regards to this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side, can you go ahead and point out for us, when you said that there were car parts in the car, show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, These are car parts, and then the back passenger seat had more car parts in them.
Okay.
And
Do
then
you,
obviously the floorboard.
and the floorboard as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to those car parts, let's go ahead and kind of zoom in, if we would, to the passenger area, excuse me, to the driver's seat. So zooming in to that same photograph here of State's Exhibit 6. Can you see those car parts a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go directly to one seat and then the other. So if we could start with the driver's seat, looking at State's Exhibit 7, can you point out where some of these parts are that you're talking about?
Sure. Yes, sir. This looks like the bezel, which would go up here where you're looking at your instruments.
Mm-hmm.
These look like some underbody parts, like that might be a suspension component, but again, I'm not 100%, but they're definitely car parts.
Okay. And moving to State's Exhibit 8, if we go into the back seat, right behind the driver's seat, what are we looking at here?
More car parts, sir.
Okay.
This looks like it might be usually an air filter box. I'm not 100%. And then this looks like it might be a fender well, like up in the inner fender.
Okay. And is it fair to say from seeing here, we don't see a driver's side rear tire as well?
No, sir.
Moving now kind of to the trunk area, if you could, I'd like to go back to State's Exhibit 103. You already identified this photo for us as being that particular trunk of the Chrysler Sebring with the car parts in it. I'd like to, if you could, describe for the jury as we look at specifically State's Exhibit 104, what was the condition of these parts that you were looking at?
Just like that, they looked like old car parts. I mean, I didn't take the car parts out and see if they fit the car, but I assume that they belonged to the vehicle.
Was there generally, were there any kind of fluids that were coming from any of these parts that you noticed?
Not in the trunk, but there was a liner, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
I feel like the liner would have absorbed it.
What about in other areas of the car?
Yes.
There were?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the passenger seat, I think the right front had like wetness.
Okay. So I really need you to
Yeah,
keep
yes,
your
ma'am.
voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe the right front area had wetness.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to zoom in. Did you help remove these parts from the vehicle to help do the search?
Yes, sir.
Where did they go?
I think we laid out a piece of big parchment paper, like brown, like the same material like a Hannaford's bag, like when you go to the grocery store and you get paper bags.
Yes.
Just a big roll of that. We laid it out, and they go on that roll.
Okay. Did you help or did you watch as the car parts got emptied from the trunk?
I helped, I believe, yeah.
Okay. And I'd like to show you now State's Exhibit 9 zooming in on this portion of State's Exhibit 104 in the back corner. Can you tell if there's any particular of a color that's in that photo?
Color, sir?
Yeah, any color that doesn't look like a car part. And
Nope.
feel free to use the screen or the photograph if you wish.
Are you referencing like
no.
the looks kind of light blue?
Look like blue to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you emptied out the car, were you able to see what that light blue thing was as we look at State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it?
T-shirt.
A T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Right. Just and with that trunk emptied, excuse me, apologize. With that trunk emptied, were you able to look farther to the back of the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, what were the different items that you saw?
I think it was all clothing, and then the toothbrush. You can see a little bit of it right there.
Right where?
Right here, sir.
And that's inside that circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see it? Let's say you can see it here from the photo, I take it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Zooming in on State's Exhibit 9, can you show us again where it is that you see it?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Then showing again State's Exhibit 10. This is the toothbrush that you recovered from that trunk?
Yes, sir.
On that toothbrush,
I believe you testified earlier on in direct that it was identified that you logged it in as JMT7, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked States Exhibit 66 for identification purposes only. Just go ahead and look at the label and feel the bag. Do you recognize that particular packaging as well as the object inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that packaging? How do you recognize the packaging?
It's the brown bag that I place it into.
And does it have your initials on it, JMT7?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, if I may borrow a pair of scissors, I'd like the witness to be able to open it. Mr. Tucker, since we are talking about a toothbrush, I wonder if you would be willing
Yes,
to
sir.
put on a pair of gloves for us and be able to open that bag. I noticed that you're going to put it on a second glove. Can you please tell the jury why?
So most of the time when you're processing crime scenes, there's a lot of evidence, and you put on a fresh pair of gloves every time you collect the evidence. And if you don't have double gloves, your hands become very sweaty, and it becomes very difficult to put on a fresh pair of gloves. So it's just easier, especially if you're doing blood swabs and things of that nature. But that's how I was always taught, so that's how I do it.
Fair to say, instinct.
Yes, sir.
If you could please go ahead and use those scissors to open up.
Do you have a preference on where?
I would say, please, if you would please go ahead and cut in an area where there isn't a label,
Okay.
maybe on the side. Just large enough for the item.
I like that. He thinks to ask the
Without
question,
taking the item out of the bag,
do you
just
want to,
looking
do you care where I cut it? Because
Do you recognize what,
the questioner didn't think to
Yes, sir.
specify.
what do you recognize it to be?
The toothbrush from the vehicle.
Just go ahead and ask for the identification to be strictly brought from States Exhibit 66.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, and it is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Tucker, would you please go ahead and show us the toothbrush? And if I could ask the witness to please step forward. The witness stand forward.
For the purpose of,
Just to be able to show both sides of the toothbrush. I don't know that the jurors in the back are going to be able to see both sides.
Yes, he may
They
do
can
that.
see the front, but they can't see the back from the photo.
that's fine.
Mr. Tucker, if you would say.
So he has him get off the stand so he can really show the jury up close. Nice touch.
If you can, please, we can see the front of the toothbrush on the State's Exhibit 9, but I wondered if you would please go ahead and show the toothbrush, both show the front, and then also turn it around and show all the sides slowly so that all of the jurors can see.
Yeah, make sure you get up close and personal so they can really see that child's toothbrush.
So that the jurors can see what the back.
Good trial tactics. Good job, prosecutor.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. If you could please retake the stand. Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, let me hold the bag open. If you could go ahead and place that back in there. Hold on just a moment and let's keep that together. That's the only item we wouldn't ask you to look at, so I will get a trash can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, moving on around the car, out of the trunk now, I'd like to go over towards the passenger side, if we could. We'll start with the rear passenger side. Looking at State's Exhibit 105 here, can you describe what we can see in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More car parts on the seat, and then some trash items, and it's like a water bottle on the passenger side floorboard.
And I see here that we've got a door on this side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the previous side, on the driver's side, were there any doors there?
No, sir.
Moving on from this particular one then to State's 106, could you please describe what we're seeing here and what part of the car?
It's the right front, the passenger side front. Looks like the headlight is on the floorboard, and maybe a reservoir for like washer fluid, something of that nature, and then some snow.
And some snow. Can you point out where the snow is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that headlight, the reservoir, the snow, all of those were there when you saw the car in that garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of those were placed there by officers to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let me ask you, with regards to some of the other evidence that you looked at and collected on this particular item, this particular car, separate from the toothbrush, were there also a series of swabs that you took in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those swabs did you take?
4.
4?
Yes, sir.
And how were those labeled? Your initials again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was just 1, 2, 3, 4? Or?
Yes, sir. JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
4. Okay. Those particular swabs, could you go ahead and describe for the jury how you collected swabs? You talked about it a moment ago when you showed us how instinctually you use 2 gloves. When you do these swabs in the trunk, how do you collect those?
So for swabs, when it comes to blood, if it's not wet, so if the blood's not wet or the material's not wet, urine, whatever it is, if it's dry, we have sterile water. We take it, we pour it into the cap. Each cotton swab contains 2 in the package, the container. So you glove up. Usually, I would write all the details on the box. There was a little cotton swab box. So I'd write, it's folded, you assemble it, so it's easier to write on it before. So you'd write JMT1, set it up, date, time, all the information, put on your gloves, do the water, get everything ready. And then at that time, because we were using Blue Star in the trunk, there was kind of like a limited amount of time, because you have to have the lights off to see the area that you're going to collect. So you'd spray the Blue Star, it would illuminate, you could see that area, and then you had to turn the lights on and collect it. So I was there waiting, ready with the swab ready to go.
I see. So to make sure I understand this right, you're not necessarily administering the Blue Star, but you've got the swabs
Yes.
that you've opened up. Are each one of these swabs, the water that you put together, the boxes, are each one of those sterile before you open them to take a swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also very important for you for taking a swab, to double glove and to make sure you're using sterile materials?
Yes, sir.
Those 4 swabs and the toothbrush, are you aware whether or not those were sent on to a laboratory for examination?
I believe the toothbrush was,
Okay.
but I wasn't aware at the time. I assumed everything that we were doing was going to end up at a lab.
If I can have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I've got one last question I want to ask you. The trunk liner itself, with regards to the 4 swabs that were taken, did you also collect, I believe you said at the very beginning, there were 8 evidence items that you took. Could you please tell us what JMT 8 was? What was the last thing that you cut out?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you had a chance to look at a report written from the search that day, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to what the 8th item was?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you a copy of what's been, just a Bates stamp, page 111. I'm going to direct your attention down at the,
I'm going to need you to raise your voice so everybody can hear you, please.
apologize. Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked Discovery page 111, and I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom of the page. First of all, after having a chance to read through that document, I'm going to ask, is that a write-up of what the search was that you were a part of for these photographs and for your taking of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to have, my question for you is going to be, what was the eighth and last thing that you collected? I'm going to have you said you didn't remember. I'm going to let you go ahead and refresh your recollection. If it's refreshed, let me know. Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. It was part of. Oh,
I'll take that back. If
yes,
you're
sir.
all set.
Sorry.
That's all right. And do you recall now what JMT8 was, that last thing that you collected?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A piece of the trunk liner.
Piece of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
So, and how did you get or recover that piece of the trunk liner?
We cut it.
You cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use to cut it?
I don't remember.
All right. And then after it was cut, first of all, you have shown us what you do with gloves and try to present and collect things in a sterile manner. Would you have done that for trying to collect what JMT8 was, the cutting of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
And would you have logged it into evidence the same way you did the other ones, JMT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective. I don't believe we've met, but I'm Jamie Brooks with Public Defender, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you some questions about that search you conducted with then Detective, now Sergeant O'Leary. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this search was on January 1st. Your participation in the search was on January 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Chrysler Sebring, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was already in the Manchester Police Department bay when you saw it.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that were shown showed what were like the guts or the parts of the vehicle inside, right?
Yes, sir.
But eventually, those items were all removed from the interior of the vehicle.
I think so. It wasn't by me.
You mentioned there being, I don't think you used the word butcher paper, but there was paper that O'Leary put down, correct?
I don't know if it was O'Leary, but there was paper down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of the paper being down was to put the parts of the car that were in the interior on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Because not only were you looking for items such as toothbrushes, but you were also looking for latent blood stains, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Blue Star. Blue Star is a latent blood stain reagent.
Yes. Yes.
It reacts with hemoglobin.
Yes.
It can detect the presence of blood that cannot be seen by the naked eye.
Correct.
It can detect blood that has been cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
It can detect minute amounts.
Yes, sir.
And Blue Star was applied to the entirety of the exterior of the vehicle.
That I don't know. I wasn't there for that.
You weren't there for that?
No, sir.
Were you there for the, but you were there for the collection of swabs, right?
For the trunk, sir.
Just for the trunk?
Yes, sir.
All the same, you were there for when the Blue Star was applied to the exterior of the vehicle.
I don't remember that. I remember the trunk.
So, okay. Are you aware of Blue Star being applied to the exterior of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
And what about the interior of the vehicle?
The trunk, yeah.
The state just had you look at a report,
Yes, sir.
correct? And that's from the state's discovery,
Yes, sir.
Bates stamp 111 through 114, state's discovery?
If you say so.
Just addressing your former question.
Do you still have that report up there, Detective?
No, sir.
If I may, Permission to approach?
Yes?
Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Detective?
I do, yes.
And you indicated you could not recall the extent of the use of Blue Star to the vehicle,
I remember the trunk, sir.
but you don't remember any other portions?
No.
Would it help you to look at that report?
Yes, but this isn't my report.
This is the same report that the state just provided you to refresh your recollection?
Right, but this report was written by Brian O'Leary. So he documented the items that I found.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of your participation on January 1st of 2022?
Yeah, I remember going down. I remember helping Brian Blue Star the trunk. I remember helping collect the samples. I remember collecting the items from the trunk. I don't remember doing much more than that for the vehicle.
So for you, you believe it was just the trunk?
Yes, sir. For the most part, yeah.
Well, while we're at it, let's go ahead and talk about the trunk then. So Blue Star emits a reaction to the hemoglobin, right, by chemiluminescence?
Right, it's like a neon green looking color, like neon green, neon blue.
Some people say blue,
Yeah,
light blue.
right.
And your role in this was to make sure that the lighting was correct?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't have to be pitch black for Blue Star to work, right?
No, but you want darkness for the camera.
You want dim light.
Right.
And was part of your role to make sure that the camera was functioning?
Nope. Nope. Detective O'Leary set that camera up on the tripod and had all the settings. You have to use specific settings, like shutter length that it's open for type of thing.
And you were just ready with the swabs.
Yes. And then like
And what you were waiting for was to see a reaction, right?
correct.
And it would manifest itself with a light blue color.
Right.
It's a light blue color that would last for roughly 30 to 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
But that 30 to 60 second reaction would suggest the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Blood that the naked eye cannot see.
Correct.
Blood that could have been cleaned up.
Correct.
So when there was that reaction, you would take those swabs, right, and get samples
Right.
from that area that was illuminated.
Correct.
And you mentioned 2 swabs. One swab would be used to later provide to the State Forensic Laboratory.
Right.
The second swab you would use for a hemostick, right?
It depends. I think the second swabs in this case, I just used it for the next sample.
Okay. Let's talk about swabs you collected. JMT1, would that be something that you collected?
Yes.
And what was that? Do you recall?
No.
Would it help you to look at something to be able to recall that?
The report, yes.
Feel free to do so and just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
So JMT1, what is that?
So you want me to describe what's in the report?
From your recollection, if you like, or I can just ask you questions about it at this point. It was a DNA swab that you took, right?
Right.
And it was a swab of an area that was positive for Blue Star, correct?
Right.
And it was by a piece of insulation.
I can't remember. I remember the trunk, and I remember we sprayed the Blue Star, lights went off. You see the areas that reacted, and then we took a photograph, and then we would look at the photograph after and compare, and then take the sample from that area.
So a swab was used to tame a sample, and was hemosticks also used on JMT1?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say, though, that the process, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in the Blue Star collection process.
It might be. There's one other time that I know of.
Okay.
That was over on Guilford Ave. I just don't remember if this happened before that.
But in terms of your recollection of the protocol or the proper procedure, if there were any reaction, positive reaction to the Blue Star, a sample would be collected, right?
Right.
So JMT1 reflected a swab from an area of the trunk that tested positive for hemoglobin. Let's talk about JMT2. Do you recall what that is?
From reading the report, it says in a trunk by a candy wrapper.
And this was a swab you took because the item tested positive, reacted positively to the Blue Star mist.
Right.
JMT4, that's also a swab that you took?
Yes, sir.
And this was also due to a reaction to the application of Blue Star in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
This was in a bumper crease area by the rubber gasket?
I don't remember.
You talked about this on direct, JMT8. Do you remember, again, what that was from?
I remember the carpet, the trunk liner. I don't remember what part tested positive.
Do you know if it was the top or the bottom?
I don't, sir.
But in any event, because that area tested positive, and it was probably something you couldn't really swab,
Right.
so because you couldn't swab it, you still wanted to make sure that you collected it,
Yes, sir.
and that's why you cut out a portion of it,
Right.
the portion that tested positive.
Yes, sir.
So again, your understanding of the procedure is that if something tests positive for Blue Star, it's documented, right, in the form of the camera that's taking pictures.
Yes, sir.
It's also documented by the collection of a sample from that area, right,
Yes, sir.
in the form of a swab.
Right. Yes, sir.
It's also documented in a police report,
Yes, sir.
a police report that oftentimes ends up in discovery, like this one, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the report that you're looking at from Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Is it because that was the only area where there was the positive reaction for Blue Star on the vehicle?
No, I think that's just the only area that I helped with.
And to the best of your recollection, you don't know how many days of processing this Sebring took?
No, sir.
You were just there for one day?
Yes, sir.
And that would be January 1st,
Right.
2022.
I was in and out a lot, sir, but the day in question, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Mr. Junker, you did not spray the Blue Star in this particular case, correct?
No, sir.
And you were asked about training and experience with Blue Star. How many times had you applied Blue Star in the past at different crime scenes to try to discover evidence?
I can't remember if Guilford Ave happened before. I sprayed some there. A lot of the reason why I think I was involved in this was to learn that process, to see Detective O'Leary do it and assist him with it.
So at the time that you're assisting with this process, how much did you know about Blue Star? You were asked a lot of questions about protocols and procedures and chemoluminescence.
Did you know about all of that at the time that you were assisting?
I was given very, very simple instructions that it'll glow and that there is a potential that they could be blood.
Have you ever mixed up the reagents to use at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever read the directions that are necessary before you mix up those reagents?
No.
With regards to Blue Star, what it's good for and not good for, are you aware, or do you know whether it can cause a false negative or a false positive response?
I was told it can react with rust.
And it can react with rust?
Yes, sir.
Do you still have the photos?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. No, it's all right. I'll just take State's Exhibit 104. That's State's Exhibit 104 with registration? Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's 103.
So, excuse me, 103. 103. Could you find me 104, please?
I don't know.
104?
Yes, sir.
So you think that it might react with rust?
Yes, sir.
And the swabs that are taken, again, where do those swabs go?
I put them into the cardboard container, the swab container,
And what was your understanding of where they would be sent?
the state lab.
State lab. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck.
This may have been one of the very few occasions that you were involved with the Blue Star application process, yet you still understood that the goal was to over-collect, correct, and not under-collect?
Right. Yes, sir.
So if there was any kind of a reaction, you made sure that was your job there, was to collect it, right?
Right.
So that it could later be determined if it was a true positive, if it was the result of interaction with blood, or from something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there, whatever your participation was, you made sure that you were collecting anything that reacted to the application of the spray.
Right. Not every. There were some areas that were very, very, very faint. That when Detective O'Leary and I looked at it, we said that clearly was like a rust seam or something of that nature. So we didn't collect those. But anything else, yes.
And Detective O'Leary, to your knowledge, was very familiar with the application of Blue Star.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope. Correct.
I'll rephrase. You indicated that you had only, this was your first or maybe second time,
Yes, sir.
and that was part of the reason why you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
Was to learn from somebody who did know about the application of Blue Star.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing additional, Your Honor. We'd ask this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may step down. You are
Ma'am.
excused. Statement called. Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, just making sure that the tech is ready. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Sergeant Brian O'Leary to the stand. Just go up to the stand and remain standing, please.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through.
Thank you. Detective O'Leary, if you just stay there for just a second, close it out. Please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please
Thank
go
you.
to your house. Sergeant, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Brian O'Leary. Leary.
And Sergeant, I'm going to guess, go ahead from your title, but where are you currently employed?
With the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for them?
With Manchester for 17 years.
17 years?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you a full-time certified officer with the department?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember when you graduated the full-time police academy?
I did in 2003.
2003. Do you remember your academy class number?
I do, 132.
Okay. Currently, what unit are you working in inside the Manchester Police Department, and what shift?
I currently work the midnight shift as a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Did you work last night?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you get off work?
About 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Have you had a chance to get any sort of sleep before coming over
I
here?
have, yes.
Okay. If you need us to slow down, if you need us to restate a question, please let either myself or any attorney know, and we'll be glad to do that.
I will.
I'd like to ask, what are some of the different departments and units you've worked in at the Manchester Police Department?
I've worked in the patrol division, and I've worked in the detective squad.
Okay. And how long have you been in the detective squad?
I was there for approximately 9 years.
9 years.
Yes.
And what are the dates of those years, if you could?
2013 until I got promoted in 2022.
Okay. What were some of your duties when you were in detectives?
I investigated crimes that happened in the city of Manchester, as well as processing crime scenes.
Back in specifically January of 2022, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance then of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you continue to remain involved in that for several months?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask specifically about the very beginning of that investigation. Were you asked to work with other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring at the Manchester Police Department, Evidence Bay, with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your role in the search of that car?
My role was just, to oversee and to help locate, identify, process pieces of evidence, and label pieces of evidence.
How long did it take to do this search?
We did over the course of 2 days.
Okay. And with regards to the first day, did you have a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker who was assisting you that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was he also assisting you the second day, or was it other people?
It was a separate, a different detective the second day.
Okay. Who was assisting you the second day?
Detective Ray Lammy.
Can I ask you, with regards to the collection of evidence, this jury's understanding that initials of an officer sometimes play a role in how that evidence gets labeled. Can you describe for us how those initials play a role? So if you were to collect a piece of evidence and you were going to put your initials on it, how does that go into the evidence department?
You would use typically your 3 initials, followed by a number that identifies that specific piece of evidence that's being collected.
And when you say 3 initials, are you referring to first, middle, and last name?
Typically, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Apologize, Sergeant. Just trying to make sure that this is working properly for you. Moment. With regards to those initials, what are your 3 initials?
B-E-O.
And did you collect evidence in this particular case from this vehicle, or from this 2010 Chrysler Sebring?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So safe to say then it's going from BEO 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and on up?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in looking at this particular vehicle, did you also test it with a substance known as Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Could you go ahead and, why don't you go ahead and tell us what Blue Star is and what it can do, what your training has been with it as well?
Blue Star is a chemical that detects the hemoglobin in blood. So we would generally spray it out of a spray mist container, and we would get a reaction to the hemoglobin in blood. The reaction that we get, I would identify it as the color of the tissue boxes in the front there, the top part. It comes up as a fluorescent blue.
And you're referring to these tissue boxes on the very top of the jury panel?
That's correct, yes.
The top blue or the lower blue?
The top blue.
Okay. And how would you describe that blue? What words would you use?
Like chemiluminescent.
Chemiluminescent?
Yes.
Okay. Bright blue?
Bright blue, yes.
Okay. How do you apply Blue Star to something, whether it's an object or a large area?
The process, it comes in, there's a plastic container, spray bottle, and then a small little foil packet that has 3 tablets in it. We open up the 3 tablets, put it in the plastic container, and then we agitate it. We just swirl it around, not to shake it vigorously. And once the tablets have dissolved, we adjust the spray nozzle on the nozzle so that it's a fine mist, not a stream. And then once we have the fine mist, then we start spraying whatever we suspect to be an area where blood could have been or is.
When you say that you spray it on, can you kind of describe how you would spray it on? Is it just, me at my house, spraying some Windex on a glass, or how do you spray it? What's the method you use?
Using the Windex example, it's not like you're using Windex where you're spraying it directly on the window. The method is you want to be about 2 feet away from the object and spray it slightly above it so it kind of falls down onto the object, not spraying it straight at it. It's more of a mist in the air so that it falls down on the object.
When you go to use Blue Star, and I take it, how many times have you done that yourself?
In my detective career, probably 15 to 20 times.
Okay. When you go to do that, is there a certain process that you follow each time? When you say, okay, I have to go use Blue Star, I'm going to go get reagents. What are the first steps that you do before you get to that step of mixing and agitating?
The first steps, I look at the item or the area that I'm going to process to kind of develop a game plan to figure out how we're going to do this. And once I've determined that whatever the area is, it's going to be processed, I'll go mix the Blue Star, as I mentioned before. While that's agitating, I'll get a camera ready. For the camera, we have special functions that we have to set up on the camera. In my time in detectives, I had one camera that was set up, so I would just have to press a button so that it would automatically go to that function. I would double check to make sure that it was on that correct function, that nobody had altered the program before. And I actually should say, before using the Blue Star, I'd read the directions just to make sure that nothing had changed from the last time that I'd used it. And all my times in doing it, it stayed consistent with how to use it. I got my camera ready. I also get a tripod because the camera has to go on a tripod, because when you are taking a photo, once you have that reaction, you need to have a 30-second or more exposure. So that's what the tripod's for, so it can hold the camera still for the 30 seconds or longer as it takes the picture.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a couple of those different components that you just explained to us. I think you said that you read the directions every time. Why do you do that?
Just to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
Okay. And also with regards to the camera and the camera settings, why is that so important?
The directions say that it has to be at a certain, set up a certain way so that the lens is open wider when it's taking the photo. Because we're also, and I apologize, didn't mention this earlier, we do this in total darkness or with a little bit of light, so that's why we have the long exposure. I would have a flashlight on my person, so when the lights were shut off, we could use the flashlight to, one, help assist us in getting around whatever object we were doing, making sure the camera was set up properly, and then adding just a little bit of light to the area. There's my understanding that the camera will take in whatever little bit of light there is, and be able to take an appropriate photo with the reaction.
So when it comes to lighting, do you actually use other officers to help you? Have somebody on the light switch?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said also that you set up a tripod. Why do you do that?
Because the exposure, once you click the button to take the photo, it's going to be 30 seconds. So if it's on a tripod, the camera's not moving. I'm not able to hold the camera for 30 seconds without any type of vibration or anything like that. So that's why we keep it on the tripod that takes the photo of the reaction that we see it. Once we see the reaction, the tripod and camera is kept in the same location. The settings are readjusted to a normal photo, and then we take a second photo to show that same area if there was a reaction, what it looks like.
So you're taking a photograph if there is a reaction, and then separately the lights come back on. I just want to make sure I got this right. And you're taking a photograph of the same spot with the lights on, so we can see what that looks like in regular light. When you spray on the Blue Star, then does it physically change the color of the object? So, for example, if I sprayed it on this piece of paper, is this piece of paper going to turn blue?
No.
Okay. And so you take that second photograph. Why? Why is that important?
We take the second photograph if we see a reaction the first time. That way you can see the photo that has the reaction, the fluorescent blue, where the reaction is on the object, and then you can see it again in normal daylight with the lights on.
When you are spraying these items on, spraying this material on, how big an area do you do at a time?
It depends on what the object is.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that then? So if it depends on what an object is, so for example, I wanted to photograph something the size of these tissue boxes that are here, and I just want to spray that and photograph that. When I do that, am I going to want to have my camera up close or far away? And how many times am I going to take a photo of that, do you think?
So the general rule with photography and with scenes is we'd start off with the wide one to show this kind of angle, and then we get to a mid-range photo, and then we wouldn't do a close-up photo. The close-up photo would just be right of that object. If we're using the example of the shoebox, I would probably stand back with the camera probably 3 feet and still spraying at 2 feet, slightly above it, so the mist would come down. But I also want to try to work on getting the top of the table part there, as well as the sides.
Separate from that, then, let's say I had something that was the size of this table here to my right, which, as you can see, is certainly longer than I am tall. If I wanted to go ahead and blue star an item that large, what would be the process to do that?
Same process as far as taking the photos. Something that size, I would probably break it up into maybe a half or even quarters. And with each section that would get broken up, I would take a photo just of that area, just where I'm processing. I wouldn't do the big area for this small piece. It would be a photo of this small piece for that small piece.
When you use Blue Star, can you get false positives sometimes?
Yes, you can.
What are false positives?
False positives are you would see the same reaction, the same fluorescent blue color. However, it doesn't last as long as what I've seen to be a positive reaction. The positive reaction is from 30 seconds upwards to a minute. The false positives that I have seen, it turns the bright blue quickly, and then it quickly fades.
Do you know what it is that can cause these false positives?
It can be different cleaning solutions, bleach, some chlorine-based materials, also some type of metals. I know iron was one specifically that it mentioned.
Do you know if any foods can cause these sort of false positives?
I don't know of any foods. I don't know.
You said in your experience, so have you seen some of these false positives before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And if you get a positive, what you think may not be a false positive, would you go ahead and then swab that item?
Yes, I would.
How do you do that?
The swabs, it's like a Q-tip, except it's about 5 inches long. The ones we use, wooden handle, and it's got the cotton swab at one end. They come two to a package that's sealed. We'd open the package. We'd take one swab out at a time. We would use sterile water if the sample that we were trying to collect was a dry sample. If it was something that was wet or moist, we could just use the swab. So if it's a dry sample, we would take some sterile water, pour some sterile water into the cap of the sterile water container, and we would dip the swab in the cap, and then we would take a swab of whatever we wanted to take a swab of. Generally, we would try to use the tip of the swab and just like a little swirling motion. You don't have to get the entire swab soaked in whatever the item is, but usually you want to get a good amount.
When you say the tip of the, I'm sorry, you would put the water in the cap of the sterile water solution. Am I envisioning correctly? We're talking about a cap, and you would turn it upside down, so the inside is what you would be pouring the water into?
That's correct. It's probably about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch cap.
And once you go ahead and take a swab of something that came back with what you believed may be positive for Blue Star, where does that swab go?
We then put that in a cardboard box. The cardboard boxes come flat. They're probably 6 inches or so, and about quarter of an inch or so in a square. So we assemble that box together. We put the swab in it, and we close the swab box. And then to seal the box, we would put evidence tape on both ends of the swab box, label it appropriately with whatever evidence numbers we were using. Generally, put a biohazard sticker on that swab, and then we fill out information as far as the case number with the evidence number.
And where do those swabs get shipped to?
The state lab.
Did you apply Blue Star to this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206 that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you apply it?
I did the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
Okay. I'd like to start with the exterior and kind of work our way in. When you say the exterior of the vehicle, what parts of the exterior?
The entire vehicle, the hood, the roof, passenger side doors, windows. There were no doors on the driver's side of the vehicle, and I did the trunk everywhere.
Sergeant, you've got a series of photographs in front of you that are photographs that specifically are numbered 4 through 10, as well as States Exhibits 103, 4, 5, and 6. I'd like you to go ahead and if you would look through those for a brief moment. Some would be down there and some would be up there.
This one as well.
Yes, if you would, please. That's 104.
Okay.
So I'd ask you to go ahead and look through 103, 4, 5, and 6 are the smaller standard paper ones. 104 through 10 are the larger.
All set, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Specifically, I'd like to go ahead and start, and you can feel free to either look at the photographs that are in front of you, or you can also look at the screen as I project them behind you. Either one's going to be fine. I'd like to go ahead and start with States Exhibit 103. Sorry, I don't know why this.
Exhibit E.
Could you please look at States Exhibit 103? It's one of the smaller ones.
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
I wonder if I could just approach the witness for a second. Excuse me. When in doubt, unplug it, plug it back in. States Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's the Chrysler Sebring that I assisted in searching.
Okay. And is that the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you, were you aware whether or not this car came from a tow lot before you saw it?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I'd like to also move on to States Exhibit 5, if I could, please. One of the larger exhibits, or you can look on the screen behind you. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize the car?
It's missing the wheels on the front of the vehicle and the driver's side doors.
Now, you stated that at the time that you applied Blue Star to, I believe you said to all of the exterior. So does that include all of the hood that we can see here?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also apply it to the roof of the car?
Yes, I did.
Windshields?
Yes.
Okay, I see that we've got 2 doors missing here on the driver's side, but what about the passenger side doors and the exterior of those doors?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what about the trunk that we can see sticking up in the back of this photo? Did you apply it there?
Yes, I did.
From the blue star that was applied to the exterior of the car, did you receive any positive reactions?
No, I did not.
Excuse me. So, with regards to the condition of the car, I wonder if you could go ahead and talk to us a little bit about that. What did you feel the condition was when you saw it?
It's obvious that it had been in a junkyard for a couple years. It was missing, what's seen in the picture here, the wheels, the doors, all the guts to the vehicle were inside of the vehicle. There was no engine. The rear tires were missing. Inside, there were a lot of rust flakes, dirt, dust, and it had like a moldy scent. Some areas were wet and still had some snow and ice in it.
You said it still had snow and ice in it?
That's correct.
With regards to the missing parts here, did you also notice whether or not the engine was missing?
Yes, it was.
Overall, what was the smell of the car?
It was the musty, damp, gross smell.
Okay. I'd like to go to Exhibit 4 for a moment, please. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's that a photo of?
The same vehicle, the Chrysler Sebring.
The Sebring. Okay. When you applied the Blue Star, what appeared as possible positive tests in the trunk area of the car? Did you get any possible positives there?
Yeah, we saw a couple areas that had some possible positive reactions.
Okay. And was that on the second or was that on the first day
That was on
you
the
looked
first
in the
day.
car? Who was assisting you that first day in collecting those swabs?
Detective Joe Tucker.
And you said Joe Tucker?
That's correct.
Okay. And those 4 swabs, were they all from the trunk area on the interior or were there any on the exterior?
Interior.
Once those 4 swabs, did you photograph them and apply the Blue Star in the same manner that you described for us a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
And once you collected those swabs, where were they sent?
New Hampshire State Lab.
Did you also use any tools on swabs? The jury's heard this question before, something called a hemastick.
Yes.
All right, what is a hemastick?
Hemastick is a small strip of paper that has one end, a small portion of it has some sort of chemical on it that also reacts to the hemoglobin in blood.
Okay. And did you use any hemasticks here?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you use them on any of the spots where you had those that Blue Star positive results?
When we had the Blue Star positive results, I think I did.
Although I don't want you to necessarily guess. So
Yeah, I
let
can't-
me ask you, if you had a chance to look at your report, or did you write a report on the search of that car?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you had a chance to look at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether you used hemastics on any of those 4 swabs from the from the trunk?
Yes, please.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor?
Sergeant Leary, I'm going to hand you what's been marked, has been marked. Bait stamp pages 111 through 114. I'm just going to ask you, do you recognize that document generally? Take a moment to look through it.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the report that I did that documented the search of the Chrysler Sebring.
If you had a chance to look at that report, do you think that might refresh your recollection on whether or not you used hemastics on any of those 4 swabs that were taken from the trunk?
Yes.
If you could please go ahead and do that, take your time. And then, does that refresh your recollection
Yes, it
of what
does.
that is?
Thank you.
Let me take the report now. Were there any of those that you used hemastics on from those 4 in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
4.
4?
Yes.
So you used 4 hemastics on the 4 positive Blue Stars?
Yes.
1,
why would you use another testing method after you use the Blue Star?
We use it as kind of a backup, just to kind of reconfirm. In the event, in my experience, we have had some that do come out testing for positive. So this way we can at least explain to the lab if we need to that it tested positive for Blue Star and then also on the hemostick.
And why is that important to do? You say you do that for the lab. Can you kind of explain to us why?
I think they ask us if what we've done for processing. Just I guess my assumption is it's on their end, so they know how that they can process it further. So they know if it's been treated by other chemicals or what other chemicals have been used on it before.
And generally, when you do an application like this of some sort of a testing, do you tell the lab what you did so they know what may or may not be on there?
That's correct.
All right. With regards to the hemosticks, can those also present a false positive sometimes?
Yes, they can.
Have you seen that in your experience?
I have, yes.
Right. And can you explain what the hemosticks look like? I believe you said that they were little strips of paper. How small are we talking?
They are probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches in length, 1/8 of an inch wide.
Very narrow then.
Very narrow, yes. Okay. And then one end, it's got a different material on it. I can't remember if it's a different color, but it's obvious that that is the end where you put whatever reaction or whatever you want to test against on that end.
Did you use some hemosticks on other areas of the car, interior, other clothing that was found in the car, items that were found in the car in general?
Yes, I did.
And generally speaking, where did you send the ones that came back, these presumptive positive from the hemosticks? Where did you send those?
To the state lab.
Did you have any that you tested with hemosticks that actually came back negative for Blue Star first?
That's correct, yes.
And did you collect swabs from there as well?
Yes.
And where did you send those?
We just kept those at the police department.
Okay. Later on, do you know if any of those were sent to the state lab?
I don't recall.
Did you also, I believe you said before that you had, excuse me. No, you didn't. Were you ever involved in a search of 77 Guilford Street?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in that search?
I was asked to Blue Star a little section of the basement area.
Of a section of the basement area?
That's correct.
Okay. And other than that, did you have any other role to play in the search of that Guilford Street address?
I had to go back another time for a secondary search using Blue Star in a different area of the basement. And then I also assisted in a search of the property at 77 Guilford Street.
With regards to the 2 Blue Star applications at 77 Guilford Street, were they? So you said one was in the basement. Where was the second one about?
In the basement as well.
And also in the basement. And did either of those produce any positive results?
No, they did not.
What about a search of 644 Union Street later on? Were you present during a search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. And who was primarily doing the search of that residence?
Representatives from the FBI.
And what was your role that day during that search?
My role is just mostly being an observer. If they identified something that was going to be taken as evidence, they would physically collect it from where it was, pass it off to myself, and I would bring it down to another representative from the FBI who would complete the evidence log and collect that piece of evidence and do their own documentation.
Just a brief moment, please, Your Honor. Sergeant O'Leary, I just have 3 last quick questions for you. With regards to the search of the trunk, you stated that you applied Blue Star, if I was correct, and you took 4 swabs. Were those 4 swabs from areas that tested presumptively positive?
Yes.
Under the Blue Star? Okay. And did you see any other indications back there that you deemed to be false positives?
Yes.
Okay. And how many? Do you remember?
Maybe 3 or 4, maybe 2 or 3 in the trunk area.
2 or 3 in the trunk area. Okay. And with regards to the other areas of the car, did you find food wrappers in that car or food containers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just one or multiple?
I found multiple. There are like snack packs, some baby bottles, some baby food containers, and other miscellaneous wrappers for food.
In your search of the car, were there a large number of pieces of evidence that were taken out that were assigned with your name, BEO1, BEO2, BEO3, things like
Yes.
that? Okay. And were those ones that you had seized and then, again, got logged in under your initials?
That's correct.
At this time, Sergeant O'Leary, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe we may need to see the court for a brief moment, but then defense counsel will have a few.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I think this is a good natural breaking point for you all to break for lunch, so I'm gonna release you for lunch. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Make sure that you are keeping an open mind. Don't do any research. Don't look up any media. And we will see you after the lunch break. If you would return at 1 o'clock, please. All rise for the jurors. All right, sir, I am gonna have you come back. Stand up! But I needed to give them a break, so.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, 1 o'clock? Yes. You may step down. Yeah. I ha- Okay, give me 1 minute. You may sit down. I reviewed the letter. I just want to review the draft order. Counsel, typically we would get this electronically, so I don't usually give a signed copy back that's not already filed. So I can do this one of a couple ways. I can just, if you take a minute, I'll get 3 signed copies and get them to each of you. Or I can give it to you and you can take it downstairs and make copies and upload it. Might make sense. I'm fine either way.
I don't know that the state has a preference for.
Okay, so just maybe, just wait a minute and I'll get you signed copies of, I'll get you copies of both the letter and
They
the
didn't wash
order,
shit.
For Attorney Sheehan and each of the parties. Okay, so just give me 1 minute.
Thank you.
Jess needs to charge her phone. We are on lunch. Did she say back at 1 p.m.? I don't think they're on socials right now. I think she means before. Did she say 1 p.m.? So if you missed this morning, we had 2 Manchester police officers. We had a coworker at Dunkin Donuts. And who else? Who was the very first guy? That was Manchester as well, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, I think so, Anna. There's a lot of witnesses. Let me show you how long the witness list is. 1 p.m. Thank you. Let's look at the witness list. All right, so if we go up here, we see it starts with civilian witnesses, and there's a total of 79 of them. And then there's law enforcement witnesses, and there are 75 of them. And then they have 6 expert, and then they have 33 exhibitees. It looks like. You keep having to refresh the stream. Does anybody else have that problem? Are you guys having a problem? Because I'm going to end and come back if it is. Is everybody having a problem with the stream? Because I will start a new one for afternoon. Stream is fine. Okay. Must be you, Jess. Maybe your signal there. Okay, everybody, it's working. All right, thanks for letting me know, guys. All right, so that's the witness list. There's a lot of people on here now. They may not call all these people, but there's a lot on this list. I mean, just law enforcement only. We've got shit ton. Hillsborough County. We have a United States Marshal. We have Hillsborough County and Manchester. And then we have Ryan Burke from the FBI. Matthew Flynn from the FBI. The rest are Manchester. Oh, there's more. And then up here, more marshals. FBI, Manchester, Hillsborough County. But see Bessie Small. We have Bessie Small. There's Helen Montgomery, which I think is the grandma. Oh, yeah. You want to see the exhibitees? Let's go over those. I'm freezing, by the way. AT&T, Auto City Collision Repair Center, New Hampshire Bureau of Family Assistance, Catholic Medical Center. That's CMC. When you hear the CMC bag, that's Catholic Medical Center. Citizens Financial, DNA Labs International, DTC Home Improvements, Dunkin Donuts, Eco ATM, excuse me, Econo Lodge, Families in Transition, Farnham Center. And Families in Transition is the place they were living where they put her in the ceiling. Farnham Center, Google, Hillsborough County Sheriff, Hillsborough County Department of Corrections, because that's the county they live in. The Home Depot, Leads Online, Manchester Comprehensive Treatment Center, Massachusetts Department of Transportation, Meta Bank, New Hampshire Department of Corrections, New Hampshire Department of Transportation, Health and Human Services, and Division for Children, Youth, and Families. All useless. New Hampshire MDR Real Estate Management, Portland Pie Company, T-Mobile USA, Text Now, U-Haul, Verizon Wireless, Walmart, and Willow Bend Family Practice. So that is that. What I want to know. Let's look up this Portland. I'm curious. I don't know. It's probably going to make me sick. But I want to know about Portland Pie Company. I know it went out of business or whatever. Or they closed that location, but I wonder if there's any other ones still around. Farnham is the rehab. That probably was one of the programs. And it must hail out of Portland, Oregon, right? Oh, Portland, Maine. I didn't know there was a Portland, Maine. The Portland Pie Company. Davisburg. Holla. Holla. I used to drive by that Davisburg exit on I-69 almost every day. It's a pizza place. I didn't know it was pizza. I thought it was like pies. Like, I thought it was like a pie place, you know, like, I don't know. Like a chicken pot pie place. They have 9 locations. Because of Adam Montgomery, they probably had to close one down. Because of him. There's a little look in their kitchen. It's a bar pizza place, yeah. I know Bridget is kind of boring today. J is for Justice podcast. How many times did you see Big Beaver Road exit 69? A lot. A lot. Yeah. Exit 69 on I-75 in Michigan is Big Beaver Road. There is also a climax exit on I-69 near Battle Creek, Michigan. Like fruits and pies. Yeah, good grandma. I was picturing peach pies. Dude, me too. I was picturing like an apple pie with like crumb topping. Jesus. You guys, I love it. You guys, we think alike. It's funny. I think they actually closed down because Harmony's body was in the freezer and it was in the news. Yikes. I would think they don't have a choice at that point. Meet the crew. Anyways, that is Portland Pie Company. I don't think I'd ever eat at any of their locations. Good grandma's like, pizza's pizza. Oh, you're in Highland, Milford area. Mother of Psycho Breakers, how long have you lived in Milford? Portland Pie is going strong with 9 locations. Except the one they had was, I'm freaking freezing, is closed. In Manchester. I know. It was boring this morning, you guys. I'm tired. No, there is. There's I-69, right? I-69 by Battle Creek. Or maybe it's 94. It must be. No, it's 94. I-94. It's after you get. It's right at like the 69-94 interchange. There's Climax. There's a place in Washington called Hump Tulips. Schmicky, the whole time I thought it was Port and Pie, not Portland Pie at Port and Pie Company. Your wife is from Milford? Well, I grew up in Romeo. I don't know if you knew that. So I'm from Michigan. I was born and raised in Romeo, Michigan. I was actually born at the Elmont High School. The Elmont Hospital, it was called Community Hospital back in 1973. And I was the only baby in the nursery. Can you believe that? Yeah, everybody who knows that hospital can believe it because nobody went there but my mother. So I was the only baby in the nursery on an Elmont Community Hospital. The only baby. I was lonely, dude. I was probably laying in that thing looking around like, where's my peeps? Oh, just gross, Anna, isn't it? There's two roads called Kitchen Dick and Woodcock. I'll meet you at the corner of Dick and Cock. See you there. Yay, Flo. Yeah, I was looking around. I'm like, where's Lexi Texi? It was a little ass hospital. I think now it's an urgent care. I don't know what it is now. It turned into an urgent care for a long time. I used to take my kids there because it was never busy. It turned into a Henry Ford urgent care, but it was called Community Hospital. No joke. Yeah, you wouldn't. So I'm the youngest of 6, and I'm the only one that was born in Michigan, actually. All my siblings were born in Indiana. You used to work off Cox. Why do I not find that hard to believe, Jammers? Walled Lake. All that's familiar to me, man. A brand new hospital, lucky. You probably got some good stuff. Good giveaways or good take-home stuff. Richard Leak. Oh, Jesus. Dick Leak. That's awful. Why would they name him Richard with that name? Hey, I'll meet you at the Home Depot at the corner of Dick and Cock. James for Justice podcast. You kind of went, yeah, I can't see it all yet. The same path as me. Went from Michigan to Bradenton, now back in Michigan. Yeah, kind of opposite. So I went from Michigan then I moved down here. I've been back and forth in Florida for too many times. So crazy. Graduated in 91. In 91, moved down here with my friends that were twins. I told you, or are twins. We moved down at 18. Actually, I wasn't even 18. I was 17. I graduated at 17. We moved down to Florida by ourselves. We packed our freaking car and we drove down. And we lasted about 9 months. And then I went back to Michigan. And then I ended up back there back in Florida in Sebring when I was married with 3 children. Life brought me back down to Florida. Lived here until 2011. Then went back to Michigan. And then moved back down to Florida in 2019. And here I am. It exhausts me just thinking about it. Let's see. I actually found this channel through a Facebook post. So you being from Michigan makes sense. We probably have mutuals. Interesting. Was it a Facebook post about the Crumblies, maybe? Nuh-uh. Grandma, I'm 50 years old. Yeah, mother of cycle breakers. They get old real quick. Who's Richard Brains? Oh, Venice. Yes, I remember when you came down. Yep, my son is in Englewood. We got Venice. We got people in Englewood, Venice, Northport area. Sebring. Yep. Amy, the only thing I would rewind for is maybe the last testimony because they showed the inside of the car and they talked about the evidence in the car. Your oldest graduated in 04, your second was 08, and your third was 2014. I graduated in 91. Who's Dick Brains? I don't know who that is, Jams. Oh, it could have been Idaho. But yeah, that's crazy. I'm glad. So you found you saw a post on Facebook, clicked it, and it brought you here? 100 people? That's amazing. Yeah, actually, I just clipped that part. It's really not that long. And I'm going to put a separate video up. So you won't have to rewind. I'll put that up and you can just watch that clip. It's about 8 minutes long. 91 in the house. You were talking about roads that sounded perverted, and it just reminded me of Dick Brains. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I was 4 when you graduated, Jay. Oh my God. Are you serious? I don't know what she's talking about, dude. I can't. I think she's fucking with me. They know I'm an airhead and they fuck with me. So we're about 10 years apart. Yep. That's why I like coming here. I'm an old Gen X, born in 65. Yep, you're right there on the cusp. Lucia, you graduated in the same year as one of my sisters. 81. His parents named him Richard Brains. Dick Brains. I don't get it. Whatever. Oh, my mind is spinning. Dick Shiner. Oh, okay. His name's Dick Brains. Dick for Brains. Was his middle name for? Dick for Brains. '93, Lizzie. Whoop. Gen X represent. Yes. Born in the 70s. Gen X. Check out my channel, Gen X. When I have a free moment, I will actually do something with it. Stephanie, 91. Class of 95, Megan Ambrose. Whoa, Streamlabs just threw up in the chat. Holy. You were born in 93, but an old soul. I love our old souls. We have several of you here. And you know what? My son is 95 and my other son's 98, and they're like that too. Same with Poon and Megs. Yep. We've got some younger, but you guys are Gen X at heart. Yes, Sally, we're Gen Xers. We have the best. We really had the best generation. I watched a interview last night with a 98 or no, she was 92 or something like that. And she was interviewed in 1979 or 76 or something like that. But she was 92 and it was in the 70s and she was born in like 1881. Her stories were fantastic. Oh my gosh. I have to do the king cake dance. Woo woo. I'm getting a king cake. I'm so excited. I'm getting a king cake on the 22nd. I will eat it live. I will eat my king. I've never had a king cake. I've never seen a king cake, and Kendo sent me a king cake. Oh, I'm so excited. What kind of king cake is it, Kendo? I think a lot of older millennials feel that way, Danielle. Because you still come from the time where you didn't have okay, this is how I differentiate some of the like a major differentiator between older millennials and younger millennials is the older millennials remember what it's like to not have a cell phone. Right? Yeah, do they put little plastic babies in it? I don't know. What is with that? Let's find out. It'd be a good history lesson. That's a good history lesson for lunchtime. The history of king cake and the baby. Let's see what comes up. You can find anything online. King cakes. This is it right here. Look. This is what frickin' candies look like.
Mardi Gras. It offers us a brief diversion from the less than happy events of the day. So we sent our Chris Van Cleve to the Big Easy to dig into Fat Tuesday's favorite food, the royal dessert they call the king cake.
It's not as if New Orleanians ever needed an excuse to party. But after 2 years of COVID, the 2 months of indulgence known as Carnival,
the Crew de Jeanne d'Arc hereby declares that Carnival has commenced.
seemed pretty well deserved. After being canceled last year, Mardi Gras is back. The parades, the costumes, and the king cake, a traditional sweet treat eaten only at carnival time in the Crescent City.
Every Friday at school, kids are eating king cake. Every day in office break rooms. Out on the parade route with your friends and family. King cake is everywhere.
Kids are eating
when
them
writer
at school.
Matt Haynes moved from New York to New Orleans 5 years ago, he was determined to find the very best king cake in town.
Started to do some research and I realized, God, there are hundreds and hundreds of cakes out there. So I figured I would try them all. I ended up having like 88 of them that year.
I'm curious, what made you go, I need to eat 88 king cakes this Mardi Gras season?
Yeah, I would have done more, but Carnival only lasts so long.
He turned all that caloric heavy lifting into what he says is the first ever book about king cakes.
I'm not sure everyone realizes how diverse of a place New Orleans is.
Oh my God, they're big.
Every single cake has a unique baker who has a unique story.
And every cake is an extension of that story.
Is there raisins in it?
The king cake dates back centuries to an ancient Roman festival celebrating the solstice. Adopted by Christianity, versions are still found throughout the world. Most Louisiana king cakes are adorned with purple, green, and gold. And almost all of them come with a tiny plastic baby.
Whoever gets the baby has to bring the next cake.
Have a good one.
You too.
That is a great tradition for you guys.
The
For every one of
baby.
these cakes that goes out, somebody should be ordering another one.
Yep.
Every carnival
They
season,
put
the
a baby in
Kaywood
a
brothers,
cake.
Nick and Kenny Jr., along with the rest of their family at Kaywood and Randazzo's, knead, braid, fill, bake, ice, and pack 50,000 cakes, with 50,000 babies hidden inside. Pretty hard work for the Big Easy, but they sell enough king cakes during Mardi Gras to close for the rest of the year.
When king cake season is done, what do you do?
Vacation.
Yeah.
We go fishing and
For 9 months?
Yeah.
4 months, and then hunting the other 3 months.
It's crazy, huh?
Yeah. I'm in the wrong business.
Just down the road at Dong Fong Bakery, they're working around the clock under the watchful eye of founder Hung Tran. Tran fled Vietnam after the war and settled in New Orleans. Her daughter Lynn suggested they start selling king cakes after Katrina.
We wanted to give our community, the Vietnamese community, an option. Say, hey, yes, you got the baby. We're going to go get a king cake from Dong Fong, and you can bring it in, and you can be proud of it.
That first year, they sold only about 100. Now, they can barely keep up. In
It's Fat Tuesday
2018,
today.
the bakery became king cake royalty, earning the prestigious James Beard Award.
Thank you.
Who's James Beard?
Do you ever wonder who eats all of this cake?
I do sometimes.
It's estimated New Orleanians eat about 750,000 king cakes every year. Not so hard to believe when you consider everything that qualifies as a king cake.
We have a non-traditional king cake, so there are no rules over here.
At her La Vie en Rose Cafe, Kirby Jones pays homage to her Creole roots with two offerings, a sweet rose-flavored cake and a savory cake stuffed with crawfish.
Do you get challenged because
Nope.
this doesn't look like a
I'll
king
pass
cake?
on that
Sure,
one.
yeah, so that's why we have these fun names for them. The Rose Queen cake, and this here we call the Don Creole.
The Don Creole.
While working on his book,
I could
writer
take
Matt
some blues
Haynes
and some
discovered
king cake.
endless ways bakers can make a king cake, but only one way to eat them, with a whole lot of people.
You're not supposed to eat king cakes by yourself. You're supposed to share it.
Oh, I
Cakes
gotta
are delicious.
share it.
But the fun part about it is sharing carnival season with everybody. That's what makes it special. That's what normal is in New Orleans, and it feels like we're heading back in that direction.
I could take the music for sure. Okay, check this out. In Roman times, a bean, look at the little baby, it's creepy. In Roman times, a bean was hidden inside the cake. It still is in some countries. Others use a coin. In the mid-20th century, a New Orleans bakery started putting porcelain babies in cakes. They went from a coin to a baby. The porcelain soon became plastic, and a tradition was born. Now, we're going to watch about my favorite, Poochkies. And we're going to find a Michigan. We're going to find a Hamtramck bakery. Here we go.
We have hours and hours going into all these delicious punchkis that we have here for you. We started days and days in advance ordering ingredients, making sure we have everything to make these delicious treats. We started on Thursday last week, just getting all of our stuff ready, prepared, weighed out, and then today here on Sunday we're getting all the dough prepared, all the balls ready to go, and we'll start, doing our magic tomorrow morning and getting them rolling, and everything is done fresh for you, and that's why we do it back to back. I was 13 when I started baking just in the house. I kept ramping up my production and just getting bigger and bigger. I started with 1 oven and ended with 5 ovens before I outgrew our house. You know, it's a godsend for the community and everything that this all fell into place. We appreciate Dan, the previous owner. He has came in and helped train on bread, donuts, and a lot of the other
I
Barney's
love they
classics
keep
that, you know,
they keep the tradition going. Same recipes.
We were really excited for our first Punchki Day, and we didn't expect this high demand. And we're really grateful and hope everyone comes out and gives us a try. We're super excited, and you know we're ready for you. So come on in. A typical day for us is, you know, waking up at 11:30, starting at midnight. We got bread mixing by 12:30, and you know, it's just we have a routine down. We start with our bread, then we get all of our breakfast items ready to bake. We get all of our donut mixes on the table and get those starting to proof. And you know, once that bread's ready, we get that into pans. We get our donuts ready to roll, and then we get all of our breakfast things moving. It's quite the operation, you know. Even though that we close at 5 in the afternoon, we're back here many hours before we open. There's hours and hours that go into these cases every single day. Never have I ever thought that this was a dream of mine, but always in the back of my head. I never thought that this would, you know, the dream would actually come true. Having a storefront with my name on the front of it, with me running it from start to finish. You know, I have a team behind me that is an absolute incredible team, and I couldn't do it without them. But we make it happen. You know, these cases are empty in the morning, and everything's fresh by the time we open at 7 a.m. So I hope to see you here 6 a.m. on Fat Tuesday, February 16th.
Tringales. Oh my gosh, Mickey. Isn't that cool? Michigan has such cool history, but let's check out this. This is 18 hours ago.
Tomorrow is Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras, but in Detroit, we all know it as Punchki Day. Everybody's got their go-to spot to get those traditional Polish donuts. A few days ago, we asked people to tell us their favorite Punchki place. We got a ton of responses from Hamtramck to Howell, Warren, Monroe, Oxford, and beyond. Punchki Day is part of Detroit's culture. It is a fun tradition, but it's more than that. We sent photojournalist Mike Glover to raise the voice of our Polish community to show us the fun and the deeper meaning.
Oh, man.
Punchki. I'm coming back.
Punchki. Pączki.
Pączki.
Pączki. So it's plural already. Actually, if you want one, it's pączek.
Oh. Wow. Oh, man. What kind are they?
Strawberry.
Traditionally, the Polish pączek is made of
So good.
rose marmalade or plum butter.
Should we cut one in half?
No plum butter for me. I'll take raspberry,
Probably
please.
wise. You could make these in your sleep, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, I don't have recipes for the dough or anything. I have in my head.
It's like a homemade. It's like used to my babcia made. My grandma.
This is what you get in
Your
Poland. This is what
babcia.
babcia would make, prababcia, your generations growing up in the village. This is an authentic pączek.
Well, that's good.
Tradycja, nie? W sumie. No musi być polski pączek.
My mom has never made pączki at home, but you know there were places that I would go and get one or two, sometimes three.
The process is proofing your dough twice before you even cut it into circular balls that you then stretch, manually fill with your marmalade, proof again a third time before they even reach the fryer.
Is this the hard way to do it?
It is. It's time consuming,
But
a
they're
lot
so
of
good.
effort, a lot of love, passion goes into it. You can't really skip a process because then it's not authentic.
Okay. Looks like the real deal to me.
It just becomes a jelly donut if you skip those processes.
That's good. Really good.
Don't know if I like the strawberry. I usually get isn't there like a cream one? Cream filled, that's usually my jam. But not jam. Sorry.
Wow.
I like the custard
stuff.
and raspberry.
It's good.
He's not having it.
You're not having it. It's good. I like it.
He's like,
Just get
nope.
that beautiful aromatic filling with the wonderful, fluffy, airy dough. There's just nothing else like it on the face of the planet.
It really is.
In Sterling Heights, Mike Glover, 7 Action News.
In
Maybe
Sterling
that's why
Heights.
it's such a hit around here.
Love it. I love it. I miss Detroit. I miss Punchkis. I say Punchki and I say I'm wrong, don't I? Let's see if we've got any other God, 11 years ago. Chicago is doing it too. Chicago does the punchkis. Look at this. Rudy's sent to sell in Cleveland, 100,000.
Of course, we like to highlight all the fun things happening right here in our community. Now, this is a live look from Air Tracker 5 of the line outside of Rudy's. You can see it's just a little out of the door there, but there's a big old party going on inside.
Yeah, the highly anticipated Fat Tuesday celebrations begin today.
They got Air Tracker over the bakery.
In Parma native and News 5's Mike Holden. In your element this morning, are you still working on that one punchki, or have you had more than one?
Guys, it's about portion control, and I justify the calories by the amount of time we're moving
so
around
fun.
and showing the people. I know Air Tracker 5 captured that little line outside, but the average wait time here is right around 45 minutes to an hour because people are buying like 7 dozen at a time. And I want to introduce you to the Miss Dingus Day 2017, Patricia.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, it's Punchki Day here at Rudy's.
It's a party! Okay, and I have to, this is like so typical Mike Brookbank. This is my aunt. My Aunt Daryl Major. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Why should they come check out Punchki Day? This is your first one.
Oh, because it's fun.
It's a party.
It's a party.
You walked into it and immediately you felt like family, right?
Yeah.
Which ones are you getting?
Opa, you've never heard of it?
She's got a big SUV. I'll leave you over here. Good to see you. She's such a sweetheart. She drove in from
They have
Bainbridge,
t-shirts. I
but
survived
the vast majority of
Punchki
people
Day.
are driving in from
I need that
Canton,
shirt.
North Canton. We had a couple from Kent. And I want to show the money, the magic, the punchkis.
The punchkis.
Sir, can you show the camera what you got? Flip these bad boys open. All right.
Oh, man.
What flavor is this?
This is the Huff Bakery.
Okay, the Huff Bakery, which is a Cleveland classic. Can't get that anywhere else. So guys, Mike, Tiffany, I'm gonna send it back to you. We've got records. We've got personalized. I don't know what they're doing. They're just screaming. Go!
This is great.
I don't know what they're saying, but I love it.
Hey, Mike.
I think they're drinking beer.
Can you tell us the
I'm listening.
Colasa's Bakery?
Look at the weather guy.
Am I saying it right?
We're at Rudy's, baby. Yeah, oh yeah, right down the street too.
We have a tray of punchkis from Colasa's.
Look at the weather guy.
I love it. They share the love too. Oh yeah, that's right across from St. Charles too. Yes.
Listen,
Gotta
Mike,
check 'em
Mike,
all.
you
Share
are
the love.
having, I think, a little too much fun this morning.
You love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
You love to see things. That's great.
I'm a little jealous. I can't deny it.
He says, never heard of him. I'm at Rudy's. I don't, is there any other place in the world than Rudy's right now?
We all need to go to Rudy's. Damn. Rudy's. Woo. Do they have collages? Ooh, that sounds good. Good grandma. I don't know. Let's see if there's any other parties going on. Let's see. Arizona.
Did you have one? It's Punchki Day. Hungry Metro Detroiters have been waiting in long lines all day to get their hands on those tasty Polish treats. Photojournalist Jeremy Johnson takes us on a trip to New Palace Bakery in Hamtramck.
Let's see. This is 3 years ago, though.
It's busy all the time for Punchki Day because it's a tradition, but it seems like year to year, more people get to learn about it and experience it, and then they like to come back, and it's just a kind of like a celebration here in Hamtramck.
This is my breakfast.
What's the most popular flavor that we usually sell?
Custard.
And? Yeah, you guys did your
Aw,
homework.
that's nice.
They
Thank you,
see
Olive
the
and
same
Stephanie.
customers in line year to year. They come around the same time to pick up orders or
Look
just
at all those
to
people.
come into the store. So it seems to get busier year to year.
Here you go. Have a nice day.
So everybody helps out, and you need to have the family to help out because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort. And the secret family recipe is just to do our best and try to serve the customers and use the best ingredients that we can. And we really appreciate our customers coming back year to year, generation to generation. When you have a bakery, it's kind of like when you prepare for Thanksgiving. Our customers are our family, and we want to prepare, and that's how it feels. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. We all look forward to it. The last day to indulge before Lent begins, so it gives us a reason to eat whatever we want to, right? And of course, punchki would be the thing to eat.
Now I need a punchki. Why wouldn't you get donuts from them? What's wrong with their donuts? Oh, because they weren't wearing gloves.
Bakeries are all set for punchki crowds
This is
early
today.
this morning.
That's right. The Polish treats filled with either jelly or custard are a Fat Tuesday tradition here in Metro Detroit.
Yeah, many fans stock up on a dozen or two or
Is
more
this it,
to
Lisa?
splurge with family, friends, and coworkers before the Lenten season begins tomorrow.
Well, 7 Action News reporter Peter Maxwell is
gloves
live at
yet.
New Palace Bakery
No
in
bueno.
Hamtramck this morning in the middle of all the Fat Tuesday action.
Wow, I mean, it sounds like it's bustling there,
Yes.
Peter. What's it like? Paint us a picture.
You know, I didn't eat breakfast this morning because I knew I was going to get this assignment this morning, so I'm starting to get a little hangry. But I am going to totally tell you what this punchki is.
Look at he's
in a
got
minute.
it
It's a
sitting
specialty
there.
flavor here at New Palace Bakery in Hamtramck, and you can see the amount of people here that have been here since before 3 a.m. when they opened their doors. They've been
3
cranking
a.m.?
these bad boys out all morning long, and you can see people getting them by the boxes, by the bag, and look, I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, they've got some honey cream dream, they've got the orange cream ski, the buttercream, peanut butter and jelly, then your traditional, you've prune, custard, strawberry, raspberry, and the one that I have right in front of me, this is called the Roaring Blueberry Blitz. This is in honor of the Detroit Lions making the playoffs. Look at how beautiful and decadent this looks. I mean, when they gave it to me, it was still warm. And I can't wait to dig in to this and make you guys all just be like, when's he gonna bring me some? I will bring you guys some, but I'm gonna take a little bite.
A little
maybe
bite? You can't take a little
of
bite.
this roaring blueberry blitz.
Blueberry
So we're gonna send it
blitz.
to you back in the studio. I'm gonna clean my face up, and I'll see you guys at 6 o'clock.
And yes, we were already asking if you could bring us back some, but I mean, you got at least one person applauding for you there, I heard in the crowd, Peter. I mean, that was a good bite.
I was
that
raised
was a
Catholic.
respectable bite. So yes, thank you for sampling it.
He can't
for
stop.
all of us here at home, living vicariously through you right now. Hey, if you're trying at home to find a bakery or a store here in Metro Detroit to buy some punchki, we have posted a list on our website for you. It's really helpful. Just go to wxyz.com.
Yep. So see if they have them in your area. Publix does carry them. So here in Florida, I like Krispy Kreme too, especially when that hot sign is on. The punchki bomb. What's that?
Usually they come in and they go, so tell me about this punchki bomb.
The music. Hey, Mish. Oh, no, he's putting booze in it. Stop.
It's a shot and a donut all in one. This one we're going to do is custard, which is the most popular. Punchki Day in Hamtramck is like St. Patrick's Day everywhere else in the world. It's a certain little angle you got to get. We always sell out. They've never made it to nightfall. Last year we got 36 dozen. This year we got 36 dozen. And last year I think we were out by 5 o'clock, so 7 hours for 36 dozen. Just like a little pie, booze pie all in one.
A booze pie.
The day after Punchki Day, we usually have to come in and scrub everything because everything has this sticky white frosting on it, including money, handles, everything.
No,
Pretty
they're
much gotta
not
get
cream
a power
puffs.
washer the next day and de-punchkify the place. This one we're gonna do Hard Luck Orange Dream, so this will be like a orange creamsicle. Some people like to suck it out of the straw, but since
This
we
is
get
9 years ago,
half-size
Schmicky.
punchkies made, it's a 3-biter of shot and pastry. Best Punchki Bomb stories you can't remember.
That's awesome. I know. I'm getting homesick too. They have the Punchki Run.
Fat Tuesday isn't for another few days, but Hamtramck is getting a head start, and I always struggle with this. Let me see if I can say it. The 12th annual Punchki
you got it.
Run took over
But it's
took over
Punchki.
Hamtramck today.
We all
So
say
did
it
Megan
wrong.
Wood. She was there as the first runners, bit into their first punchki of the season.
This isn't your ordinary 5K. You hear the Polish music, and then there's the goods. 200 dozen punchki from New Palace Bakery.
Let's go blueberry, girl.
The Punchki Run kicks off a busy week here in Hamtramck. On Fat Tuesday, lines start as early as 4 a.m. at New
Punchki
Palace
bomb.
Bakery. So this is how people meet their punchki cravings early.
You got to get the real things. My daughter bought some at some store. It says punchkis on it, but that's generic punchkis.
Yeah,
These are the real
they're
things.
just jelly
Punchki
donuts.
is part of an old Polish tradition leading into Fat Tuesday.
And it's meant to empty your pantry of all the things that you don't want to eat. So you're going to use up all your flour and your sugar.
And your
so they
lard.
make these really, really decadent punchki using extra eggs. It's a special dough.
And in Hamtramck,
this is the world in two.
That's what makes it different, Mega, from a cream puff. Cream puffs have that like really light kind of donut around them. There's nothing light about these. These have like lard, like the original ones are made with lard. Mother, you're going to get one? You're going to have to let us know how it is. Cream puffs are more light. This is it's custard. It's made with lard. They're 1,000 calories a piece for one. That's how fattening they are. That's why it's called Fat Tuesday.
0.1 square miles.
3, 2, 1, here!
the Saturday before is dedicated to the Punchki Run.
But really, it's so exciting to see so many people in Hamtramck and to show what a good time it can be here.
It's become a tradition all on its own.
Here, listen to polka music, talk a little Polish. Dziękuję, dzień dobry.
Who doesn't love lard?
Jak się masz? Well, jak się masz is how you doing. Dziękuję means thank you.
For newcomers, the run is what gets them here.
You know, I've done some of the other races.
The French
Free
are
press and Turkey Trot last year, and
the French
want to do
call
more of these 5Ks
les
that are around the
incompetents.
city and check out the different cultures.
But it's the experience of getting punchki.
I'm gonna go for lemon this time. I know.
Ooh,
this
the
is
lemon
love,
ones
hate
are
people
good
with
too.
Lemon punchkis. I'm gonna go with lemon this time.
I almost finished, but here we go. 6 years in a row.
A beer and punchki vodka
I never knew there was such a thing, but I will definitely try it.
after their run that makes them stay.
Look at
In Hamtramck, Megan Woods, local.
Look at his shirt. Professor of Punchki. Dude, that's awesome. I love it. I love it. I need a Fat Tuesday shirt from Detroit. Schmicky, I wonder if they have Fat Tuesday bomb t-shirts. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hey, Teresa. Happy Fat Tuesday.
I never thought about dunking one of those into a beer before.
I haven't either. Did you know a punchki is 500 to 1,000 calories? So it's going to take a lot of running to burn it off. Just keep that in mind, folks.
As long as you do it every once in a while, it's okay.
Exactly.
Just to kick off the season.
What's your favorite flavor, guys, if you've had them? Mine is raspberry and the custard. Ooh, I can't wait to see what you think, mother. You're going to love them. Let's see what else we've got. Lots of Punchki videos. God, those look good. What's this? The Hamtramck Review. This is 2010.
Hello, Hamtramck, our old friend.
Kowalski sausage. You guys, this is all Michigan, man. This is Michigan history.
Traffic, our old friends. We come to sing to you again. Because those beaches softly creeping.
WRAF party.
Woke me up when I was sleeping. And there's beaches
Polish girls gone wild.
who had come home drunk again. He sang refrain.
Detroit knows how to party for sure.
There's a line outside the bakery, and I've got jelly stains all over me.
Jelly stains?
Came suddenly, squishy, jelly doing below a sugary glaze.
Let's polka. You're welcome, Steph. Man. Happy Fat Tuesday, y'all. Look at the Poochki guy. There's the Stanley Cup, too. Poochki eating contest. Boom. Oh.
He's got to beat 14. 14 was the year last year. He's on 14. Come on, 2 miles. Look at that. Matt, we got a winner at the end. How many did he use? Did it go 14? He ate 15.
15?
15. Give it up for Matt right there.
Well, happy Fat Tuesday, everybody. Thank you for joining me on that little trip through Detroit and Poochki Day. 15 of them. Oh, yeah. I don't think I could do more than, I think 2 would be like, oh, they are really, really heavy. All right, I got to go get a drink. They should be back, though. It's 106. So what's going on with that? I know Detroiters know to party. And I love pierogies, too. Pierogies are awesome. Potato, onion, and cheese pierogies. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. Judge probably had a punchki on break.
Counsel, those CDs will get to you tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. Sorry. Tomorrow morning for the CDs? Yes. Okay. Sorry, that's okay. I just wanted you to know, maybe we'll stop a couple of minutes early if I can today so that staff can work on that at the close of the business day. Thank you.
Sorry. The microphone there, is that being used for your honor?
It's used for, yeah. Let's take this one back, and we'll just have the, oh, I see, because your voice, you just have to speak louder.
I couldn't speak.
You can do it.
You should tell my spouse that you are. I will definitely speak louder, and I will be much more cognizant of if I need to move about the well to grab that microphone. So we can leave this one here permanently, and ideally leave that one back here.
Okay, perfect. Yes, please. Thank you. Shall we put the witness back on the stand?
Just have one brief. I just need to say. Just trying to make sure we don't have anything slowing us down later on.
And Attorney Agati, if you want us at any point to lower the lights, or defense, if you want us to lower the lights because you're showing something on the screen, then just let us know, okay? All right, now we're going to put the witness back on the stand. And just be careful of the wires, please.
Thank you.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
That you remain under oath.
Yes.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met, about a month and a half ago, December 29th, for a deposition in this case?
Yeah, I know we met. I don't know if it was that long ago or no. My
Time does move pretty quickly sometimes.
Yeah.
But so in any event, I'll just be asking you many of the same questions that I asked you then. And I just want to begin by asking you about the experience with Blue Star you had up to that day of January 1st, 2022, when you processed the Chrysler Sebring, or began rather the processing of the Chrysler Sebring. Up to that point, approximately how many times had you previously professionally used Blue Star for processing?
A rough approximation would be probably 15 to 20 times that I've used it.
And you used that experience in processing this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
That item being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester garage bay when you saw it, right?
Yes, it was.
Missing tires?
Yes.
And I believe you described them as guts, but a lot of car parts were actually inside.
That's correct.
The vehicle.
Yes.
So for using the Blue Star, one of the first things you have to do, obviously, is mix the chemicals, correct?
Yes.
And it is your practice before doing so to always reread the instruction manual.
Yes.
it never hurts just to make sure you're following it correctly, right?
That's correct.
And as you mentioned, there's the possibility that the instructions could have changed since the last time.
Yes.
So you implemented that same practice here. Before processing the Sebring, you reread the instructions.
Yes.
And I think you had also indicated that the instructions are fairly idiot-proof, I think you had said. But
Yes.
All the same, you made sure to comply with those instructions in the processing of the Sebring.
Yes, I did.
You applied. Well, let me just back up. It took a while to process this car, right?
Yes, it did. 2
different dates.
Yes.
January 7th was one.
Yes.
The second date was the 7th.
Yes.
On the first, Detective Tucker assisted you.
Yes, he did.
For at least part of the time.
Yes.
And then on the second date, the 7th, Detective Lamy helped you, right?
That's correct.
And again, your goal with the Blue Star was to apply it to every nook and cranny of both the exterior and interior, correct?
Correct.
And before doing so, you obviously you dimmed the lights in the bay.
In the bay, they're either on or they're off.
Okay.
There's no dimming feature to it.
But there was some light, maybe potentially, but it doesn't have to be pitch black for you to be able to see the Blue Star, correct?
We would use the flashlight that I had.
With the exterior, there were no positive reactions, right?
Correct.
A positive reaction, you've learned through your training experience, lasts about 30 to 60 seconds.
That's correct.
And it is that top blue color on that Kleenex box that's by the jury, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to distinguish that from what's called a false positive.
Correct.
Probably the same color, but it's more like a flash, right?
Yes.
It lasts for just a few short seconds.
That's correct.
There are a few things that can cause a false positive, one of those being a cleaning agent, right?
That's correct.
So sometimes in your investigations, a false positive can itself have some evidentiary value, right?
That's correct.
It may suggest that efforts were made to try and clean whatever object it was that you were processing.
That's correct.
Let's now talk about the application of the Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle. Before doing so, you placed down some butcher paper on the garage floor.
That's correct.
And you removed the items from the interior of the car.
That's correct.
And when I'm talking about the interior, there's the trunk, and that's been pretty well covered, but there's also the cabin.
That's correct.
The passenger cabin.
Yes.
The front seats and rear seats.
Yes.
So you removed any items, including car parts, from the interior before applying the Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
And you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual?
Yes.
Again, it's not like a burst. It's a light spray that you're trying to provide, right?
That's correct.
You don't need to saturate it or anything.
Correct.
But you want to make sure that you apply that mist over the entirety of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And the interior.
Yes.
This would include the steering column.
Yes.
Center console.
Yes.
Driver's seat.
Yes.
All the seats for that matter.
Yes.
And that's what you did.
Yes.
And there was no positive reaction.
That's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column?
Correct.
Steering wheel?
Correct.
Driver's seat?
Correct.
The entirety of the passenger seat?
Correct.
Or the center console?
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report?
Yes.
A report which was later provided as discovery?
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this was the entirety of the interior that you applied the Blue Star.
Yes.
That would include not just the front passenger cabin, but the entirety of the rear passenger cabin.
Yes.
That would include all of the rear seats.
Yes.
Overruled.
And that would include the entirety of the seat for for the back passenger.
Yes.
And crevices.
Yes.
And again, there was no reaction.
Correct.
False or negative?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
I don't want to have him totally excused.
Excuse me.
We don't want to have him totally excused.
I haven't excused him.
Your Honor, the state calls Anthony Banero.
Who is it? Who's this? Someone that worked with Adam? Oh,
Please just watch
Lord.
the
I got my
wires.
witness list. I'll tell you who he is. Hold on.
And Mr. Badero, you can just remain standing
Sure.
and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, yes, sir.
Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. There's some water ready for you if you need it.
Thank you.
How are you doing today, Mr. Badero?
All right.
Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Anthony Bodero, Anthony Bodero.
And sorry, we're just getting set up, Mr. Badero. I apologize.
It's okay. Take your time.
Your Honor, may I actually approach and just try to plug that back into it?
Sure. Go ahead. That's fine. He's just going to be stepping
Sure.
behind you for a minute there.
Sure.
Mr. Badero, what's your date of birth?
August 30th of 1973.
And how far did you go in school?
High school. 11th grade.
11th grade. What's the current city that you reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived here in Manchester?
13, 14 years.
Mr. Badero, are you familiar with an area in Manchester called the Colonial Village Apartments?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that area?
I used to reside at the residence here.
And again, Mr. Badero, we're making a record, so I'm just going to ask, there's a little microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that and as loud as you can.
I used to reside at Colonial Village.
How long did you live in Colonial Village for?
Lived there for like 4 months at one time, and then like another 4 or 5 months after that.
And what were the periods that you lived there? What years?
I lived there from July of 2019 to, I would say, I think it was March of the following year. Yes, March of 2020.
Okay. And who did you live there with in that period that you just mentioned, the July 2019 to March 2020?
I live with a friend of mine.
And what's your friend's name?
Her name is Tanya Clement.
And what were the circumstances? What was the arrangement that you had with Tanya, that living situation?
We would share the bills for the rent of the apartment.
While you were living there during that period that we're discussing, so not the later time, but the July to March, did you own a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of vehicle you owned?
I believe it was a 2004 Audi S4 in blue.
Would you recognize that vehicle if you saw it today?
Of course.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Madero, I'm showing you what's been
I think he
marked
looked
for
older at a
identification as State's
distance.
Exhibit
Up close, he
22.
doesn't look that old.
Exactly.
Do you recognize that?
That's definitely my old car, yes.
And so you recognize it as your old car?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm gonna ask you, it's a big courtroom
Just
and
speak
everybody wants to
louder.
hear you, so please
Okay.
keep your voice up.
Yes, that was my vehicle.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of your vehicle? Is
Yes.
this what your vehicle looked like, in other words?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 22.
The objection?
May we approach?
Yes?
Elaine's always approaching. Yes, this is the drug dealer. This is the guy that gave him pizza. He also knew there were 3 babies in that car. I'm sure he saw Harmony if she wasn't cleaned after she pooped and peed. Right? So if they stayed in his car, my question is, did Harmony mess in his car? Are they going to ask him this? If Harmony had an accident in his vehicle? Was Harmony even still around when they were in his vehicle? Or are they lying? Inquiring minds want to know.
And Mr. Badero, you said you recognize this vehicle, that this is a fair and accurate
Yes, sir.
photograph of your vehicle.
Yes.
Is this what your vehicle looked like the last time you saw it?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark.
Why did he laugh?
22.
No objection.
Something funny, sir?
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Exhibit E.
So, Mr. Badero, that exhibit that I just handed you, the photo of your car, I put it up on the screen behind you. Can you take a look at that for a moment? And can you tell these jurors what that image is of?
What the images of?
Yes.
My vehicle.
And I think you said the last time you saw it, that's what the vehicle looked like?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
happened to your vehicle after you left the Colonial Village apartments?
It was sitting for about 2 years at my in-laws.
Why was it sitting at your in-laws for 2
And
years?
I could not get it started.
Mr. Badero, at some point between when you left that vehicle for 2 years at your in-laws and today, did you consent to a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was that with the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
Mr. Badero, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And you can reposition yourself, that's fine. How do you know Mr. Montgomery?
I happened to meet him August of 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Badera, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this photo?
Yes, sir.
And who do you recognize that to be?
As Adam Montgomery.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
Psychopathy.
And Mr. Badero, is this the same Adam Montgomery that you?
That's fine.
That you met in August of 2019?
Yes, sir.
How often would you interact with Mr. Montgomery back in 2019?
I saw him maybe every few days or something like that.
How about Kayla Montgomery? Do you know someone named Kayla?
Sure you did.
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
I happened to meet her in 2013.
2013?
Yes.
Oh, he knew Kayla first.
How did you meet the defendant in August of 2019?
I needed a ride to the Rockingham courthouse to dispute a driving without a license ticket.
This guy's an
And
idiot.
I needed a ride, so I happened to call a friend of mine, and he didn't have his car, so he said that he was with a friend of his, and that he would ask him if he can give me a ride. He called me back, told me that the guy said okay. Then him and Adam Montgomery came to pick me up to take me to court. And when they arrived with 3 children, with Harmony and the 2 boys.
And you mentioned Harmony and 2 boys. Did you see those 3 children after that event?
Yes.
When did you, let's talk about, when did you last see Harmony?
The last time I saw Harmony was the second and last time I ever saw her, and that was about 3 weeks to a month later after the August incident. I saw her with them where they resided at.
Mr. Badero, I want to switch gears with you again. Have you ever been convicted of a felony drug charge?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fact convicted of felony drug possession in 2014?
Les incompétents.
14. I think so, yes.
How about in 2016?
Yes.
How about in 2019?
No.
And Mr. Badero, did you provide testimony to the grand jury related to this case back in March of 2022? So March 21st of 2022?
I believe, yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked in that grand jury proceeding whether or not you sold drugs to the defendant back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide an honest answer to that question?
No, I did not.
During that grand jury testimony,
He
were
lied to
you
the grand
given any
jury
type
too?
of immunity
You're a
before you were
liar.
asked the questions
No.
about drugs? And after your testimony, after your grand jury testimony, did you agree to meet with investigators regarding the case?
Yes, sir.
And was that in September of 2022?
Sounds about right.
At that point, had you been provided any type of immunity regarding drug activity?
No, I don't think so.
Do you recall agreeing to meet with those investigators, signing a written document?
I did agree to meet with them, yes, with an attorney.
Did you have an understanding about how your statements could be used, whether they could be used against you?
Yes.
What was your understanding of that?
That they would not use it against me as long as I told the truth.
And you mentioned having an
And
attorney.
you didn't tell the truth.
Yes.
Is that attorney here with you today?
Yes, sir.
God almighty.
And regarding your testimony here today, have you been provided immunity based on that drug information?
Yes, sir.
Before testifying today, you were provided immunity.
Yes, sir.
We're all gonna have so much.
Based on that, Mr. Badero, I want to ask you questions
Go into
about
the
your
clinker,
sale of
the
drugs
big
back
house.
in 2019. Specifically, back in 2019, did you sell drugs to the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
Did you sell drugs to Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
How often would you sell the defendant and Kayla drugs?
Whenever I had any available.
How frequently was that?
Not frequent.
Were you actively selling drugs back then?
When I did have, yes.
And how would they pay you when they would purchase those drugs?
They would either pay me with cash or they would sell me food stamps.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
What
Lord.
do you mean when you say they would sell you food stamps?
Well, I would give them half of whatever they gave me in food stamps.
And let me back up. What type of drugs were they buying from you back then?
Heroin and crack.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Badero, did the defendant, in this case, Adam Montgomery, did he ever sell drugs for you?
Negative, no.
Did you ever employ Mr. Montgomery to sell drugs for you?
No.
Did you ever hire him in any capacity?
No.
Mr. Badero, I want to turn your attention to Thanksgiving of 2019. Does that time frame stand out to you?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors why that stands out to you?
Because they approached me saying they had no place to live, and I let them stay in my vehicle.
And can you describe that arrangement where you let them stay in your vehicle?
Well, the reason I had them stay in the vehicle is because I was living with somebody else that it was their apartment, and there was no room for them to be there.
There was no room at the inn?
So the only choice I had was to let them stay in my vehicle.
Even the
Do you
babies.
recall the specific? Let me back up. How many days did they stay in your vehicle?
2
for?
days.
2 days.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the
You
specific?
growing on my ass.
The specific days.
No, it was just after Thanksgiving weekend.
And Mr. Badero, who stayed in your vehicle?
Adam, Kayla, and the 2 boys.
Earlier you mentioned
I thought Harmony
Adam's
was there.
third child, Harmony.
Yes.
Where was Harmony during that time where you let them stay in your vehicle?
I do not know.
Oh,
Was she with them?
No.
Did you see her at any point during that period where they were staying in your vehicle?
No, sir.
And do you recall how they came to be living in your vehicle? What was? Can you tell the jurors what that conversation was like?
Well, from what I recall, they gave me a call and told me they had no place to go. They came to where I was staying at. I let them upstairs. We talked, and I told them, I was like, I could let you stay in my car, but I can't let you stay here because this is not my apartment. That was the arrangement.
The car that you allowed them to stay in, was that the same car that I showed you an image of
Yes,
just
sir.
moments ago? Mr. Badero, back in late 2019, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
What was your Facebook name back then, if you can recall?
Anthony Tone Capone Bodero.
Anthony Tone, sorry?
Capone Bodero.
Is that your full name, or?
No, that's just a street name.
Tone specifically, is that what you go by?
Well, they call me Tony.
Were you friends with the defendant on Facebook, the defendant in this case?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what his Facebook name was back then?
I believe it was his name, Adam Montgomery.
Did I ask
How
you to
often
do
would
that?
you communicate, back then, late 2019, how often would you communicate with the defendant?
I don't remember, sir.
How would you communicate with him?
telephone mostly.
Did you communicate with him on Facebook at any point?
I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
So I want to talk about those 2 days when they were staying in your car. The defendant, Kayla, and their 2 sons. Did you take them anywhere during those 2 days?
No.
Do you think that seeing your Facebook messages might refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you took them somewhere?
I guess.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Facebook messages. Is Jess? Where's Jess? Has she commented lately? So he's saying he did not see Harmony Thanksgiving weekend. This is Anthony, the drug dealer. Let me get that on the screen. On the stand. Tone Loke.
And I think you said this already, Judge, but may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, Mr. Badero, I'm just handing you, and actually, sorry, I can just have this. So, Mr. Badero, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. I'm just going to ask that you look this document over, paying attention.
Tony has done it again.
I'm gonna read that.
To yourself.
The whole thing, or just this page?
That page to yourself, and then just look up to your back.
Exhibit E. Exhibit E. EXHIBITY.
I finished.
So, Mr. Badero, first let me ask, does that refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you drove?
He
the
can read.
defendant?
To tell the truth, I don't even remember.
Okay. The item that you just reviewed, what do you understand that to be?
Guess they must have reached out to me. They needed to go to the clinic. They asked for a ride, and I guess I must have told them, give me 20 minutes. I just woke up, and I guess I must have took them to the clinic.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that a conversation between yourself and the defendant?
I don't even remember. It could have been with Adam or Kayla.
Mr. Badero, as part of your involvement with this case, did you provide consent for officers to search your Facebook account?
Yes.
Mr. Badero, during that 2-day period where the defendant slept in your car, did you allow him to drive your vehicle at all?
I don't think so. I wouldn't let nobody drive my car.
And seeing those messages, does that refresh your recollection at all regarding whether or not you took them to the methadone clinic?
It does not, sir.
And do you recall specifically having those communications with the defendant?
No, I do not.
Mr. Badero, when the Montgomery stayed in your vehicle, how often would you see them?
Not much.
What does not much mean?
Like, I was upstairs in my apartment with my wife, and I hardly went outside.
Mr. Badero, do you recall sitting down with investigators and talking to them about that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall telling them specifically that you rarely saw the defendant and Kayla during that period?
I rarely saw them. But I wasn't checking on them.
Were you aware of their living situation prior to them living in your car?
Not sure. Just I know they told me they had no place to go, and that's why I let them stay in the car.
And at that time, were you aware of where they had been living immediately before then?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they were staying in their own vehicle prior to using yours?
No, I don't.
Those rare times that you would see them, how would you see them during that period?
They would come see me. After I served them, they would leave.
And when you say they would come see me, is that the defendant and Kayla, or is that someone else?
They either came together or separate.
Do you recall telling those investigators that they were always together?
Yeah, they were always together.
Oh yeah, they were always together.
During those 2 evenings, or those 2 days that you allowed them to stay in your vehicle, did something happen to your vehicle during that time?
Yes. The first night, I guess, from what they told me, Kayla didn't know how to drive a manual transmission car. She turned it on for the heat, and it killed the battery. And I guess when he woke up, he went somewhere, supposedly from what they said, he went somewhere in the middle of the night to get a portable car charger. So by the time the next day when I came out, they already had the car started. So I don't know. I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Mr. Badero, do you recall specifically who told you that information about Kayla starting the car?
They were both telling me. They were both together.
Do you recall telling investigators that the defendant actually gave you that information?
No.
They were both together when you learned it?
Well, yeah, they were both together.
And I'm sorry, you said that earlier. They were always together.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you provide them any items during their two days in your vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what you gave them?
I gave them leftover Thanksgiving dinner one night, and then the following day, I bought 2 pies from Domino's Pizza, and I gave them a pie, and I still with a pie for me and my wife.
Mr. Badero, if I can have just a moment.
Good question. What does a manual and the battery have to do with it? Oh, Portland pie, drugs, babies, cars, and these people just don't do anything about it. They're all sick. Oh,
Brief follow-up, Mr. Badero. You mentioned seeing where the defendant resided. Can you tell the jurors where that was?
I always forget the name of this where it's at, but I went there one time to bring them some food.
Okay. Was it a house, an apartment, something else?
Yes, it was a house.
How would you describe that house?
It was a small little house.
And would that have been?
It was a
what time of
quaint
year
little
was that?
house. Cozy.
That was in September 2019.
September 2019?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Badero, would you recognize that house if you saw it again today?
Yes.
Showing you what's been published, admitted and published as State's Exhibit 1.
Yeah, that's it.
And when you say, yeah, that's it, what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize to be the house where they were residing in.
That house at Guilford Street.
Yes, I believe that's the name of the street.
How many times did you go to this house on Guilford Street?
I think maybe I only remember the one time, but it could have been twice. But I remember only one time. I didn't go visit them, so I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Badero. No further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Badero. My name is Caroline Smith. How are you?
All right, good afternoon.
A little bit nervous?
Always.
Okay. And I think your first introduction to this case was when marshals came to speak to you?
Yes.
In January of 2022.
Yes.
And you wanted nothing to do with this case, right?
Here we
I didn't know
go.
anything about the case.
Okay.
Yeah. Except for
okay.
what you read in the paper, right?
Except for what the officers told me.
Okay. And you said, I've got no involvement with anything involving a child, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes.
No way, right?
No.
Okay. And you got subpoenaed to the grand jury,
Yes.
and they had you swear an oath there to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And they gave you some ground rules about your testimony at the grand jury, right?
What you mean ground rules?
Okay. Well, they told you that you could refuse to answer a question if it would incriminate you, right?
No, you didn't tell me that.
They told you you had the right to be represented by an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that you had the right to refuse any answer in the grand jury, but only if that answer would incriminate you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Let me show you a copy of a transcript of your grand jury, okay?
Sure.
So first of all, that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
And does March 21 of 2022 sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a copy of, you can see on the outside, grand jury proceedings, right?
Yes.
About the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you were sworn in at the beginning of the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I want you to go through and I'm going to take you from the bottom of page 3 into page 4 and ask you to read that to yourself, okay? And then I'm going to ask you a question.
You said bottom of page 3?
Yeah. Into page 4.
Where the bottom? From here? From
Sure,
here?
sure. Why don't you do there? Does that refresh your recollection? Okay. In the transcript to the grand jury, well, while you were in the grand jury, you were advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question if it might incriminate you, right?
From what it says here, yes, I guess. I just don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And it says that, yes, you understood, right?
Yes.
So, you also said you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, God, are we going to hear about this?
Being advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question, or you had the right to an attorney, you chose to lie under oath.
I didn't know that I was going to need an attorney,
Okay.
so I agreed to answer their questions.
So when the question came up to something that would incriminate you, you chose to lie rather than ask for an attorney, right?
I got scared, and I didn't think about what they told me about asking for an attorney.
Sure, sure. And you were scared because they thought you had information about Harmony, right?
Yes,
And you didn't want anything to do with this, right?
of course.
You didn't want to be implicated in this in any way at all, right?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. You talked about meeting Adam because you needed a ride to court.
Yes.
And
When your dealer calls you for a ride to court.
No.
have you ever had a license?
No.
You did not have a license in November of 2019 then, right?
No.
If you've never had one, you
I've
didn't
never
have
had
one.
one, exactly.
Excuse me, and you didn't have one in December of 2019?
No.
Okay. And you talked about your prior convictions, and one of the prior convictions I think that you said was possession of a controlled drug from 2018,
Yes.
and that was actually possession with intent to sell, right, or dispense?
I guess. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the record of that conviction, would that help refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is a certified copy of a conviction returned from Superior Court, state prison sentence for Anthony Badero.
We know he's a liar. We know he's a drug dealer.
And January 12, 2018.
We know this,
That's when I was
Elaine.
released.
That was the day you were sentenced.
But
Well, actually, okay.
I got released as well.
Pretty sure he knows when he got out,
because you
Elaine.
were actually in jail pre-trial, and the day you got sentenced, you got a suspended sentence, and they released you.
I released. All I know is they let me go.
Okay.
It wasn't his
And,
apartment.
So you got a sentence of 3 to 6 years with all but 92 days suspended. Does that sound right?
No. I believe it was the 92 whatever days time served, and then suspended time after.
Right. Okay. I may have said it wrong because I
You
have
did.
gotten a little bit tired. So it was 3 to 6 years as a sentence. All of that was suspended except for the 92 days that you had already served.
Yes.
So when you mean you got released, you were held on bail before the conviction, and the day you got sentenced, you were let out.
Well, they picked me up from a state prison. I did a bit in a state prison. They picked me up. I did 92 days here in Valley Street, and then I got released.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then you had a suspended sentence hanging over your head of
Yes.
3 to 6 minus that 92 days.
I guess, yes.
Okay.
She's just trying to
And that was
discredit him.
suspended for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay.
He's already discredited. He entered the room discredited, lady. You don't have to take it any further.
Then in November 22nd, 2019, you got another drug charge.
No.
Drug conviction, sorry.
No. Say that again. When?
November 22nd,
He's like, hold up.
2019, you got convicted on another charge.
It's possible.
No.
Okay.
Cocaine.
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 It's
cocaine.
It's cocaine. Elaine is getting a talking to right now. He's like, hold up. Wait a minute. I think I know, lady.
Not right now, man.
She's terrible. She is terrible. Oh my gosh. She just like, you don't have to discredit this motherfucker. He's already you look up discredited in the dictionary and you see his ass. So like, drop it, Elaine.
Go ahead, Attorney Smith, go ahead.
So I think I was going to show you another certified copy of another conviction, okay?
Treated like skunk.
I can show you return from Superior Court, Anthony Badero, sentence November 22nd, 2019.
Sorry, I don't know anything about that. The last time I did time for drugs was I came home in 2018.
Sure, because on this one you got a total 2 to 4 suspended. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And your attorney was Attorney Sheehan?
Yeah, that was from the old case. That's not, I have it confused.
Okay.
It can't be 2019 because I never got caught with drugs anything after 2018.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. On June 24, 2019, you were driving without a valid license, right?
That, yes.
And while you were
does that. It's
driving
okay.
without a valid license, they found drugs in your car.
No,
Basis?
no.
Want a cough drop?
Did you see his face? He's like, what's this lady talking about?
I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life, and I didn't want to see anybody else either.
You can get it then, Megs. How about that?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Oh, he's saying something. Jess, what's he saying? Is he mumbling to himself? Oh my God, I can't wait to hear what he's saying. He ain't happy.
Yeah, that loud and beefy.
Oh, he looks like a mean motherfucker too. Dude, no wonder Adam's uncle was scared to death. Can you imagine?
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
He's not a nice man. Dude, is Jess in chat? What the heck's going on? Yeah, he's not a nice man at all. Damn.
Cheapers.
Yeah, he doesn't care who you are, what you have, or where you're from. He will fuck you up.
Creep town, dude.
Robin Malete. Guys, where is Jess? Oh, I wonder if he's got more involvement in this. Was that night the night that they got rid of Harmony? I wonder. Lots of confusion. No, this ain't Frozen, dude. He's staring someone down. He was staring someone down.
So, and I've moved to introduce this as the next exhibit, and I don't know where we are.
Oh, she's all shook.
Okay.
Oh, and he is irritated.
Coming in hot, the heat up.
Do you hear Morse code? Am I the only one that hears Morse code?
Mr. Badero?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you have some stuff here that maybe we'll take away because I'll focus on something else now, okay?
Going to the clinker.
So
Big
I
house.
have in front of me what's been marked as a full exhibit, a certified copy of your conviction from November 22nd, 2019. And we went over that first page.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the second page. And that second page is the sentence that you got on that conviction, right?
I see what you have there, but that's not what it was for. I got caught driving without a license.
Okay. And
He doesn't like this at all.
You got, according to this document, you got a sentence of 2 to 4 years, suspended for 3 years, right?
Yes.
That means that 2 to 4 years you don't spend in jail or prison, it hangs over your head for 3 years.
Yes.
With conditions that you stay arrest-free and commit no new crimes and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And another conviction was that you got a LADAC evaluation and within 60 days provide proof to the state, right?
What's LADAC?
Drug and alcohol evaluation. Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the actual charge that was based on. And that's the indictment. You've seen indictments, right?
Yes.
And the indictment is for activities that you did on or about June 24, 2019. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And the activity that you did was possession of a controlled drug. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And this was in County of Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And it was Superior Court, right?
I guess, yes.
Like this court, Superior.
Of course.
Okay. And then you also had with that a misdemeanor for driving after revocation.
Okay.
With a sentence on the same day.
That's what it says.
Okay. And your sentence for that was 12 months in the House of Correction, all suspended for
Going
3
to the
years.
clinker, the big
right?
house.
Okay.
Meaning that you got another year hanging over your head for that 3 years, right?
Yes.
And one of the conditions here was that you not drive until you are properly licensed.
Yes.
So you got arrested for both of those things at the same time, right?
All I recall is getting arrested for driving without a license.
Okay.
No drug charges.
And so that the jury recognizes it when they see it later, if I may just sort of show
Yes, you
them.
may.
Not right now, man.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the defense is asking IDB stricken in this be marked full. Your state has no objection.
Oh, I thought it went in as full.
It did at the bench conference. I indicated that it was full, so.
So November 22nd,
Damn,
you don't
Elaine.
recall it now, but you didn't have a license then,
Jesus.
right?
No.
And it sounds like you're saying today.
She came in hot.
you're, Selling drugs?
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
I don't recall.
Selling drugs in December of
I don't
2019?
recall.
Didn't you say on direct that you sold some to Adam and Kayla?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you were still selling drugs in December.
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
So when you were telling the state that you sold drugs to Kayla and Adam, are you saying that was not in December?
I'm not saying that.
He's saying he's not going to admit he was selling drugs, bitch.
When you said that, you weren't necessarily talking about December of 2019 when you told the state you were selling them drugs.
Say that, repeat that?
Okay. Were you selling them drugs around the time that they stayed in your Audi?
I don't think, no. I don't,
Okay.
not that weekend. I can't say I sold them drugs that weekend. No, I know I didn't sell them drugs that weekend.
You know you didn't sell drugs that weekend.
No.
You can remember that
I'm
clearly.
pretty sure I remember that.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about those food stamps. Those food stamps, didn't that, they sell you some food stamps when they were in Kayla's mother's home?
I don't know where they were at. I just bought the food stamps.
Okay. How about when they were at the Fit Shelter? Okay.
I probably did. I don't know where they were at I didn't go, I don't remember where I went to see them for them to give me the card.
Okay. Your Audi had a clutch, right?
Yes.
And the problem with the clutch, if somebody turns on the battery without turning on the car, the battery just runs down.
Yes.
And otherwise, you have to put in the clutch and have it in neutral or whatever and turn it on and keep it in neutral. And then it can run for a long time and the heat stays on.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And Kayla didn't seem to know that and the car broke down.
Yes.
Well, the car battery died.
Battery died.
Okay. And, okay.
Okay.
You said that the picture of your car was in this same condition and it states exhibit for ID 22. Is it stricken? It's fine. I would agree if it wasn't. Was in the same condition as the last time you saw it, right?
Yes.
Because the last time you saw it, it had been sitting for a while.
It was worse. It was worse.
Okay. But when you had it at Colonial Village, it was in good condition.
Yes.
It was in real good condition.
Very good condition.
And you like to drive it around.
I mean, I drove it, yes, not to drive around.
Okay, and you kept it in good condition.
Yes.
You took care of it, right?
Yes.
And in November, late November, you had just been convicted of a crime. You had a suspended sentence on your head, and you didn't want to be caught driving that car without a license again, right?
True.
So you had other people help you drive.
Sometimes.
Okay. Adam was one of those other people.
Yeah, he has driven the car, yeah.
Okay. And Adam knew how to drive a clutch, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because and your clutch, because he had driven that car.
Morse code is going nuts.
I think you said on direct that you saw Harmony twice at Guilford Avenue?
No, one time at Guilford Avenue.
And what was the other time?
Before that, the day he took me to court in August.
Oh, so she was in the car.
Yes.
Okay. And with the boys.
Yes.
And at Guilford Avenue, she was there and playing with the boys.
Yes.
And you said that Kayla and Adam needed a place to stay Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes.
And when they came and told you that they needed a place to stay, you said that you would let them stay in your car for 2 nights?
I didn't specifically say 2 nights. I said they can stay in my vehicle, but they happen to only stay 2 nights.
Okay.
2 days, 2 whole days.
Okay. And one of those nights, it ran out, the battery got drained.
From what they say, the first night, yes.
Okay. And you are saying that you did not go down and see them sort of squatting in the parking lot at Colonial Village
No.
in their Sebring.
No, I did not.
And you are saying that you did not go down on a daily or every other day basis to connect with the family and see Harmony and wave to her.
No.
And you are saying that Harmony did not wave to you during that time.
I didn't. They didn't have Harmony with them.
Pardon?
They did not have Harmony with them
Okay. When?
when they came to see me.
On those 2 days or before?
Did I ask
those
them to
2
do that?
days?
It depends when you're talking about.
Okay. Did you
Was she there
ever- are you
Thanksgiving weekend or
saying
not?
you did sometimes go down to the car to see them?
I'm pretty sure I went down a couple of times each day,
Okay. Okay.
but each time they did not have the girl with them. It was
Okay.
only the boys.
And when you were questioned by the police, they actually played a recording of Kayla's statement, right?
Yes.
And they played a recording of Kayla talking about
Approach.
Woo! All I can say about this.
So hot in her.
Look at him. He's laughing, shaking his head. He's talking. Mm. Oh, his patience is wearing thin, guys. Woo, this is like anxiety ridden shit.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Well, he doesn't want to admit to shit that he's got immunity on, even though he's got immunity. He doesn't want to sit there and say, yes, I was a drug dealer in December. Like, he doesn't want to implicate himself. And nor should he have to. He already said that he was their drug dealer.
And you know what I have to say to Ann C. Taylor, the defense lawyer? Bring it on, woman.
McNo.
Why would I? Yeah, he's totally agitated. Look at him staring. Oh, he just looked right. Oh, he looked right at the camera, shook his head. He, A, does not want to be there. B, he doesn't want all of his crimes and shit and what he got a deal for on TV. I mean, God knows what this guy's dealio is now. Is he known as a snitch? I mean, who's going to want to associate with his ass now? I want to know where Jess is. What the hell's going on? I want to know what the jury's thinking. We're so impatient. We want to know, right? Meow. Mother of cycle breakers, I think that she would keep her deal and keep the lie going for Adam. That's what I think.
So they played a section of Kayla's statement, and you got pretty upset with that, right?
I guess.
Got pretty upset with what you were hearing.
I guess, yes.
And you said that you never saw Harmony,
I never did.
and that you didn't go down there
Let's
daily.
go. When did I not see Harmony? You're just saying I didn't see Harmony, but where? When?
At the Colonial Village.
No.
And that you didn't go down to the car on a daily basis, right?
Well, 2 days they stood in the car. I went down at least a couple of times each day.
For 2 days, you went down a couple of times
At least
each
a
day?
couple of times, yes.
Those 2 days?
Those 2 days.
Okay. And you're saying you never waved to Harmony,
Never.
never waved to the boys?
Overruled.
I'm telling you, she wasn't in the car. How can I wave to someone that's not in the car?
Did you wave to the boys?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
Okay.
The boys loved me.
So you would when you would go down there, you would see the boys and wave?
Of course.
And you want to have nothing to do with this investigation or Harmony, right?
It's not the way you're making it sound. I want to help you guys.
Who?
The prosecution helped find who killed that little girl.
Okay, so one of the things before they stayed in your car was you drove Adam and Kayla and the kids to get clothes out of their broken down car.
I don't recall that. I don't think I ever did that. I'm not sure, but I don't recall I ever did that.
Okay.
Why would I? No. I wouldn't stuff my car with anything. Let's put it like that.
You wouldn't know what?
I would not stuff my car with a whole bunch of furniture or bags or anything like that.
Okay, so bags that were from a car that people had lived in for 7 days, you never got them and packed them into your car.
I don't recall ever doing that. No, I do not.
And so you don't recall taking Adam or Kayla or Adam and Kayla or Adam and Kayla and the boys?
No matter how you put it, I don't recall.
Okay. And the food that you brought them, you said Thanksgiving leftovers, right?
Yes.
And then pizza.
Yes.
And Thanksgiving, if you had them in your car for around the 8th, Thanksgiving was over a week before, right?
Well, of course, that would be right.
Okay. Thanksgiving was about 10 days before that, right?
I guess. I don't know what you're talking about.
And actually, you gave the family Thanksgiving leftovers when they first came to Colonial Village in the Sebring.
No.
You didn't give them?
There was no Sebring.
Okay.
They stood in my car. If they had their Sebring, they would have stood in their own car, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're saying that they did not park out in Colonial Village for 10 days prior to living in your Sebring?
I don't own a Sebring, and if they did bring the car to the parking lot, then I didn't know that either.
Okay.
They telling me they have no place to live. I let them stay in my car 2 days. That's
And
all they stood. They left.
I do want to correct. I did say Sebring and I meant the Audi.
Good God.
So you're
Get
saying
it right,
that you
Elaine.
did not see the Sebring in Colonial Village for the 10 days leading up to when they stayed in your Audi?
I didn't see the car, no.
Okay.
Okay.
You said that the boys loved you. Had
Yes,
you
they
seen the boys
I have
for
not
more
seen-
than those 2 times before?
Before and after, yes.
Before?
Yeah.
When did you see the boys before?
I saw
they stayed?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Pardon?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Okay. And how about the others?
I guess the other one, they were with Kayla, I guess.
Okay. What I'm asking, so now that's 3 times.
No, that's not 3 times I saw Harmony. No. Like,
Okay.
don't get it confused.
Oh, he's
I only
on
saw
her.
2 times.
He's on her ass.
Backing up.
Okay.
Woo, he's on
First
her
time you saw
ass.
Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
Second time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
You're talking about another time that you see the brother but not Harmony.
Yes.
How many other times did you see that brother?
Plenty of times.
When?
Throughout the whole time I knew them.
Okay. Did you see the boy prior, more than those 3 times that we're talking about?
When are you referring to? Before Harmony went missing or after Harmony went missing?
I'm trying to get there.
Well, get there, Elaine. Come on.
When they stayed in your Audi, had you seen the son more than 3 times?
Of course.
When?
I can't tell you exactly when, but I've seen the boys with them.
In the 10 days prior to staying in the Audi, you saw the boys with them?
I can't tell you exactly how many days prior to the day I let them stay in the car, but I did see them. Yeah.
Okay.
I seen the boys.
Okay.
Not the boys. Let me correct that. The boy. The boy. There was only one boy with him.
And what circumstance did you see that boy? Was Kayla coming up to see you and bringing her son with her?
No, Adam came to see me with the boy.
Okay, so Adam would come up to see you and he'd bring his son.
Yeah.
Okay. And did they ever come in to use the bathroom or maybe clean up their kids?
No.
Okay.
He has had it.
Thank you, Mr. Badera.
You're welcome.
She's done. She's done. She can't run circles around him.
Mr. Badera, what's your
He knows it, too.
involvement been like with the legal system? How
Been very bad, sir. I'm not gonna lie.
Attorney Smith was just asking you about this time that the defendant came to see you with his oldest son.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Don't recall exactly when, but it was before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving?
Before Thanksgiving, yeah.
You said that the 2 days they were staying in your car, that you remember that clearly, that you didn't sell drugs to them. You were very clear on that. Why is that?
Because it's like it's a family weekend. Like I don't recall selling them drugs that weekend. I don't even recall me having drugs.
Mr. Badera, let me ask you this. How many times have you allowed a family to stay in your vehicle?
I never have. That was the first time.
Was that the only time?
First and only time, yes.
Does that stand out to you?
Well, I remember, yeah.
The defense asked you about letting people drive your car. You didn't have a license, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defense attorney asked about letting people drive your car. I want to follow up on that. You said that you'd occasionally allow folks to drive for you.
Not really. I would drive myself. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have a license, but I would drive myself.
Right. I don't think this
Do you
dude's
recall
lying at all.
telling investigators that I didn't let anyone drive my car. I didn't let them drive it. Do you recall telling investigators that?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
The them that you were referring to, is that the defendant and Kayla?
Well, I wouldn't lend them my car if that's what they were. I don't know what y'all really trying to say by that, but I would never have lent them my car. Yeah, I recall a time he drove me somewhere in my own car, yes. But I've never lent him my car to just be on their own and drive my car.
And the time that you're talking about where you lent him your car and let him drive you somewhere, when was that?
I don't even recall, sir.
Do you recall whether there was snow on the ground, whether it was hot or warm outside?
I don't remember any of that.
You mentioned seeing the two boys.
Yes.
And them waving at you, you waving back. Were you referring to the 2 days that they were staying in that the boys were staying in your vehicle, or was that some other time?
Actually, yeah, that was some other time. I was just, whenever they saw me, they waved to me. They said hi. I would grab them, hug them. I can't recall every time they said they waved to me. That's what all kids do. They say hi.
Thank you, Mr. Federo. No additional questions for me.
So Adam did drive you around in your car, but you don't recall exactly when.
Of course, because it wasn't on a regular basis.
But it was more than once.
I can't even say that. I don't even recall that.
Okay.
I'm thinking it was only one time. So.
Okay. And when you interacted with the boys, it wasn't just waving. I think you'd say that they came up and they would hug you.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a wave from afar. If the kids were around, you came up to them and interacted.
All the time.
Okay. Oh. No further questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state would ask that this witness be excused.
Any objection to his being excused?
I'd rather not now.
You may step down, but you remain under subpoena, sir. The state will explain that to you. Yes, and I think it's just about 2:30.
Probably a good time to take a break.
Afternoon break, so we'll take 15 minutes. All rise for the jurors, please. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any independent research, please.
Stand up!
I guess now we'll find out if Jess is still there. Morse code, Morse code.
All right, take 15 minutes. Please come back a couple minutes before quarter of, please.
15-minute break.
She did say she wanted to end a little early for the monitor, so.
Elaine's got a hot mic.
I
Oh, they cut it off. She did say she wanted to leave a little early. Dude, he worked Elaine perfectly, did he not? Yeah, he could be called back, is what that means. Is Jess still not typed in chat? Maybe she's Morse coding us. So let's do a poll. Let's see if you guys believe him. The poll we're ending on is, who do you think unalived Little Harmony? 70% say Adam, 5% say Kayla, 25% are unsure. We will do another vote. And let's go ahead and see how reliable. Did you find Tone Capone reliable? Considering the fact I did. But go ahead and get your votes in. Andrew hopes he comes back. Oh, man. Mike Sanner, be careful running your errands. We'll see you then. Tone Capone is the villain you love to hate. Whew, it was intense, Robin. Whew. Go take a break. Everybody get up. 7th inning stretch. I've got the next 2 trial days up. Day 6 and day 7. I did that. So you guys can hit those reminders if you would like. They are up. He was getting pissed. I wish we had Jess right now because that was the most exciting that's the most excitement we've had. I believe him too. 85% of you guys believe him as well.
Everyone's get treated like scum.
Yeah, he woke us all up, didn't he? He was getting mad because he didn't want to lie. Yeah, he shut her down. He totally shut her down. She was like, I got no more questions. He's like, you're welcome. Let's talk about that, W. What monkey wrench did he throw in though? Hang on, let me text Jess. I just texted her, so we'll see. No, I wouldn't want to prosecute people like him. That's scary. I'm not sure who's next. I've got my witness list, but they're definitely not going in order. So Anthony Badero was number 7. We've had number 7. They're skipping around. We've had number 20. We've had, let's see. I'll tell you all the witnesses we've had so far. Citizen witnesses or civilians. We've had Anthony Badero. We have had Crystal Sorey. We have had who was that girl yesterday? Kimberly Fran. Kimberly Fran was like this. Kimberly Fran. And then we also had that other girl. Courtney Garcia, another friend. So we've had Courtney Garcia. She was actually Adam's boss at one point. And then it looks like Tabitha Scott is going to be a really, really interesting one. Let me tell you about Tabitha Scott. So Tabitha Scott was Adam's, she grew up with Adam. It was like Adam's dad's girlfriend or wife's kid or some kind of shit like that. We looked it up yesterday. Tabitha Scott is going to be transported because she is in jail, in prison for drugs. But she grew up with Adam. Yeah, so what was it that they, I'm not sure that it really poked a hole because he said December 8th they stayed in his Audi. But didn't he also say on Thanksgiving he didn't see Harmony? Miss Robin sent me Anthony's Facebook. You guys want to see it while we're on break? I love you, Donna, forever. He's from the Bronx. Yikes. Oh. These are my sugar gliders, Bonnie and Clyde. What? Hold on. He's got rodents, guys. So he said he didn't see her at Thanksgiving and didn't see her December 8th either, but he never asked. Oh shit, he's got a video.
With DJ Nina 9. You hear it on the background. Gucci Mane and J. Cole. There I go, smoking again, like always. You know, as you see, I'm in my car, listening to Hip Hop Nation with DJ Nina 9. You hear it on the background. Gucci Mane and J. Cole.
You guys are all fans and shit. That's his son. That is weird. Weird and scary. Okay, I'm going to open it on my computer. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Thanks, Miss Robin, for sending this. Okay, here we have Anthony Tone Capone. Alicia, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's all a muddled mess. It's just okay. So it says he's self-employed. He went to Christopher Columbus High School in the Bronx. There he is as a little kid, Lizzie Bones. 23 months, a lawful listener. Thank you, Lizzie Bones. Kayla said they put a duffel bag in the snowbank there. At the apartments, though? There is no way I would have those things. That's a straight rodent. Like, I'm sure they have a purpose somewhere, but not in a cage. Okay, here you go. I'm not going to play that music because I'll get struck. But here, I'll play this one. Why isn't it playing? Anyways. Look at his son. How old is this kid? He looks like he's 3 feet tall. How old is this child? Alicia, they're sloppily trying to clean up a mess that was already there. You know what I mean? It's like trying to mop up a mess with a dirty mop.
Pawpaw. Roro causing Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro. Who was Roro?
He's got a cat, too. Just watching my cat fuck around. Son at his first day of karate class. He takes his kid to karate. He's nothing like Adam. Sorry. He might be a drug dealer, but this dude is nothing like Adam Montgomery. He unboxes his Air Jordans. He's taking his kid to karate. This is his girl. She got key earrings. She got her hair did, he said. Wifey. Margarita says, please call me. Just found out I won the Jordan 5's Moonlight Edition. Look at his barcode. He's got his own barcode. My babies. I'm missing them grow so much. But their mother wants to be playing games. Nope, it looks like the mother wants her kids to graduate. Nice looking kids. I'm missing them grow so much, but their mother wants to be playing games. I love that. If anybody could see that message, that's what that photo. I'm already in touch with them again. But thanks to everyone for their comments. I don't be on this Facebook shit or any social media. Really? You were just on the Facebook shit saying your baby mama want to play games. Okay, so on Father's Day, he's feeling sad. I want to wish a Father's Day to all the real fathers out there, not them fake ass niggas. To my kids, I love you all very much. Sorry I'm not there. You can't blame no one else but your mother. She's keeping you away. Blame it on her. Hopefully y'all read this message. Happy Father's Day, everyone. And that right there is most likely why he doesn't see his fucking kids. Wow. So on Father's Day, he wants to put his kids right smack dab in the middle between him and the baby mama. Look at his Easter post. I texted Jess. She didn't text me back. I don't know. Maybe her phone died. Oh, she's good. She's running out of juice. Her phone is charging. It's taking forever. She's charging her phone. It keeps running out of juice. This is his Easter post. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. That's a Snoop Dogg song. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Lick on his nuts and suck the dick. Happy Easter from Tone Capone. And then these people put sad faces. That's me representing the Yankees this Memorial Day. This shit is fire. He was born in 73. Guys, it's the year of 73 today. We had or no, he was the one that was 50. That's right. Look down at the bottom. It says dangerous when provoked. The very bottom line of his t-shirt. Look at it. Look at the bottom. Dangerous when provoked. 1,000%. And daily value may vary. Courtney Garcia. Didn't she say she saw Harmony Thanksgiving weekend and invited them over? Kravitz, I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. I don't know. I don't remember. That's a good question, though. We need to go back and compare statements. Me standing in a room full of people who promised they would stick with me no matter what. Look. Tone Capone was feeling betrayed in 2018. Sure, I'm an asshole, but I'll make you smile. All right, it sounds like we're back. I just heard Elaine sigh. She's flabbergasted, Elaine. She just found out the judge isn't going to leave early. He should have worn that in court. I'll go back and listen to it while we're listening here. That was yesterday, right?
Please be seated.
I'll find
Everybody
it.
Ready? Yes. We can bring them in. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state will call Officer Ryan Heil to the stand, please. If you would please go right over to the bailiff, watch your foot on the cords over there. Take this down, please. And Detective, if you would remain standing just for a moment, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Since we're being recorded here for the day, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes. Ryan Heil, R-Y-A-N-H-E-I-L-E.
Okay. And Detective Heil, where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for the Manchester Police Department?
Since April 2013.
2013, so
Correct.
A little over 10 years then.
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, are you a full-time certified police officer with them?
I am.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did.
And when did you graduate from there?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class?
151.
And let me ask you, in your time at the Manchester Police Department, first of all, did you have any law enforcement experience before you started working at Manchester?
I was part-time in Southampton, New Hampshire for about a year prior.
For about 1 year?
Correct.
Okay. Since you've been with Manchester, can you please describe for the jury some of the different patrols that you've been on, different units and assignments that you've had, basically your different job duties for the department?
Okay. So when I graduated until September 2018, I was in patrol. In September 2018, I was assigned to detective.
I'm sorry, did you say September or December?
September.
September 2018, okay. With regards to that time period of being a detective, what are some of your duties that you do right now?
So my specialty is fire related, but I also deal with anything that is adult related.
As opposed to what, when you say adult related?
So either juvenile or domestic violence. My area is the adult side.
Okay. Back in specifically January of 2022, were you working as a detective then?
I was.
Okay, and doing the same sort of crimes involving adults?
That is correct.
In January of 2002, were you involved and a part of a search that was done specifically of a 2006 Audi S4 with New Hampshire registration 4569334?
I was.
Okay. Where did that search where was that taking place?
In our evidence bay at our secure lot of the Manchester Police Department.
And what was your role in the search of that car?
So I type up what we call a crime scene note, which basically documents everything that took place during the search.
And what were some of the challenges that you and the other officers faced while trying to process that particular car?
It was a very biohazard conditions. Since the vehicle was covered in mold, we actually had to wear a Tyvek suit and a full face mask respirator during the search of this car.
And Detective, I'm just moving the microphone for a moment. I'd like to permission to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this car?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the car that I searched.
Could you go ahead and just for a moment, please? What are we looking at that's all over the front of this car?
Leaves, dead pieces of trees, twigs.
And where was the biohazard that you had to deal with when you were processing this car?
All inside, the complete interior of the car.
I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 23 for identification purposes only. Just have you take that down there for me.
Okay.
And do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That's the interior of the Audi that was searched.
Does that accurately reflect what you just told us with regards to the condition of the car when you searched it?
It does.
And also, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24 for identification purposes only. And I wonder if you could take a look at that photo.
That is also the interior version in the trunk of the vehicle that was searched.
The trunk of that Audi S4?
That is correct.
Does that photo accurately depict the condition, the same one that you saw when you were part of that search back in January of 2022?
It is.
Other than the fact that both of those photos had small little red labels down on the corners, have there been any other sort of changes or alterations with regards to that photo based upon your memory of what that image looked like on that day?
No.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for identification to be stricken from State's Exhibits 23 and 24.
Without objection.
The ID is stricken, not 22, just, oh, you already had 22 is already full, yes, okay. The ID is stricken on exhibits 23 and 24. They're entered as full exhibits.
Mr. Hall, I'm going to go ahead and show you State's, and permission to hold, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 23, this particular one. Again, what part of the car is this?
That is the interior front of the vehicle that was searched.
Interior and the front?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you had to wear Tyvek suits. With regards to the interior, what was the interior color supposed to be?
It was a lighter color.
A lighter color?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, is any particular color, like gray, like tan?
I believe it was a creamish color.
Kind of a cream color? Okay. So with regards to the color that we're seeing on the seats, what's that on the seats here?
That is, I believe it's mold.
Also showing State's Exhibit 24, you said this is the trunk photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
With regards to this photo, do you recall, was this the condition of the trunk when you guys opened the trunk, or were there other items that have been taken out of this?
There was a large amount of items that were removed prior to that photograph.
Large amount.
That is correct.
What kind of items are we talking about that you find inside this car?
It was a large array. It was a lot of household items, towels, clothes, masks, like COVID masks.
Colored masks?
Yes.
Nonetheless, did you and the other officers still try to process that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did you go about doing it with a vehicle that looked like that?
All of our skin was covered up just because of the biohazard conditions of that car. We did a very slow search of the vehicle. We did it is we did seat by seat, so make sure we did not miss anything in the car itself.
And from that, were there a number of items that were taken and placed into evidence that day, taken out of that car?
Yes, there was.
And in the end, were you yourself able to determine whether any of those items had any relevance to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? Just based on your own knowledge?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And with regards to those particular items that were taken out of that car, where did they go when they left the evidence bay, or excuse me, the garage bay where you were working on the car?
They would have got secured at the evidence, which is on the second floor of the Manchester Police Department. So we were on the ground level, and it would have gone up to the second floor and been secured that way.
Are you aware that some of the evidence in this case, in general, was taken down to a place called DNA Labs International in Deerfield Park, Florida?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
I was one of the detectives actually that brought some of the evidence back once it was finished being processed from Florida.
Did that include any large pieces of evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall what those large pieces of evidence were? And by large, I mean physical.
Yes. It was a ceiling tile was one of the items.
How big was it?
We got a full-size SUV, and if you laid it flat, it barely fit in the back seat of the SUV laying flat. So it was very large.
Was there any other sort of large items that came back from that particular lab after testing?
Yes.
What else?
We brought three different pieces of evidence back. Not all were involved in this case, but also some were railings that were part of the ceiling tile that was wrapped up and placed in a bag.
And with regards to getting those back from Florida, can you just describe for the jury how those came back and how you were a part of that?
So myself and Detective Scott Riley actually drove from South Florida all the way back up here in the SUV with all the items with us.
While driving with those items, did you ensure that they were not left alone at any time during that drive?
That is correct. It was secured in our possession the whole time.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. All right, Detective Heil, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And good afternoon to you. My name is Jamie Brooks.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just want to make sure I heard this right. So, June 29th of last year, you picked up some evidentiary items pertaining to this case from a DNA lab office in Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also pick up items belonging to a separate case?
There was multiple cases that we're picking up items for, yes.
So when this kind of a trip is made, I'm taking it's not that often. It's kind of like one-stop shopping. You'll just pick up everything that's ready to be brought back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one question, Your Honor. To your knowledge, Detective, how many times has a trip like this been done to DNA Labs International?
It's the first time that I've been made aware of it.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Anything further, Attorney Brooks?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your Honor, this time, the state would call Christina Lubin to the stand.
Christina Lubin, Morse code. Christina Lubin is number 18 on the civilian witness list. Again, this is Christina Lubin, Lubin.
Just up on the court. Ms. Lubin, if you would please remain standing for a moment, and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Lubin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name, and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Christina Lubin, Christina Lubin.
And Ms. Lubin, what town do you live in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here?
24 years.
And are you working right now?
I'm self-employed.
Okay. And what are some of the things that you do being self-employed?
Deliveries, flipping furniture, and a hired-in server.
Okay. And in addition to living here in Manchester, is your residence currently on Dubuque Street?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you have a daughter?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Kayla Montgomery.
Do you know someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Who was he?
My daughter's husband.
Do you also know someone by the name of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Who was she?
Adam's daughter.
Go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this man?
Yes, I do.
Who is this?
Adam Montgomery.
When did you first meet Harmony?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving in 2019.
So you only got to know her for a small time?
One time, yes.
One time. Where did you see her?
At my house.
And I believe you said it was right around Thanksgiving. Is that appropriate?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving, yes.
Do your knowledge, was that before or after they got evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
I believe that's after they got evicted.
Ms. Lubin, beginning in the winter, December of 2019, at some point did you receive a phone call from your daughter?
I've spoke to her a couple times. I'm not sure exactly which particular one you're...
Let me be more specific. At some point, did you ever see her and Adam and the two boys at your house, but not with Harmony?
Yes.
And when did that occur in December of 2019?
That was, it was before December. It was shortly after Thanksgiving because I had just put my tree up. And I don't remember the exact date. I just remember shutting off the overhead lights so that the kids could see the Christmas lights and the ornaments.
Okay. And that's when you saw Harmony that time?
That's when I saw Harmony.
Later in the month, did they come back to stay with you, for a longer period of time than just one afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came the second time, was Harmony still there?
No, she wasn't.
When did you find out that they had been evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
Kayla had called me at one point before seeing them at my house about having a flat tire and needing money for it. So I was leaving for the day, so I left them money in a cooler in my side hallway so that they could get their tire fixed.
You left the money in a cooler?
Yes.
Could you describe what did the cooler look like?
It was a red cooler with a white top that would flip open.
Later on, when you saw them next in December, I believe you testified a moment ago that they did not have Harmony at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you first see them, and how did they get to your house that day?
I picked them up at my sister's house. They went there because they had no place to go. I guess their car broke down at that point, and they had nowhere to go.
Okay.
My sister said they
Well,
definitely
hold on
couldn't
just a
stay
second. I don't want to necessarily ask you what somebody else said at this point, but I appreciate that. Let me ask a few more questions about what you just told us, though. You stated that you picked them up. What kind of car were you driving?
I had a green minivan, a Ford minivan.
So were you able to fit your daughter, Adam Montgomery, and the boys in that minivan?
Yes.
Did they have anything else with them? Did they have any luggage with them?
They had some bags with them. I don't remember exactly what.
This second time when they were there without Harmony, did you ask Adam Montgomery where Harmony was?
I asked Kayla.
You asked Kayla. Okay. Once they were there with you, how long did they stay before they moved on?
They were there a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks?
I think it was like December 29th, 30th.
What about your saw?
Right around then.
Do you know where they moved to when they left you?
They went to FIT in Manchester.
And FIT, is that short for the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
When they were spending time with you, if you could just go a little bit into detail for us to explain your particular apartment in your building. How, if I were to come visit, how would I be able to get inside your apartment? What are the doors and where are they?
There are 3 doors to my apartment. I'm the full bottom floor. The very front door facing on Dubuque Street is where the mailboxes are, and that door is always locked. There's a middle door to the left-hand side next to a tree, and that's the side door that I have a door to my apartment there, and the people that live on the 2nd and 3rd floor use that door to go up and down the stairs. Then there's a back door where I park my car, and that's the door that I use as my main entrance.
When you said before that you had left money for the family and you had left it in a cooler, where was that cooler located in relation to these 3 doors you just explained?
The middle door that's next to the tree.
That's next to the tree?
Yeah.
So that's the middle door, and you mean the tree outside, not a
Right,
Christmas tree, I
right.
take it. Okay.
Yes.
That particular hallway, the door in and out of that hallway, is that, first of all, is that a hallway that's just yours, or is that a common hallway that other people can use to go up and down
That's
stairs?
a common hallway.
Common hallway. And the cooler, was that stored inside a locked part of your apartment, or was that out in the common hallway?
That was out in the common hallway.
When they stayed with you for those couple of weeks in December, what doorway did they come into your apartment? Did they go in from the back one that you described for yourself, or from that common hallway?
They went through the common hallway.
And did they have a car with them while you were there? Did you see that they owned a car at that point?
In December, no, I didn't see a car. They didn't have a car.
You stated that your apartment's on the ground floor. Is that a first floor, or is this like a basement apartment?
No, it's the first floor.
First floor, got it. And that hallway, what else is in that common hallway besides your cooler that you stored there?
There's a door that goes to the basement that's paddle locked. There's an entrance to my apartment that goes to my dining room, and then there's the stairs to the 2nd and 3rd floor.
The door down to the basement, I believe, is that locked? Not
Yes.
locked. That's locked one. How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
Couple of years I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment, sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes.
And how would you leave that money so that somebody else wouldn't take it?
So it was next to my apartment door, at the end of the hallway, and I would put money under a piece of cardboard and then close the cover.
So the cardboard was inside the cooler?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibits 28 and 29.
court, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 28 for identification purposes only at this point in time. Do you recognize the object in that photo?
Yes,
And what is that object?
that's the red cooler from my apartment.
And I'd like to also show you State's Exhibit 29. Actually, and you said that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
A little dirty?
Yeah.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 29 for identification purposes only. Is that still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
And can I ask, are there any other differences that you see with regards to that cooler from how we just looked at it a moment ago versus how you're looking at it there?
It looks really dirty.
Okay. And do you see any stickers that have been placed on there?
Yes, I do.
But still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
Your Honor, at this point, the state's going to ask for identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 28.
No objection. Right, the ID is stricken on Exhibit 28. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So that cooler that we just looked at, that was your cooler that was in the home?
It looks like my cooler, yes.
And that was there back in December of 2019?
Yes.
Ms. Lubin, I have an item in here that's marked State's Exhibit 77 for identification purposes only. What I would like to do is I would like to open up the top of the packaging so that you can see it, and then ask whether or not you can identify the object, okay?
Okay.
I wonder if I may borrow the scissors again, please. Lubin, can you look, if I could ask the witness just to step down for a minute to look inside.
Yes.
So, would you mind stepping down for a minute, please? If you could just look at this object in general, I'm going to go ahead and open it. Other than the conditions it's in, can you see the color?
Yes.
The shape?
Yes.
The handle?
Yes.
Is this the same cooler?
It looks like the same thing.
Looks like the same cooler to you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lubin, if you want to sit down. Does this look like the same cooler as the one that you identified before with regards to the one that you would leave money in?
Yes.
Did you ever keep anything else in this cooler?
I used it for basketball tournaments, for food.
For food, for basketball tournaments? At some point, did police come to see you at your home to ask you questions about Harmony's disappearance?
Yes.
And later on, did you agree and allow them to do a search of your home relative to that investigation?
Yes, I don't remember them actually searching the home. But they were free to come in and do whatever they like.
And let me ask you, did they take that cooler from you when you met with them on one occasion?
Yes.
Did they explain to you why that they took the cooler, or no?
Not really any detail. They just needed it.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
What was your suspicion?
I know they were looking for.
Speculation.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
Ms. Lubin, one thing I do want to make clear, other than the money and the food that you had before for basketball games, and other than the money that you left for Kayla, do you have any idea what else was kept inside this
No.
cooler?
No.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about this cooler?
Never.
It's my understanding that you do some woodworking?
Yes.
What do you do?
I upcycle and recycle pretty much any furniture I can get my hands on.
Any furniture? What kind of tools do you use to do that?
I have a table saw, I have a circular saw, I have a band saw, I have a sill saw.
Sill saw. What kind of saw is that?
It's a saw that I use to cut go through the nails on pallet wood. It's like it's a handle and it's got long blades that you can put in it.
Long blades? How long?
Well, the blade itself's like this big, and then you have the end piece that attaches inside the machine.
And how does that saw operate? You said it's about yay big. Is it round or is it?
No, it's like just a long blade about this thick, and it kind of vibrates back and forth as it.
I see when you hold your hands up to be, what, maybe about an inch thick? Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe almost an inch.
Almost an inch? Sorry, Mr. Lee, I apologize for the delay. And could you describe just again, you've got, I believe you said you've got a jigsaw. Do you have a miter saw or a chop saw?
I do have a miter saw, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked Stakes Exhibit 63. Do you have a grinder?
No.
You don't own a grinder?
No, I don't own a grinder.
And how long have you been doing woodworking?
About 6 years.
6 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so fair to say you've got a lot of different tools for those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Woodworking.
Yes.
And a grinder is not one of them.
No.
Let me just have a moment. Just for point of clarification, Your Honor, I apologize. I referred to the cooler as Exhibit 77. It's Exhibit 73, so I apologize for that mistake. And that, Ms. Lubin, I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Smith, and I do have a few questions for you, and let's start with the tools, okay? Where do you keep your tools?
I have some by the back door on a rack, and then I have some put away in a little storage unit that I made that's on wheels off the side of the dining room area.
Okay, so that's in your some are in the apartment, some are out?
No, they're both in the apartment, just different locations in the apartment. I've
Okay.
had to move them around.
Okay. And the basement, is that something anybody has access to?
No, well, the tenants have access to it because we each have a key,
Okay.
because it's padlocked, but it's not anything that we use to store anything or.
Okay. And I said I'd get to the tools, so I'll get to the tools first. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit H. Okay. Do you recognize what kind of tool this is?
That's a miter saw.
And that's one of the tools that you have, right?
Yes.
And did you say that you had a circular saw?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a copy of I. Can you tell me what kind of tool is in this image?
That is a circular saw.
Okay, I'm going to show the jury. Now, I want to get a little bit of an understanding of your place and where Kayla, Adam, and the kids stayed. Were they in your apartment?
Yes.
Did you have an extra spare room for them?
Not for them. That was packed full with furniture flipping and tools.
Okay. So it was a room that you had available that you let them use for a while, but it wasn't a room that you had intended for them.
They didn't really use the room. They just put their items in there, their clothes in there, and they slept on the pull-out couch in the living room.
Okay. All right. So all the kids are, and the family is all together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So just to get a better idea, and the jury too, of your house, you're on the first floor.
Yes.
And if you're on Dubuque Street, if you look at the right side of the building, but facing Dubuque Street is a door.
Yes.
And then you've got a arched window beside that door.
Yes.
And then on the other side, there's a sidewalk that goes along the side.
Yes.
And I think that you said that there was a door in the middle of the building along that sidewalk.
Yes.
And then in the back of the building, there's another door.
Yes.
And you use the front door?
No.
You use the side door along the sidewalk?
No.
You use the back door?
Yes.
Okay, and that you park there?
Yes.
Okay, so you drive around back of the building, you park, and you can come in the back way?
Yes.
Do you have the whole downstairs?
The whole floor, yes.
Okay, so any door that you go in, you can access your place?
Yes.
You don't necessarily, but
Right.
you can. So the middle door, where did you say that Adam and Kayla and the kids would go in?
The middle door.
The middle door along the sidewalk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the front door would be for tenants going upstairs or something?
They would use the middle door.
Okay. Front door was for show?
The front door, you go out and get your mail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I want to talk about when you met Harmony. And you recall that visit, right?
Yes.
And you even recalled what she was wearing, right?
No, I don't recall what she was wearing.
Okay, I'm going to show you a copy of a report that I believe that you were given to review.
Ooh, Elaine's about to refresh
prior
her
to
memory.
Your testimony. And do you remember meeting with the state about your prior testimony?
Yes.
And you reviewed the report that they asked you to review?
I remember reviewing it, yes.
Okay, and you said that it was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you a copy of that report, will that help refresh your recollection of if at some point you remembered what she was wearing?
Yes.
It's been a chaotic couple of years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, I'm going to show you a copy of that page 165 that they gave you. And you can read any of this report about you, but I'm going to ask specifically about what you told them there.
Okay, I just read that part.
Okay. And do you recall that you remembered then that she was wearing a pink jacket?
I don't really remember what she was wearing, like visually. I remember this. I remember everything else in there, but I don't really remember a fuzzy coat.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about pink.
And pigtails?
Yes, I remember the pigtails.
Okay. And glasses?
And glasses.
And you remember that because you were paying attention to her, right?
She was next to me in the living room.
Okay. So you were able to see her face?
Yes.
And she was adorable.
Yes.
And you enjoyed meeting her and trying to get to know her?
She didn't talk much, and they were there very briefly.
Okay. And I believe that you said she looked healthy?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And she was pleasant, didn't talk much, but seemed fine?
She seemed fine, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, no further questions.
One quick question. I apologize, Your Honor. Just one question. Could you show me a couple different saws by Attorney Smith a moment ago, and then you look at this. You said this is a grinder from Exhibit 63. So, I believe you said you did not own this.
No, I do not have a grinder.
So, haven't owned one in the past either.
Never.
So, if somebody saw one new in a box, it wasn't yours.
No. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May I step down?
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. This won't be long. All set, Your Honor. Thank you. At this point, the state would call criminalist Katie Swango to the stand, please. Sorry, Ms. Swango, for the courts. I apologize. Thank you very much for being here. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name, and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Katie Lynn Swango. Katie, Katie, Swango, Swango.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Swango, where are you currently employed?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police in the Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked for them?
Next month will be 16 years.
16 years?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you first begin work as a criminalist?
I worked at the California Department of Justice in Richmond, California in their laboratory.
How long did you work out in California?
Just over 6 years, I think it was. 6 years and a couple months.
6 years and a couple months. Okay. What did you specialize in when you were working in California?
So when I started there, I was actually working in their method development unit, but the whole lab that I worked in was all still forensic DNA. But I was in method development, which is just testing methods to see if you can do things faster, cheaper, better than whatever the caseworkers are doing then. And then I entered a training program to be an actual forensic DNA case analyst. When that was over, I was an analyst for about a year there before I moved to New Hampshire.
And when you moved to New Hampshire, and I take it at that point, did you start working for New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory? Was that your first job when moving into New Hampshire?
Yes, I moved here specifically for the job.
And what position did you start at for them?
The same position I'm in right now, a criminalist too.
So with regards to that, what unit do you work in inside the State Police Forensic Lab?
Forensic biology.
And could you just please, for a brief moment, explain to the jury what the different units are at the State Police Forensic Lab?
Sure. So the lab has a lot of different services that we offer. So there's fingerprints, there's controlled drugs, there's toxicology, there's digital evidence. So there are many different sections, one of them being the forensic biology unit.
And what sort of background do you have to have in training? First of all, let's talk about education, I guess. What kind of education do you have to work as a criminalist too, and to work in the forensic biology unit?
So to work in the lab in general, you have to have a bachelor's of science degree. But to be in DNA specifically, to be an analyst in the U.S., to be a DNA analyst, you need to have specific classes on top of a Bachelor of Science degree. And the Bachelor of Science has to be in a science, chemistry, biology, forensic science, something like that. But the classes that you have to have specifically for DNA is you have to have microbiology or molecular biology, you have to have statistics, genetics, and biochemistry.
So for your own educational degrees, I take it you obviously meet the bachelor's requirement, but what other degrees do you have?
Right. I also have a PhD in human genetics.
I'm sorry, in what?
Human genetics.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to stand close to the microphone myself, so if you could just scoot in a little bit close to the microphone, I'd appreciate that. And what are some of your current duties inside the unit? What do you do right now for them?
So I am a DNA analyst for the casework. So that means that I will do DNA cases. I also am trained to work in another section of the forensic biology unit, which we call serology. That is identifying body fluids on evidence. So I work in those two sections within the unit. I write my own reports, I review other people's work, I train other people, and I go to court.
Okay. So I take it then that your duties do include the analysis and the comparison of different DNA samples?
Yes.
Could you please describe, I believe you talked a little bit about some of the additional training that you need and qualifications, but what sort of training and qualifications did you gain to be able to make those comparisons between different DNA samples?
So that's all part of when you're training to be a caseworker, both back when I was in California as well as here. We take classes, you have on-the-job training, and that's all teaching you how to follow the guidelines that are recommended for DNA testing in the U.S.
Do you have any continuing education requirements once you get your degrees? Do you have to keep doing other coursework to be certified?
Yes, to remain an analyst in the U.S., you have to have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year that's specific to DNA. Generally, we go to conferences, so it's a couple days. It's not just the 8 hours, but it can be just 8 hours, but it's a minimum of 8 hours a year.
So between your 7 years in California and your 13 years here in New Hampshire, when you add those together, how many DNA profiles would you say that you've analyzed over your career so far?
Thousands.
Just thousands.
Right. I don't have a specific number, but thousands of samples.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert in the area of DNA analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Around 40.
And with regards to those qualifications of being qualified as an expert, has that occurred here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, most of the times. I think only 2 were in California, so around 38 times here.
38 times here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And does that include here in Hillsborough County in the Northern District?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, we would ask that Criminalist Swango be qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
Any objection? I have no objection to her giving her opinion.
I find her so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Criminal Swango, if you could explain a little bit about DNA. Everybody's seen a lot of things on TV and the news, but courtroom is not necessarily like they put things on TV or in the news. Or, excuse me, TV or in movies. Can you just explain for us what is DNA? Where does it come from? And how does it play a role in your work?
So DNA is what we kind of hear as the blueprint of our bodies. It's what makes us a human instead of an animal or a plant or something like that. We get our DNA half from your mom, half from your dad. We can find it in any cell in your body except a red blood cell. Everybody has different DNA in their body, except identical twins. So if there's an identical twin, they'll have identical DNA, but everyone else will have a different profile. As I said, it's in all the cells in your body, which is why it's helpful in a case like this, or not just this kind of case, but forensics in general, because everybody's profile is unique except identical twins. If we can find a body fluid or cells from a person, we can identify who that's from, usually.
If I could ask a quick follow-up to that, you stated that DNA cannot be found inside red blood cells. So how is it then that DNA can be found in a blood sample from somebody or a blood swab, even if it's not in the red blood cells themselves?
Because there's a lot of other cells in your blood. So blood isn't just red blood cells. It's got platelets, it's got white blood cells, and other components of your floating around in your blood. So yes, if we were swabbing literally just red blood cells, we wouldn't necessarily get a profile. But we're not. We're getting the whole component of the blood, and that's what we're getting the DNA from.
What part of the DNA do you look at when you're going to go ahead and kind of process and develop a DNA profile?
So we're looking at, so every cell has a nucleus inside, and that is the DNA that we're looking at, the DNA in the nucleus. We're not sequencing. We're not sequencing your DNA. We're not trying to get like all of your DNA. We're looking at certain regions of the DNA that scientists have found are not linked to any certain diseases or anything. So we can't look at the profile and know what someone looks like. We can't tell if they have some sort of medical history. We can't tell anything like that. These are just parts of the DNA that for some reason that we don't know, through time have developed such that they're different from person to person, but they don't have some sort of, they don't actually cause anything in particular. They don't cause anything to be wrong with people necessarily. It's just that they're different from person to person.
What's the purpose then of comparing DNA? I mean, how is it really used in forensic work?
So we will get DNA from an item of evidence at a scene, and that's where we get one profile from. And then to know whose it is, we have to have known samples from people that they think might be players in the scene. And we would take the profile from each person. We would look at them side by side, and you can just look down in like a tabular format at the profiles to tell if they match or if they're similar and could be from the same person. And then we have to tell them how strong of a match that is, or how close those profiles could be. And so we do a statistic to provide that information as well.
So, and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. So you can develop a profile of an individual, either something that's not known. So, for example, a DNA that's found in a location, maybe on a podium, and then compare that to a known profile of somebody from a known sample. How do you get those known samples?
They have to be submitted by the police department.
Okay. If you were to take a known sample from me right now, what are some of the different ways that you could do that?
The way that is easiest and what usually we do is we take what's called a buccal swab. So it's just a long swab on a stick. So it's kind of like a Q-tip, but whereas a Q-tip is double-ended, it's just got one end that's cotton, and it's got a long stick, maybe about 6 inches long. We would swab the inside of your mouth or give it to you to swab the inside of your mouth. And that's what we would collect, and it's called a buccal swab.
Could you also be able to develop a profile from somebody's blood if you know whose blood it is?
Absolutely. That used to be what people did, is you'd have to have a phlebotomist, and it's a lot more invasive. for a person, so it's just easier to get the buccal swabs. But we could get it from any body fluid if they know it's from a certain person because they can see it being collected from that person. We could use it. It's just the buccal swab is easiest.
As long as it has cells from a person, I take it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct any DNA analysis in this case, either of something where you didn't know who it was from at the beginning or whether it was a known profile? You knew who provided the sample?
I did.
Okay. And what known DNA samples did you have for this case? What are the knowns that you were working with?
I had 2 known samples. I believe they were both buccal swabs. One was from Adam Montgomery and one was from Crystal Sorey.
So one from an Adam Montgomery and one from Crystal Sorey.
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a profile for Miss Sorey from the known swab that you had?
Yes.
And did you obtain a profile for Adam Montgomery from the swab that you had?
Yes.
Were you, from looking at those two, you now had 2 fully known profiles. So if I were to put these 2 side by side, I take it they would not look similar to one another.
No, they wouldn't because, as we said, everybody is going to have a different profile.
How many pieces of evidence did you then compare to the known profiles that you had for Crystal Sorey and for Adam Montgomery?
I would have to check my reports. I don't think I ended up with that. I had at least one, but I don't know if I had more than one. I don't believe I had more than one to compare with either of them.
The reports that you wrote in this particular case, I want to make sure that I have an understanding. Did you do a report on January 19th of 2022, February 21st of 2020, January 29th of 2022? Apologize, let me get these in order. January 1st of 2022, February 1st of 2022, February 21st of 2023, and June 29th of 2022. Better
I know
yet.
I wrote several reports. I would have to see them to know if those are the correct dates.
And so, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Is it me?
Let me ask you, when you said you've done thousands of these analysis in your career, with regards to reports that you write, about how many reports do you write per year?
I'd say maybe 60 a year, something like that.
And do you review other people's reports as well for accuracy?
I do.
I'm going to show you a series of documents that I've shown defense counsel. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and let you take a look over it and just let me know when you're done.
Yes, they all look like my reports, and that from looking at the items, that looks like the right number of reports as well.
With regards to those items, I'm going to have you hold on to those just for right now. Feel free to turn them upside down if you would, and to refresh your recollection with regards to specifics on this case, just let us know.
Okay.
We'll be able to do that either myself or defense counsel.
Okay.
Specifically, one of the things that I would like to ask you is with regards to the number of, you had these 2 known profiles, one for Crystal Sorey, one for Adam Montgomery, but the number of different things that you compared those to, your unknowns, if you were. I'm wondering if you could tell us how many different swabs or cuttings or items that you compared your 2 knowns to.
As I said, I know that there was one item that I compared them both to and was able to provide statistics.
Okay.
I did not actually get comparable profiles for most of the other items that I tested.
And let's talk about that. When you say comparable profiles for the other items that you tested, from those other items, what were their test results?
So a lot of the items that I got, there wasn't enough DNA, so it was below the level of detection in our methods, or there was at least one that had DNA from more than 2 people. We don't have methods in our lab to look at mixtures of more than 2 people, so that was something again that I couldn't compare to anyone. And sometimes there's DNA there, it's detected, but there's not enough that would, so for us to make a comparison, the profile has to be of a certain quality. And so we would get the profile, we would look at it, we would do a statistic on the profile to see how rare or common it would be in the population. If it doesn't meet a certain threshold, we say that it just isn't able to be compared. It's too little DNA to compare to anybody. And so that's what happened with most of the samples that I tested in this case, unfortunately.
So if I'm understanding that clearly, so most of the samples that you did test, there just either wasn't enough there or it didn't meet enough thresholds that you can definitively say, haha, I've got a DNA profile here.
Correct. That's following our protocols in the laboratory. That's how most of them panned out in this case, yes.
And what to generate those profiles, even in the one item that you said that you could, or the ones that you couldn't, what are the 4 steps that you go through to basically get and try to create a DNA profile from a swab or from an item?
Okay. So I'm not, and we don't create them. Mm-hmm. Creating makes it sound like
I
we're
apologize.
making them.
To be able to see if there's sufficient information there to generate a profile, not generate, excuse me. I want to make sure I'm using your language. You tell us the right words to say.
So the first step that we have is we're going to take our item of evidence and cut a piece into a tube, and we're going to put some buffers and chemicals in there, and we're going to try to break apart the cells. And the purpose of that is to get the DNA out of the cell, because we can't do anything with it if it's still within the cells. And that step is called extraction. We're extracting the DNA, just like you would extract juice or anything else that you would have an extract. So we're going to extract the DNA out of the cells. Then once you have the DNA, we need to figure out how much we have, because we've, through validations, looked at our methods, and we know how much DNA is ideal for our downstream. So if we have too much DNA, our equipment isn't going to work properly. If we don't have enough DNA, it's not going to give an ideal profile. We might not get any profile. So we need to know about how much DNA we have so that we can decide if we have to dilute it before we go on, because we don't want to have too much that it doesn't work. And of course, if we have methods online, or depending upon how we do our extraction, if we need to concentrate a sample, and if that's possible. So our next step then is figuring out how much DNA we have, and that is called quantitation. We're figuring out the quantity, so quantitation. The next step is amplification. So that's where we're going to make lots of copies of the pieces of DNA that we're interested in. Again, I said we're not sequencing your whole genome. We're just taking specific locations of the DNA. As I said, these ones that scientists have found are different from person to person, but they don't cause any sort of diseases, or they can't tell if you wear glasses or not, or anything like that. So we're just going to make copies of these specific pieces of DNA, and that's called amplification. We're amplifying it, making more of it. The next step is when we run it on our instrument, which is called a genetic analyzer. So we would take our DNA, we put it on the genetic analyzer, the samples run through it, and the data is collected by a laser, and it's just colored light is what the instrument sees. It sees colored light coming off at different times. But if I just look at that data, it's just colored light at different times, and a human can't really make anything out of it. So of course we need a computer software that can take that information and make it something that we can use in some way. The way that it does that is what it comes off of, something that I would see is, I kind of say it looks kind of like a graph with a bunch of hills and peaks and valleys, and we call that an electropharogram. And that is what we would look at to determine a DNA profile, because the software is going to compare the peaks and valleys and the different colors with knowns that come from the company to tell us if you see a blue peak at this time, at this size, this is going to be this. This was what the number would be for that part of the profile. If you see a red peak at this time, it's going to be this number in the profile. And that's how we end up making a table from our hills and valleys and making a table of what that person's profile is going to be. Even if we don't know who it is, we know that that came from a person and that's their profile. And then we would do that with each item and compare them.
And so if I can ask, you said before you had 2 known samples. Is that the same process that you put the 2 known samples through, the one for Crystal Soria and the one for Adam Montgomery?
Exactly, yes.
So from that you've developed, or you were able to see a table of what their DNA makeup was with regards to the standards and the protocols that you would ordinarily follow in the lab. Again, like you said, we're not sequencing somebody's entire genome here.
That's correct.
And did you have a known sample for Harmony Montgomery?
I did not.
The one item you said before that you were able to but be able to discover and see that there was a profile there. Do you remember what that item was?
It was a toothbrush.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember, did you look at the toothbrush itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it was a Trolls toothbrush.
Hands in the I'm going to go ahead and open this up and show you what's been marked States Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that?
I recognize that to some degree, but mostly I can recognize the packaging because it has my initials and the date that I went into the bag on the outside of the package. So I can see my initials and the date that I opened it the first time and the date I opened it a second time.
So is this the Trolls toothbrush that you have?
It is.
When you put this sample, how did you collect the sample from the toothbrush?
I just cut some of the bristles off into my tube.
Okay. And from that, did you put it through the same sequence that you just described for us?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to that particular profile that you were able to see from that toothbrush, what were you able to conclude after you were looking at that profile in comparison with your 2 known profiles of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery?
So remember we said half your DNA is from mom and half is from dad. So I could look at that profile as compared to both Crystal's and Adam's, and I could tell what part came from Crystal and what part came from Adam, and everything lined up perfectly as if that could have been from a child made by those 2 people.
And specifically with regards to the child, could you tell what the gender of the child would be?
It was female.
At the time that you did this, did you know or not know that Crystal Soria has only had one biological child that's a female?
I did not know that at the time.
And with regards, did you know or did you not know that Crystal Soria only had one biological child with Adam Montgomery?
I didn't know that either.
With regards to making this comparison and being able to look at this, you stated before that you're able to come up with a probability or a certainty, or what's the right term to use?
We call it a probability. We would say the words are it's more likely. It's however times more likely that it came from 2 people than as if it didn't come from those and it came from a random person.
So are you able to, or the probability, what is the probability that there is some other female out there unrelated to a child of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery having a matching DNA for the DNA profile that you saw on that toothbrush?
I feel like that's a statistic that maybe is possible, but I didn't run that. So I know that if I could I look at that last report that had the statistic?
If you could, please, yes. And
it's the June 29th report, 2022.
And with regards to page 7280, you're thinking about the second page of your report?
Yes. So the statistic, once I looked at the profile of the toothbrush and compared it with both Crystal and Adam, the statistic was that it was at least 100 sextillion, so that's a lot of zeros. I think
21?
18,
Sound
21,
about right?
something like that. I would have to write that down. More likely to see these genetic results if the profile of the toothbrush was a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than if it was two unrelated people.
So it's that much more likely that it's from a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than
some random people.
People. And that's 100 sextillion?
Yes.
So practically speaking, from looking at this, without being able to say, of course, that this is in fact Harmony Montgomery's profile, it's 100 sextillion more likely her profile than anybody else.
Right. Okay. If they have one child or one female child, then that would be my next step in saying that makes sense, right?
If they had one female child.
If they had one female child,
right.
Yes.
Which you didn't know at the time that you did this testing, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, if we can approach.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., so please be here at 8:45. I'm just going to ask you, ma'am, to stay seated. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any law or terms that you've heard. Don't do any scientific research. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence that you hear at this trial, not on something else that you've heard or read, or based on any conversations that you've had with anybody else. So it is your highest duty as officers of this court to make sure that you are following that obligation. Please come back tomorrow morning at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you very much for your time and attention today, ladies and gentlemen. Please all rise for the jurors.
Stand up!
Day 5 is a wrap. It's okay, Meg. I just wanted to explain. It's infuriating. We didn't get justice in that case at all. Let's see. Let's let them wrap it up, and then I'll tell that story really quick. How I know she had a newborn baby that was addicted. It's wild.
Please be very careful of those wires, okay?
And I love you too.
The reports.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn.
You're welcome. All right, counsel. Be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. If for any reason you need to see me, please let me know earlier. I have something at 8:30, but I would move it if you needed to see me early for some reason. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we're done. Okay, so my story is this. I'm not going to tell the whole story. I'm just going to tell about the guy that was driving the car. So the guy that was driving the car, he hit my daughter's girlfriend or my son's girlfriend from the back, and everyone came to the scene. So my son's stepdaughter, this is my son's girlfriend. So you're not frozen. It's over. No one's frozen. Why would you be frozen? You're only froze. You're frozen when your heart's not open. Anyways, what happened was his stepmom, my son's stepmom, was a nurse in OBGYN at Florida Hospital. Well, she comes to the scene when my son calls her, and she sees this couple, and she says, "Oh my God." She says, that lady, she said, "I just birthed her baby," right? So she goes up to the cop and she's like, "Sir, those people were just in the birthing room She's on like I think it was methadone. And the baby was born addicted, and they had to call CPS and they had to get it cleared. But what they did, long story short, what happened with CPS is why I'm telling this, is CPS let her keep the child because she was on methadone, and they did home visits. Because I was asking, I'm like, how did she get to go home with that baby? Because she was in the back seat with the baby. He's speeding down the road and hits somebody. So that's why I was telling that story. Did we freeze? I'm not seeing your chat anymore. Oh, there it goes. Are we still live? So that's why I was saying about CPS. I was like, no, they don't always take them. Can y'all hear me? Oh, okay. Now I see. I think there's a big lag. Is there a really long lag? I know, Helen. It's awful. Thank you. But it's just like, it was so maddening to find out that she had a child. It was like, and that they didn't take it away. They didn't take it away. They let her go home with that child. And the only reason we knew that was because his stepmom was the nurse in the birthing room. No, she passed away, Annie. It was bad. They were 16. Six days later? Wow. Or 10 days? Thank you, Mega. Yeah, if she's in treatment, they won't take that baby. Ugh. All right, guys. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:45. These trials are really exhausting all day, aren't they? I'm going to see if I have any videos to play for you guys. Ooh, I do have something to share. But not today. It's going to go into the crumblies. But Michigan has new gun storage laws that just went into effect. So we're going to talk about that when James comes up. Are they okay? I have no idea. He didn't get charged for hitting her. Get this. This POS, he already had a criminal record. He had tattoos all over his face like Adam Montgomery, teardrops. It said like anarchy across his neck. This is the guy that hit my son's 16-year-old beautiful honor roll student girlfriend as they were walking on a 25-mile-per-hour road. So this happens. This loser gets out and starts cussing at my son, and there was another boy that was there walking with them. Starts cussing at them, and the cops get on the scene. No drug test, no sobriety test, nothing. And get this, she hit his windshield. His windshield was busted on the passenger side. They let him drive the car home. It's insane. This is Sebring, Florida. This was Florida Highway Patrol. This was Trooper, what the hell was his name? Because he resigned after this. It was awful. And the mother of this young girl got an attorney. And she tried to, get to the bottom of where the ball was dropped with this, because he was never charged with anything. He ended up, in the long run, he got a speeding ticket because they determined he was going 45 and a 25 or 50 and a 25. That was it. That was it. Do you remember that, Teresa? Fucking horrible. Oh my God. It was awful, man. And that's why I say, like, survivor's guilt. I get it. Because I've walked this kid through it from 16. And that's why his music, if you guys ever listen to my son's music, it's all emotion, man. It's his therapy. Yeah, they didn't do anything. So we were wondering, like, her mother and I talked a lot. And we were like, is he like some kind of a drug informant or something? Like, why would they let that shitbag just drive home? If I drive a car with a broken windshield, I can get a ticket. But this piece of shit hit a girl. She was critically injured. They didn't know she was going to make it. But it was all head injuries, if that tells you anything. And they let him drive home. It's awful. Justice for Caitlin. We never got it. Absolutely awful. I mean, him and I were just talking about this the other day. Because he was, him and his friend, it was like the three of them. And then his friend and him called 911 on their phones. They both did. And he was talking to the 911 operator, and she asked if she was breathing. And he said, I can't tell because her hair is covering her face. And they said, can you move her hair? And he did. And I swear to God, that moment right there changed my son for the rest of his life. And it's no joke. Seeing something like that is no freaking joke. And I can tell you there's family members that I have, that he has, that don't understand, that he still struggles to this day. And it's sad. People don't understand. They think, oh, it's been a few years, it's done and over with. It was my middle son. Yeah. Yep. My youngest son. Yep. Yeah, it's horrible. If you want to look up the story, I believe there's a few articles online. Let me, I'm going to put her name in chat and you guys can look up the articles. It's too hard for me I can't recap it here like that, like not in that detail, but I'll give you her because it's a different spelling. It's Caitlin Cooper, Sebring, Florida. Just look up Caitlin Cooper, Sebring, Florida accident. And he's tried. He's had a lot of guilt though, but he's had a couple serious girlfriends, but he still doesn't have a girlfriend now. I know, Kristen, you do. I would love for you to talk to my son. I told him about you. I said, you won't believe, because he used to live in Denver, Kristen. And when he lived out in Denver, I went to visit him. And I had already seen Austin Eubanks' TED Talk. And I knew he would relate, not with the shooting part, but with the emotional pain and everything that Austin Eubanks talked about in that TED Talk. If you haven't seen his TED Talk, it's amazing. Just go on YouTube and put Austin Eubanks TED Talk. So anyways, we were sitting out on his balcony and oh yeah, he still thinks she was the one for him. Yeah. I talk to her occasionally, not as often as we did. No, I would love to share her story. I love talking about Caitlin. But so we're sitting on the balcony and I'm showing him this TED Talk and I knew that it would resonate with him. And he just was like, he had my phone, like this. And he's just like listening to him. And we just cried together and hugged. And he wanted to meet Austin. I'm like, God, how weird is it that you're in Denver? He lives here in Denver. There's a chance you could meet this guy. Like he really felt a connection to Austin Eubanks. And then when we heard the news that he overdosed, it was horrific because not only did he lose his girlfriend at 16 years old in that horrible accident, but then he also lost a friend that lived in Colorado to an overdose. And he was the last one to see him. The kid had went into rehab, got home, called my son, said, dude, I feel the best I've ever felt. Yada, yada, yada. Everything's good. You want to come over? They hung out. And the next day he didn't answer his phone and he was gone. So that's been heavy for him as well. And thank you for listening to my stories, guys. Best advice I got was don't go back and never think coulda, woulda, shoulda. Yeah, he's come a long way with that, for sure, for sure. Oh, Megs, I love you. You're so sweet. Yeah, I told him about you. I'm like, you won't believe I had a Columbine survivor in chat while I was covering the Crumblies, because we've talked about the Crumblies. He's very insightful. He's very smart. He's very like, he's still only 25, but then like he's got so much insight. And I'm sure you've been the same way. I'm sure you've been the same way. You had to get wise before your years. Did you know Austin Eubanks, Kristen, or no? Did you like know who he was, or did you hear about him afterwards or anything? Like, did you ever have any dealings with him at all? Oh, it was just so sad to hear his story and how he got addicted to pills given him after, because I think he got shot in the arm, if I remember correctly, and he got put on opioids for the pain in his arm, and he got addicted to them. Oh, Kristen, that's so nice. I will. Thank you. It does. Anne, for sure. Thank you, Anne. Yeah, his friend, oh my gosh. And his friend was like a big brother to him. It was like, I think he was 8 years older. And when my son moved out there, I was so worried about him. And like this guy would get on the phone. He's like, I got him. I'm taking care of your boy. And he was a really good guy. Colorado is expensive, good grandma. You heard about him after? Yeah, I know. Thanks, Ange. I hope you're feeling better today, Ange. I was new there for a few months before. Oh my God. You're kidding. I didn't know someone else died. So you were only there for a few months. So this was a new school to you? Oh my goodness. Wow. Another guy killed himself years later. It's so sad. And I think Austin really did a good job in the TED Talk of kind of addressing how we address physical pain versus emotional pain. And it really resonated with my son. Maybe you can get something out of it too. I knew what you meant, Angie. It's okay. You don't have to autocorrect. I got you. All right, guys. Thanks for the talk. I love you guys. Thanks for being the type of, thanks for being my tribe. Thanks, Anne. Anne just put it simply. Let's roll our credits. You guys have a safe and wonderful night. And we can chat more tomorrow. I love you guys.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. feel something real, but I'm feeling differently.